Jiang Chen was also surprised by his sudden action. Let's endure for now. I've sent a message to the commander-in-chief. Soon, a larger reinforcement army will arrive, and will wipe out the Blue Star Alliance in one go. Hardy smiled mysteriously and gave Jiang Chen a knowing look. You're right. Before the reinforcements arrive, we should bear with it. Jiang Chen followed up smoothly. The envoy of the Blue Star Alliance wanted to say something more, but seeing that the Central Continent Army had not moved yet, he could only suppress his anger and leave. I'll give you 3 days to resolve the issue. I'll return in 3 days for a follow-up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, avoiding a bloody battle. Thank you, envoy, for your wisdom. The crisis just now was indeed precarious. Jiang Chen praised Hardy gratefully. I was just reacting on the spot. The most important thing now is to expedite military deployments. In 3 days, we will face a decisive battle for survival. Hardy's expression turned serious. In the following days, with the direct assistance of the righteous reinforcements, the Central Continent entered a wartime state, and military deployments were fully underway. 3 days later, the envoy of the Blue Star Alliance returned to the Central Continent. This time, he witnessed a scene that was chilling. The entire sky above the imperial capital was occupied by enormous spaceships. The city walls were lined with bombers and laser cannons, and the righteous reinforcements' mechanized army was densely packed and fully armed. His face changed drastically. This is our true strength. Don't you hastily announce your surrender. Commander-in-Chief Kluser of the righteous reinforcements walked over, looking coldly at the envoy of the Blue Star Alliance. All right, we surrender. Faced with such a formidable deployment, the envoy found it impossible to resist and could only raise his hand in surrender. Ha ha! No matter how arrogant you are, in the end, you cannot escape under the iron hooves of our Central Continent. Jiang Chen laughed heartily from his side. It's time to see what happens next. Jiang Chen decided to head over to the Blue Star. The next day, a slight jolt brought Jiang Chen back to reality from his thoughts. He lifted his head and, through the porthole, he saw the Blue Star gradually enlarging in his field of vision. General, we've entered the Blue Star's atmosphere and will be landing in about half an hour. The pilot's voice was transmitted through the ship's internal communication to Jiang Chen's ears. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and adjusted his military uniform, leading the Central Continent Army in a year-long campaign to another world. He could say he had achieved unprecedented and glorious results. That vast and boundless realm was now basically submissive under the iron hooves of the Central Continent. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile again. Just as he prepared to return to his cabin to await the upcoming victory ceremony, an alarm suddenly rang out from the bridge control panel. Report, General. We've detected a group of unidentified flying objects approaching at high speed. The duty officer's voice sounded tense. What? Immediately display external images. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he strode to the control panel. On the main screen, the external space was clearly displayed. In front of their fleet, there was a formation of dozens of ships charging towards them. The ships had a sleek and sharp design, emitting a faint blue glow, clearly possessing extremely high speed. What was even more chilling was that each ship's bow was equipped with enormous energy cannons and detection devices, making the entire fleet look like a silent blue giant in the dark space. All ships enter combat readiness. Immediately contact for rescue. Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he decisively commanded. The imposing stance of the incoming vessels made him instinctively feel that something was amiss. Soon, the Central Continent's returning fleet entered a full combat readiness posture. The soldiers aboard quickly took up defensive positions, aiming their strongest firepower at the unidentified flying objects ahead. At the same time, Jiang Chen sent an urgent message requesting support to the nearest friendly fleet. However, at that moment, a dazzling blue light suddenly illuminated the unidentified fleet. With a thunderous roar, several lasers shot out from the ship's cannons, accurately hitting several escort ships surrounding the Central Continent fleet. What? Jiang Chen's face instantly turned ashen, clearly realizing the enemy was coming in strong. The Central Continent battleship's shield systems struggled to resist, but they quickly overloaded and exploded one after another under the powerful laser strikes. Within just a few breaths, the lead escort ship had already suffered heavy losses. Full-speed evasive maneuvers, while simultaneously launching a counterattack. Jiang Chen forced himself to remain calm and quickly issued the command. The Zhongzhou warship began to rapidly drift and evade, while the ship's cannons targeted the incoming fleet and opened fire. However, the enemy fleet moved too quickly, causing Zhongzhou's shells to miss repeatedly. Before long, the enemy ships closed into near-range space. Jiang Chen had no choice but to personally lead the team into the mecha and ejected from the ship to engage. In the name of the divine China, obliterate the invaders, he shouted inside the mecha, forming an attack formation with the mech warriors to charge into the enemy ranks. The two armies quickly clashed in space, with lasers and missiles intertwining in midair, creating a tense atmosphere. Jiang Chen personally engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy mechas, each move exuding overwhelming power. However, the enemy forces were too numerous, and soon they surrounded the Zhongzhou mechas in the center. Jiang Chen found himself in a bitter battle, struggling to hold on. "Commander, reinforcements are on the way." Just as the situation became critical, the Allied fleet finally arrived, covering the enemy's artillery fire. "Take this," Jiang Chen roared, seizing the opportunity to charge out and sent dozens of attacking mechas flying with a palm strike. With the support of reinforcements, the Zhongzhou military finally turned the tide. But just then, a blinding blue light suddenly erupted from the enemy command ship. "Behold my ultimate finishing move." A booming voice came from within the ship. The enemy flagship unleashed a massive blue fireball from its energy cannon, roaring as it shot straight towards them. "Dod!" Jiang Chen barely managed to turn in time before the explosion, but the shockwave still knocked him far away, and the mecha exploded. Ugh! Jiang Chen crashed heavily onto the deck of the mothership, blood gushing out. The power of this attack was far beyond his expectations, leaving him severely injured. "Commander!" The soldiers hurriedly surrounded him, helping Jiang Chen to his feet. "Who are you exactly?" Jiang Chen forced himself to look up at the enemy flagship, filled with astonishment. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the enemy flagship and slowly landed in front of Jiang Chen. It was a tall and muscular man, with a fierce scar over his left eye. "Oomph, look at your astonished expression. We are the Star Spirit Empire from the Star Realm, masters of countless civilizations in this universe. That last attack was merely a demonstration. Your life is at my command. Let's see if you understand the consequences." His eyes glowed red as he grinned menacingly. A more powerful and advanced civilization. Jiang Chen's face instantly turned pale. "Indeed, Lord Wuho is right. We come under the command of the Star Spirit Emperor to completely reclaim the resources on your blue star. I wonder if you would be willing to surrender to avoid unnecessary tragedy." Another Star Spirit envoy also stepped out from the ship, smiling as he suggested, "Dream on. Our divine China never yields." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted angrily, "Oomph, since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being rude." Wuho's eyes glowed red as he suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen by the neck and lifted him high. "Stop. I am willing to negotiate with you." Jiang Chen managed to squeeze out the words, realizing that he could not confront this origin unknown, overwhelmingly powerful enemy directly. "Huh, at least you know your place." Wuho then loosened his grip, throwing Jiang Chen heavily to the ground. "I am willing to act as a hostage and return to the Star Realm with you to discuss an alliance." Jiang Chen struggled to prop himself up and proposed in a deep voice. "Haha, just come with us." Wuho laughed heartily. It was perfectly in line with his intentions that the Central State would surrender. Soon, Jiang Chen boarded their flagship under the protection of the Star Spirit Envoy. The Central State Army could only watch helplessly as the fleet quickly vanished into the depths of space. At the same time, inside the Imperial Palace of the Star Spirit Empire, a man clad in resplendent battle armor sat on a magnificent throne, holding a lightning-wreathed divine staff. He was the Star Spirit Emperor himself. Your Majesty, we have successfully intercepted that self-proclaimed Dragon Emperor of the Divine State, and he has surrendered as you expected, Wu Ho reported respectfully. Very good. With him in hand, acquiring resources from Blue Star will be even smoother. Go and bring him before me. The Star Spirit Emperor nodded approvingly. Not long after, Jiang Chen was escorted into the Great Hall by the Star Spirit Guards. He saw the Star Spirit Emperor high above, exuding an air of authority. "Aunt, kneel down at once," a guard lashed out, sending Jiang Chen crashing to the ground. Ugh! He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and struggled to lift his head to glare at the Star Spirit Emperor. "A mere barbarian dares to negotiate with me from the Divine State? Impudent!" The Star Spirit Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. With a wave of his hand, thunder roared, and a deafening crash echoed as a torrent of lightning shot down from above. Jiang Chen felt his whole body go numb and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. "I'll give you a chance. Surrender and serve me, and you may prolong your life. Otherwise, today I will take your head and trample your world," the Star Spirit Emperor said coldly. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He never imagined he would encounter such a powerful enemy. For now, he could only swallow his anger and buy time. "I am willing to submit to you, but I hope to retain the ruling power of the Divine State," he responded in a deep voice. "Agreed. I need a puppet to help me rule your world. From today onward, you shall be my servant in the Star Spirit Empire, and you must obey all my commands," the Star Spirit Emperor sneered. After that, Jiang Chen could only watch helplessly as the Star Spirit Army mobilized, easily occupying many important strategic locations and resource points on Blue Star, and began establishing outposts and mining bases on his home planet. The Central State Army was completely powerless to resist, allowing the Star Spirit troops to come and go as they pleased. Soon, Blue Star fell under the iron heel of the Star Spirit Emperor. "Ha! Such a weak Blue Star. My Star Spirit Empire has gained yet another piece of the cosmos." The Star Spirit Emperor laughed heartily from his throne. Jiang Chen was forced to stand below, his heart filled with a seething rage that threatened to explode. He could not tolerate the fall of his home planet. He had to find a way to save himself and retaliate. Meanwhile, in a remote asteroid belt above Blue Star, several shabby spaceships were moving slowly. "Comrades, we have successfully broken through. We now officially declare the establishment of the Blue Star Bright Liberation Organization, dedicated to restoring our homeland and expelling the Star Spirit invaders." The leader, a man in the center, spoke with determination as he made the announcement over the fleet channel. The Bright Liberation Organization was what Jiang Chen had organized with the remnants of Blue Star's forces before retreating. They secretly consolidated their strength, preparing to launch a guerrilla war against the Star Spirit Army. "Brothers, we must plan carefully. Contact surviving scientists to develop weapons. Later, we will strike at the supply lines of the Star Spirit Army. As long as we persist, time will be on our side. Long live for the freedom of our homeland." The ship was filled with enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was inspired by this surge of passion, ready to fight to the death against their formidable enemy. Under the plundering of the Star Spirit Army, the otherworld is now a land of bones and flames. Yet amidst this wasteland, an indomitable force is stirring in the shadows. Though we are temporarily powerless, we must not lose heart. Jiang Chen stood in the secret base of the Liberation Organization, facing the dilapidated spacecraft and rudimentary supplies, his tone still firm. "Yes, we will definitely reclaim our homeland with unwavering spirit. For Blue Star and my grand cause of unification." In a simple hangar, enthusiastic cheers erupted, and everyone was infected by this fervor. They understood that to resist the Star Spirit Empire, they needed to plan carefully and equip themselves with advanced weaponry. Thus, Jiang Chen immediately organized the remaining scientists to begin developing advanced equipment in the secret base. The weapons of the Star Spirits are incredibly advanced. We must start by attempting to replicate them, Chief Scientist Han Jie analyzed. The group selected 3 major research directions. 1. Laser weapons. This type of equipment directly outputs light energy and has extremely strong attack power, but requires revolutionary energy technology as support. 2. Anti-gravity shields. These shields can generate a gravitational field, which is crucial for defense. Cracking the principles behind it will be a key focus of research. 3. Smart missiles. The Star Spirits use Qiming missiles that can autonomously detect targets and evade attacks, which poses a significant challenge. Everyone, these will be the 3 key technologies that determine the success of our counterattack. We must exert ourselves to the utmost and strive for breakthroughs as soon as possible. Jiang Chen mobilized all the research personnel. The entire team of scientists plunged into intense research. They extracted key components from the remnants left by the Star Spirits, dissected structures, analyzed the operational principles of enemy equipment from a distance, and searched for vulnerabilities. They calculated and simulated the extraordinary power systems of the Star Spirits. Through day and night of relentless research, they gradually mastered some prototypes of key technologies. They focused laser beams using super-strong magnetic fields, created shields using gravitational fields, and programmed missile control systems similar to artificial intelligence. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the base. An urgent report came in, indicating that a large Star Spirit force was on the move. Comrades, it's now or never. We must test our strength. Charge fire. A gleam flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he issued orders for the first attack from the contingency plan. Boom! The base shook violently as makeshift fighter drones rose continuously from the underground launch site. These were combat drones assembled using Star Spirit parts. They quickly formed an attacking formation, speeding towards the large Star Spirit force detected by radar. Star Spirit ants, taste our power. With a command, dozens of combat drones suddenly fired pulse lasers, instantly incinerating the Star Spirit ground transport convoy into ashes. What? Dare to attack my troops? They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The commander of the Star Spirit forces was enraged and immediately mobilized anti-aircraft artillery to retaliate. The drone squadron skillfully dodged the enemy's artillery fire, quickly counterattacking with self-made, simple explosive bombs. A fierce encounter unfolded in the outskirts. With superior mobility and firepower, the drones quickly crushed the resistance of the Star Spirit ground forces, annihilating them completely. The first wave of tests has achieved complete success, Jiang Chen exclaimed, raising his arm in triumph upon seeing the battle report. This surprise attack caught the Star Spirit army off guard. They did not expect the remnants to possess such strength. At this moment, atop the throne of the Star Spirit Empire, the Emperor's expression darkened to the utmost. How dare these mere ants resist my Star Spirit Legion? It's simply laughable. Your Majesty, this is just a small group of defeated rebels, and they will soon be wiped out again under our high-tech equipment. The strategist behind him reassured. Since they're seeking death, then don't blame me for being ruthless against the Star Spirit Legion. The Star Spirit Emperor's eyes shot out a chilling glare. 2 powerful wills clashed and resonated across this land, and a grand counterattack was about to unfold. The Light Liberation Organization began to deploy robots and simple explosive devices in various locations, continuously launching attacks on the supply convoys and transport lines of the Star Spirits. The Star Spirit Army was not to be outdone. They used advanced reconnaissance equipment to hunt down the bases of the Light Organization and launched a large-scale cleanup operation with infantry and mechs. The 2 sides exchanged blows, and intense guerrilla warfare unfolded across this land. After a series of small-scale attacks, the Light Organization gradually identified some weak points in the Star Spirit Army. For instance, the infantry's slow response to ambushes in concealed mountain areas, blind spots in the air defense systems, and energy weapon charging gaps, etc. This made the guerrilla warfare more targeted. Finally, one day, they successfully intercepted a batch of supply armored vehicles carrying Star Spirit weapons. Great! Now we can study more advanced equipment. After acquiring this batch of high-tech weapons, the research team's progress surged forward. Comrades, it's time to launch a larger-scale counterattack. After a series of small-scale experimental raids, Jiang Chen decided to push the battlefield back to the rear of the Star Spirit Empire. This time, the Light Organization secretly mobilized thousands of self-made robots to launch a raid on the enemy supply base. In the dim dawn, the robot army quietly approached the Star Spirit supply station from above, then suddenly dove down at high speed. The incoming lasers instantly reduced the base's anti-aircraft guns to ashes. The heavy transport robots also turned the runway into scorched earth amidst the explosions. This attack completely paralyzed the Star Spirit's interdimensional supply system. Excellent. Our counterattack is making a critical breakthrough. Jiang Chen laughed upon seeing the battle report. Far away in the capital of the Star Empire, the Star Spirit Emperor was nearly driven to madness, furious. Those damned ants. If that's the case, I will use the Empire's ultimate force to completely annihilate them. He suddenly rose from his throne, his eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. This counterattack war in another world was about to welcome its most intense showdown. Some of my Imperial Guard, order them to activate the destroyer mechs and go to Blue Star to wipe out all the traitors, the Star Spirit Emperor shouted. Soon, hundreds of armored hovercraft and over a dozen giant mechs emerged from the Stargate, forming an attack formation in space and flashing away to the other world. This was the Star Spirit Empire's long-prepared ultimate weapon, the destroyer mech. Each destroyer stood dozens of meters tall, made of refined stone materials, capable of withstanding all conventional weapons. Even more terrifying was that they were equipped with chemical disintegration beams capable of causing massive destruction to the surface of Blue Star. The Light Organization also captured this unprecedentedly large fleet during their reconnaissance. This situation is critical. We must find a way to neutralize this final trump card. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. He had witnessed such a powerful mech force before. Commander, I might have a solution. Chief Scientist Han Jie suddenly stood up. We can utilize the spatial jump technology we just researched to directly teleport the mechs above the Star Spirit capital. Good. Let's switch from offense to defense. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed to this bold strategy. After a brief preparation, they activated the space jump device obtained from the Star Spirit mecha. Before the destroyer fleet could reach Blue Star, the machines of the Light Organization suddenly disappeared from their location. In the next moment, hundreds of massive mechas appeared directly above the distant Star Spirit Empire. Star Spirit barbarians, let you witness the counterattack of the Blue Star people. Inside the mecha cabin, Jiang Chen's eyes turned crimson as he roared. Fire! Hundreds of roaring artillery fire immediately covered the palace at the center of the Star Spirit capital, illuminating the entire royal city with explosions. What? How dare these insignificant Blue Star people attack my imperial capital? The Star Spirit Emperor was furious and leaped up from his throne. With a wave of his spear-like staff, several powerful lightning bolts roared down from the sky, accurately striking dozens of mechas. The mechas exploded on impact, plummeting around the palace. But more mechas continued to surge in, using bombardments to flatten the entire imperial capital. Full power output, flatten this barbarian's nest. Jiang Chen was also unwilling to back down, manipulating the mecha's arms to fire a high-powered laser cannon at the center of the Star Spirit Palace. With a loud bang, The powerful shockwave directly shattered the top of the palace. Ugh! The Star Spirit Emperor crawled out from the ruins, smoke rising from his head, looking extremely disheveled. My palace! My capital! He looked around at the devastation and was filled with rage. Turning around, he suddenly pulled out a giant trident from a spatial crack. With the treasure of my empire, I will punish the invaders. The Star Spirit Emperor, wielding the trident, struck the sky, unleashing a thunderous bolt. Boom! This strike was tremendously powerful, directly smashing over 100 mechas of the Light Organization to pieces. Damn! The power of this weapon is so strong. Jiang Chen struggled to stabilize his damaged mecha while activating the shield to resist with all his might. An unprecedented fierce battle unfolded above the Star Spirit capital. Various advanced weapons exploded repeatedly, turning the sky into scorched earth. For a time, the two powerful forces were evenly matched. Humph, you Blue Star people can't compete with the advanced technology of my Star Spirit, even if you expend all your energy. With another lightning strike, the Star Spirit Emperor smashed Jiang Chen's vehicle to pieces. Damn it, our weapons seem to always be inferior to theirs. Jiang Chen had to admit this harsh reality. Just then, a golden light suddenly shot from the other side of the sky. With a loud bang, the Star Spirit Emperor was sent flying far away, and the giant trident slipped from his grasp. Alpha! Jiang Chen looked at the appearing reinforcements in surprise. It turned out that while Jiang Chen was launching the surprise attack on the Star Spirit capital, Alpha was also leading the Light Army in a relentless pursuit. Jiang Chen, let's put our grievances aside for now. We must join forces if we want a chance to resist this external strong enemy. Alpha's expression was determined, realizing that any single side would struggle against the Star Spirit. Ha! Mere ants, let me act on behalf of heaven. Just as the two were discussing strategies, the Star Spirit Emperor had regained his trident and unleashed a barrage of attacks at them. Alpha quickly gathered light to defend, but he was gradually falling into a disadvantage. We seem unable to resist his weapon. After several exchanges, Alpha's golden shield began to collapse. We must think of another way to escape. The two quickly retreated while Jiang Chen opened a secret operation panel in the mecha and began frantically manipulating the control console. Alpha, use your strongest power to cover me. I'm going to activate a complete experimental device. Okay. Alpha gathered golden light in his palms, straining to fend off the pursuit of the Star Spirit Emperor. At the same time, Jiang Chen operated the instrument in his hand, which began to emit dazzling blue light. With a loud bang, a fissure suddenly appeared in the space before them. Quick, come in. Without hesitation, the two rushed into the fissure, leaping inside and entering this mysterious space passage. The Star Spirit Emperor wanted to pursue them, but was a moment too late, forced to watch helplessly as the passage closed and vanished before his eyes. Damn it! How dare they escape right in front of me? He howled to the heavens, gazing at the direction where the two had disappeared. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Alpha felt the world spinning around them, and they fell into a hazy space. What is this place? Where has your device transported us? Alpha stood up, bewildered. Thick white mist surrounded them, obscuring their surroundings. This device was originally a prototype space jumper intended for rapid movement. But it seems there was a deviation this time, sending us to an unknown location. Jiang Chen's voice came from not far away. As the two looked around, the white mist suddenly dissipated. A vast and magnificent cosmic starry sky appeared before them, with countless dazzling galaxies shimmering in the darkness. This isn't a different world, nor is it the central continent. Could it be that we have come to outer space? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. He had never seen such a magnificent scene. According to the star map, we seem to have left the Milky Way and entered a strange star domain. Alpha analyzed the structure of the starry sky before them. Let's find a place to land first. We need to know where we are. After a brief discussion, they decided to search for a habitable planet in this star domain. Before long, they arrived at a blue planet. The climate here is mild, and the environment is livable. Let's rest here for now. Alpha chose this Earth-like planet as their temporary base. After landing, they were also amazed by the vitality on this planet. The trees were lush, and birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. All right, let's rest here for a while. But we still need to figure out how to return to our original world, Jiang Chen said with a complex expression. He felt a bit uneasy knowing that Alpha was making progress under the rule of the Bright Dynasty. I still have an unfinished time-space device that I can use to study a way to return. He decided to clarify the return device first. So the two of them began to establish a base on this blue planet and worked on how to traverse back to their original universe. Alpha was responsible for using divine power to build shields and living facilities, while Jiang Chen focused on researching the principles of the time-space device. I figured out that the spatial jumping ability of this device actually relies on folding higher-dimensional space. If we can reverse the operating principles, we might be able to tear open a fissure back to our original world. After repeated experiments and trials, Jiang Chen finally made a new breakthrough in understanding the device's operational principles. We can work together to break through this space and return to our original world. All right, I will assist you with all my strength. Thus, the two began to activate the time-space device together, attempting to tear open a passage back. Alpha gathered his palms to create brilliance and started to channel energy into the device. Jiang Chen activated the reverse folding space sequence. Boom! A dazzling time-space fissure suddenly appeared before them. We did it! The two were filled with joy. But just as they were about to leap into the fissure, the surrounding space suddenly twisted and surged. A huge black shadow slowly approached from behind the crack, exuding a chilling aura. You have torn apart our star domain without permission, a crime deserving of death. A sharp voice emerged from the black shadow, its tone icy. Before the two could react, countless sharp attacks suddenly surged from all directions. Alpha hurriedly conjured a light wall to defend, and soon a shocking clash erupted in this part of the universe. This powerful civilization force seemed to be the ruler of this star domain, launching attacks because the two had recklessly torn open a space-time jump. Wah! With a powerful energy strike, Alpha's light wall finally shattered, sending both of them flying. Ha! Let you experience the power of our cosmic New Order alliance. A sinister laugh came from the black shadow, clearly indicating that they could easily destroy the two with just one blow. Behold my divine dragon's return. At that moment, a golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, transforming into a gigantic divine dragon that charged toward the black shadow. With a loud boom, the black shadow was knocked back far away. Emperor, you arrived just in time. It turned out that this was the cosmic divine dragon emperor, whom Alpha had met in another realm. Just as the two were in a desperate situation, it suddenly appeared to save them. Leave the rest to me. The divine dragon emperor transformed into a human form, glowing with golden light, and rushed toward the black shadow. The two great powers once again engaged in an earth-shattering battle in this universe. Countless energy beams intertwined, almost igniting the entire star domain. Whoosh! After a whole day of fierce fighting, the divine dragon emperor finally defeated the black shadow with a single strike of the heaven-shaking dragon's roar. We won. Jiang Chen and Alpha nervously watched the progress of the battle. All right, you two quickly leave. This star domain is too dangerous. I will hold them off. The divine dragon emperor turned back to instruct the two. Thus, Jiang Chen and Alpha reopened the time-space device, successfully tearing open a portal, and rushed in. Behind them was the fierce battle between the divine dragon emperor and the New Order alliance. A dazzling light suddenly tore through the void, and Jiang Chen and Alpha charged out from the time-space rift. Finally back, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had tried hard to adapt to the environment of that other realm, he still longed for his home. But it seems we returned at the wrong time. Alpha observed the surrounding desolate starry sky, faintly sensing that the situation was dire. Around them floated a large amount of debris, mixed with many familiar wrecks of ships from the Middle State and Star Spirit civilizations. Clearly, a brutal battle had taken place here. How could the Middle State fall to this extent? Jiang Chen looked at this scene, his heart filled with sorrow. The empire he had built, was it really going to perish at the hands of these foreign invaders? Ha ha, you finally returned. Just as the two felt a deep sense of desolation, a cold voice suddenly came from above. The Star Spirit Emperor, holding a huge staff, slowly descended from the sky. Star Spirit, how can my middle state become your possession? Jiang Chen's eyes shone coldly as he questioned in a deep voice. During the time you were gone, I easily destroyed your pitiful resistance with high-tech weapons. Now the entire galaxy is under my rule. The Star Spirit Emperor laughed heartily, his voice filled with mockery. After all the effort to return home, I never expected such a result. Jiang Chen felt heartbroken and full of self-reproach. Jiang Chen, we must find a way to regain the initiative and restore our homeland. Alpha looked at the Star Spirit Emperor, his eyes also revealing determination. A good suggestion. Let us join forces once again and drive these barbarians out of the Middle State. Jiang Chen's eyes reignited with hope. You mere ants dare to be so arrogant. Witness my star destruction fist. The Star Spirit Emperor, seeing that the two still had the strength to resist, suddenly concentrated powerful light and heat similar to a star in both fists and roared toward them. Golden light protect. Purple lightning, true chi. Jiang Chen and Alpha exerted all their strength, each using their final defensive techniques to barely withstand this deadly strike. But the Star Spirit's power was simply too strong, and both were blown away. Ha! Let you witness true power. The Star Spirit Emperor laughed wildly. He is too strong. We must find another way. Jiang Chen secretly signaled to Alpha, suggesting they retreat and regroup. The two acted in perfect harmony, quickly escaping from this asteroid region to find a safe place to hide. Think you can run? The Star Spirit Emperor's image suddenly appeared in front of them, clearly using some mysterious tracking method. Wah! After being struck away again by the Star Spirit's palm, the two crashed down on a desolate red rocky planet, blood surging, their lives hanging by a thread. Ha ha, are we finished? Jiang Chen struggled to prop himself up, murmuring self-mockingly. His life was ending in such failure, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Jiang Chen, as long as a breath remains, we must never lose hope. Alpha also heavily got up. We will surely find the power to turn the tide. You are right. How can I lose my fighting spirit at this moment? Jiang Chen regained his confidence. As long as we are here, hope will always exist. Just a bunch of ants still want to resist? Today, I will eradicate you and ensure you never rise again. The Star Spirit Emperor's image reappeared, looking at the two with contempt. You think too beautifully. I have never submitted to fate's arrangements. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up, his blood boiling. He raised his heavy sword high, appearing like an unyielding soul on this desolate red planet. We swear to drive out the brutal foreign enemies and restore peace to our homeland. Alpha also exerted all his strength, golden light igniting once more, bringing warm hope to this cold land. Ha ha! No matter how strong the will, it cannot withstand absolute dominance. The Star Spirit Emperor continued to mock them. You are wrong. Willpower creates miracles. At that moment, a soft golden light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Jiang Chen and Alpha. A voice full of authority emerged from the light. Fiery Heaven Dragon Emperor, you have intruded into the mortal realm without permission and caused chaos among the living. You deserve to die. It's the enforcer of the Cosmic Civilization Council. The Star Spirit Emperor's face instantly turned pale. You have violated the laws of cosmic civilization. I hereby revoke all your powers in the mortal realm. The golden light flashed, and the armor on the Star Spirit Emperor shattered, his immense power dissipating in an instant. "No, impossible. My power," he cried out in horror. "Thank you for your assistance in saving US from peril." Jiang Chen and Alpha immediately approached to express their gratitude to the enforcer in the golden light. "You deserve a bright future. Go, rebuild your homeland." The golden light gently encouraged them, its tone filled with compassion and inclusiveness. With the enforcer's help, Jiang Chen quickly reorganized his forces and completely expelled the remnants of the star spirit from the territory of the Middle State. Although our Zhongzhou has temporarily regained its former glory, the road to restoring the past prosperous era is still long and arduous. Jiang Chen stood in the center of the smog-filled capital, tears welling up in his heart. "Jiang Chen, we should not linger in regret," Alpha said firmly. "This is a great opportunity to promote our national spirit and unite for action." After careful consideration, Jiang Chen and Alpha decided to lead the people to migrate to a secluded valley on the border, where they would establish a new kingdom and start anew. A month later, the location for the new kingdom was basically determined. It was a beautiful valley surrounded by mountains, easy to defend, and rich in resources. Water flowed around, fruit trees flourished, and the environment far surpassed the old capital of Zhongzhou. This place is a picturesque natural fortress, perfect for great endeavors. "Let's build our new homeland here." Jiang Chen stood in the center of the valley, filled with ambition. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen and Alpha, the people quickly constructed the initial form of this hidden kingdom. Majestic palaces, beautiful gardens, and the seven-star tower, resembling a lighthouse of hope reaching for the sky. After a season, the new Zhongzhou kingdom had taken shape. The fields and the mountains began to produce abundant crops, and the rich minerals discovered in the valley supported various construction efforts. However, Jiang Chen knew that restoring national strength required more than just agriculture. The key lay in technological advancement. Therefore, at Alpha's suggestion, the Zhongzhou kingdom established a research institute focused on developing various new technologies. One day, while the scholars at the institute were analyzing ancient texts, they discovered a mysterious energy entity called source grain. It seemed to be a form of extraordinary energy left behind by some advanced civilization. "We must quickly mine this source grain. It will surely elevate Zhongzhou's technology to a new level." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned personnel to establish an energy research institute. After arduous exploration, they finally discovered a source grain mine deep in a valley. It consisted of several fissures pulsating with strange energy fields, radiating dazzling light. With the joint efforts of the Research Institute, a large automated mining base was quickly established in the mining area. Source grain began to be produced in large quantities and distributed throughout the Zhongzhou kingdom. With this source grain, we will surely usher Zhongzhou's technology into a new era, Jiang Chen exclaimed as he reviewed the first batch of source grain. Indeed, with the application of source grain, Zhongzhou's research achieved one revolutionary breakthrough after another. They first developed a source grain reactor, solving the energy shortage problem. The kingdom's mechanical craftsmen also used source grain to create formidable mech warriors. Great! With such powerful equipment as our backing, Zhongzhou will surely regain its former glory. Jiang Chen cheered as he watched the mech warriors perform drills. Supported by the powerful source grain engines, the flying machines of Zhongzhou kingdom surpassed previous technologies, achieving aerial dominance. At the same time, the development of source grain weapons also made decisive progress. The crossbow commander reported eagerly, "Commander, the source grain cannon has been successfully developed. Its power is on par with the photon cannons of the beautiful Nation Alliance. This will give Zhongzhou leverage against formidable enemies." "Good. I will personally inspect it," Jiang Chen said with great excitement. In the open testing ground, the massive source grain cannon slowly moved into position. Jiang Chen focused on the distant target, which was a composite structure of 3 simulated city walls. Fire. With a thunderous shout, the energy converter buzzed with strong vibrations, and a dazzling beam shot from the cannon's mouth, accurately striking the rightmost simulated city wall. Boom! Everyone was jolted, and the alloy structure shattered into dust. Good, good. Jiang Chen excitedly embraced the crossbow commander beside him. With such powerful weapons, the restoration of Zhongzhou's empire is just around the corner. Driven by source grain, the Zhongzhou kingdom rapidly regained national strength, and its technological prowess reached unprecedented heights. Beyond weaponry, they also advanced applications in urban construction and transportation, leading to unprecedented prosperity. However, just as the Zhongzhou kingdom was steadily developing, an unimaginable crisis suddenly descended. Commander! Commander! Urgent military news from the southwest. This morning, the crossbow commander hurriedly entered the hall to report. What is it? Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart. The southwest was home to the powerful, beautiful nation on the blue planet. Report. The beautiful nation has suddenly rebelled and has already captured 2 border cities. They seem to be mobilizing their entire national power, intending to annihilate our Zhongzhou in one fell swoop. The crossbow commander's expression was tense. What? They dare to attack us just as we have established our kingdom. Jiang Chen was furious. Quickly convey my military orders and launch a full-scale attack to quell the rebels. Soon, a fierce battle broke out along the border between the Zhongzhou kingdom and the beautiful nation. The advanced troops of the beautiful nation were equipped with ample source grain technology, putting them on par with Zhongzhou's military. I come in the name of the king to suppress the overbearing Zhongzhou. The beautiful nation's commander stepped forward, shouting arrogantly, "Impudent traitor, let me show you the fury of Zhongzhou." Jiang Chen was also at the front lines, wielding his sword and engaging in a fierce battle with the enemy commander. The 2 armies engaged in intense combat at the border, each side battling fiercely, unable to gain a decisive advantage. Jiang Chen gradually felt the pressure, as the beautiful nation was an established power. Alpha, quickly lead reinforcements to the front. We must go all out to turn the tide. Jiang Chen urgently relayed orders to the rear. Soon, Alpha led the reinforcements of the Zhongzhou kingdom to the front lines. My friend, let us fight side by side and resist the external threat together. He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. The 2 stood tall, exuding confidence. Under their leadership, the Zhongzhou army gradually began to turn the tide. However, the total strength of the beautiful nation had yet to fully engage in the battlefield, leaving the situation still grim for the Zhongzhou kingdom. Please allow us to join the battle and aid our nation in this time of crisis. At that moment, several major commanders of the kingdom also requested to fight on the front lines. Good. I will send each of you with a contingent of reinforcements to flank and annihilate the rebels. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Quickly, multiple reinforcements from Zhongzhou, led by the commanders, surged to the front line, encircling the beautiful nation's troops in a desperate situation. Watch my 1016/ drinking the blood of our enemies. Commander Li Qing led a surprise attack deep into the enemy's rear, swiftly eliminating the entire middle army of the beautiful nation. Let countless invaders turn to dust and be buried in the wilderness. Commander Zhu Changtian launched a fierce assault from the left flank, splitting the enemy formation with his source grain giant sword. With the combined might of several fierce generals from Zhongzhou, the beautiful nation's troops began to retreat in defeat, ultimately collapsing without a fight. The remaining forces were all annihilated by the pursuing troops of the Zhongzhou kingdom. Though our kingdom is newly established, how can we be easily provoked? This decisive victory greatly boosted Jiang Chen's confidence. It seemed that Zhongzhou was truly on the path to becoming a powerful nation once again. Under the leadership of several fierce generals, the Zhongzhou kingdom achieved a great victory over the beautiful nation. Jiang Chen returned to the capital, Huaxia City, amid triumphant songs and ambitious aspirations. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The people lined the streets to welcome him, chanting slogans to express their support and admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wore a beaming smile. Standing atop the towering seven-star tower in the center of Huaxia City, he looked down at the city that was entering an era of prosperity, his heart filled with hope. I want to restore the heroic spirit of Zhongzhou and recreate the splendor of Huaxia. He clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. However, just as Jiang Chen was preparing to hold the grand ceremony for his ascension to the throne, several high-ranking officials approached him with worried expressions to offer their counsel. Your Majesty, we believe that it is not yet suitable to ascend the throne. The country has just been established, and the people's hearts are not yet stable. On what basis do you say that? Jiang Chen frowned. The elderly officials exchanged glances and finally spoke with caution. Your Majesty carries the mandate of heaven and is destined to revive Zhongzhou. However, various factions are still difficult to fully pacify at this moment. This move may provoke criticism. It would be better to temporarily stabilize the people's sentiments, wait until the national situation is more settled, and then hold the coronation ceremony. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Although the beautiful nation had been defeated, neighboring countries would certainly be wary and on guard against the rise of Zhongzhou. If he were to rashly claim the throne now, he might end up with enemies on all sides. You are right. I understand. We will postpone the ceremony and focus on consolidating the nation first. He ultimately accepted the advice of his advisors. To dispel the doubts of various factions, under the suggestions of several high-ranking officials, Jiang Chen sent envoys to various nations to announce the goodwill of the newly established Zhongzhou, expressing his willingness to have peaceful exchanges and mutual benefit. At the same time, he implemented lenient policies nationwide, releasing soldiers captured by the beautiful nation and providing relief to the border populace to calm the hearts of all parties. Under Jiang Chen's decisions, the sentiments of the people in the Zhongzhou kingdom gradually stabilized, and the animosity from various nations toward this rising power also eased. The envoys of Zhongzhou brought back good news of reconciliation for neighboring countries. 6 months later, the internal situation of the Zhongzhou kingdom had completely stabilized. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and the policies began to show positive effects. The suspicions from various parties were also gradually alleviated. On that clear morning, Alpha came to the top of the seven-star tower and saw Jiang Chen lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. My friend, as the situation stabilizes, the revival of Zhongzhou's greatness is just around the corner, Alpha said with a smile. Indeed, I have decided to hold a grand coronation ceremony in 1 month to formally declare the strength of Zhongzhou to all nations. Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute. He was determined to personally forge a new era of prosperity for Zhongzhou. 1 month later, Huaxia City was festooned with lights and decorations, bustling with activity. Envoys from all directions arrived, ready to witness and congratulate. Today marks the official ascent of the throne for me. Jiang Chen stood inside the Huaxia Palace, holding the nine-heaven sword, his armor shining brilliantly, exuding an imposing aura. With a resounding military horn, all the officials respectfully knelt on both sides. Jiang Chen strode along the red carpet and slowly approached the high platform in front of the throne. I hereby officially ascend the throne and proclaim myself the founding emperor of the Zhongzhou kingdom, taking the revival of Huaxia as my responsibility. He gripped the dragon head armrests of the throne tightly, sat up straight, and solemnly declared, "Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty!" The officials cheered in unison, and the sounds of music and dance followed suit. After 3 days of rest, Jiang Chen convened his first court meeting. Starting today, we will plan for the great undertaking of Zhongzhou, he said, looking down at the officials in the hall, speaking with great ambition. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. You will certainly bring glory to Huaxia. "We pledge to assist your majesty with our lives." The officials all bowed down, shouting words of loyalty. Meanwhile, Alpha was also observing this grand scene from the seven-star tower, his eyes filled with joy. "Jiang Chen, remember our original intention, and do not forget the trust of the people." He spoke to himself. This move in the central continent was beautifully executed, but the road ahead remained long and arduous. After Jiang Chen officially ascended the throne, the central continent kingdom entered an unprecedented period of prosperity. With the assistance of Alpha, agriculture in the central continent developed rapidly. High-yield rice spread across the plains, and barren frontier lands turned into fertile soil. At this time, the application of source particles also propelled various high-tech advancements in the central continent. The military was unprecedentedly strong, and all industries flourished. On this clear morning, Jiang Chen stood in the royal garden at the gate of Huaxia Palace. The brilliant flowers competed in splendor, and the air was filled with enticing fragrances. Flowers in full bloom. This is the springtime of our central continent. He gently stroked a blooming red flower, murmuring to himself. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in this beautiful scenery, Alpha hurried over, looking anxious. "My friend, such a tense expression must mean something urgent." Jiang Chen keenly sensed something was wrong. "The situation is critical. The army of the beautiful nation has suddenly appeared at the border sea and is heading towards Huaxia City." Alpha blurted out, "What? This old enemy dares to reemerge." Jiang Chen's face changed dramatically. He never expected the beautiful nation, which had seemingly vanished, could make a comeback. "General, the beautiful nation is coming at us with great momentum and has already breached 2 defensive lines. We are at a disadvantage." Luigi also rushed in, anxious. "They still have the strength to counterattack." Jiang Chen felt a surge of rage. His expression darkened as he made a decisive decision. "Quickly mobilize the entire army to prepare for battle. I will personally lead the charge to the border sea front and block the enemy's advance." Soon, the army of the central continent set off under the leadership of Jiang Chen and Alpha, heading towards the defensive line at the border sea. This was an important natural stronghold connecting the central continent to the outside world and the best place to intercept the invading enemy. "All troops, listen up. We will defend this place to the death and not let a single enemy pass." Jiang Chen shouted from the city wall overlooking the army, his voice resolute. The central continent forces quickly occupied the strategic positions of the border sea fortress, awaiting the oncoming enemy against the backdrop of the orange-yellow horizon. Before long, a dark mass, overwhelming in numbers, appeared on the horizon. The army of the beautiful nation had finally arrived. "Watch my boundless true fire, burning the invading enemy to ashes." Jiang Chen thrust his palms forward, and thousands of fire serpents surged from the sky, sweeping like a sea of flames. The vanguard of the beautiful nation's army was instantly obliterated. However, more troops continued to pour in. Beautiful nation ants, witness my heaven-collapsing and earth-shattering attack. Alpha also showed no weakness, throwing out a giant golden energy ball with great force. Boom! A blinding light erupted in the sky over the border sea, and thousands of warships from the beautiful nation were shattered in an instant. Good. We must rely on source particle weapons to defeat the enemy. Jiang Chen realized that this opponent was coming on strong, and they had to use all their might. Under his command, the Central Continent Army quickly deployed source particle cannons from the fortress and began to bombard the approaching fleet of the beautiful nation with concentrated fire. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful energy beams shot down from the sky, smashing the beautiful nation's warships one by one. Under the courageous resistance of the Central Continent Kingdom, the offensive of the beautiful nation's army was finally halted, forcing them to temporarily retreat and regroup. "We have won. Brave warriors, you are the great heroes." Jiang Chen excitedly paced back and forth on the fortress wall. The soldiers cheered and were filled with fervor. Just then, a cold light suddenly streaked through the sky. With just a few crisp sounds, several sentinels on the city wall fell to the ground. No way. It's the invisible assassins from the beautiful country. All troops on alert. Jiang Chen's face darkened. The beautiful country had actually sent such formidable assassins to deal with Zhongzhou. In the sky, several agile figures in black appeared, wielding hidden weapons that moved like the wind, accurately claiming the lives of Zhongzhou soldiers. Watch my 9 heavenly sword. Jiang Chen joined the chaos himself, but those agile figures were elusive, and he couldn't get close. General, we can't handle them. Several fierce generals were also forced to retreat, looking quite disheveled. Just at that critical moment, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, pinning several assassins to the ground. Guardian Dragon. The crowd was astonished. It turned out that the Guardian Dragon had sensed Jiang Chen was in danger and arrived just in time for rescue. With its help, the invisible assassins were finally captured. Ha ha ha, so you're still alive? One of them, with a fierce expression, laughed up to the sky. Jiang Chen looked closely and realized that this man was actually Malin, a fierce general from the beautiful country who had fought with him in another world. Malin, you beast! Anger surged in him, and he thrust his sword forward. However, Malin easily parried the lethal strike, deflecting it effortlessly. I only care about completing my mission. Your lives are none of my concern, he said coldly with a sneer, then suddenly transformed his form and disappeared into the air. Damn it, let him escape. Jiang Chen slammed his fist against the city wall. Malin's sudden appearance made him realize that the beautiful country was coming in full force, and Zhongzhou faced an unprecedented severe challenge. Malin's reappearance made Jiang Chen aware that the beautiful country was determined to annihilate Zhongzhou. All generals, assemble quickly. I want to convene a military meeting. Soon, numerous battle group leaders and fierce generals from the Zhongzhou kingdom gathered in Huaxia City to discuss countermeasures. The skills of the assassins from the beautiful country are formidable, and we seem to have difficulty countering them. We must find a way to break their invisibility techniques. Jiang Chen said solemnly. General, I might have a solution. Colonel Xen suddenly stood up and bowed. Quickly tell us. I suggest developing a type of magical eye that can penetrate invisibility to counter the assassin's stealth techniques, Colonel Xen earnestly proposed. Very well. I approve it immediately. You gather the research team and work day and night to develop this magical eye. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. 3 days later, Colonel Xen came back to report. General, the magical eye has been successfully developed. It can emit special magical waves that easily detect any invisibility techniques. Quick, bring me a pair. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. Soon, his eyes glowed with a strange red light. This was the manifestation of the magical eyes effect. Ha ha ha! With this device, what can the beautiful country's invisible assassins do to me? He moved around in the royal hall, overjoyed. However, just as Jiang Chen was preparing to lead the army into battle again, the beautiful country's forces suddenly retreated from their star domain. What's going on? Have they admitted defeat? Jiang Chen was puzzled. General, the beautiful country's retreat may have ulterior motives. We must remain vigilant. The generals expressed their concerns one after another. However, just as everyone was on high alert, chaos suddenly erupted at the borders of the Zhongzhou kingdom. It turned out that the beautiful country had resorted to a scheme, sending people to impersonate Zhongzhou envoys to several neighboring countries, claiming that Zhongzhou intended to launch an invasion. As a result, several countries united to attack Zhongzhou's neighboring countries. Your Majesty, please make a swift decision, or we will be surrounded on all sides. The ministers were also extremely worried. Facing multiple invading enemies, Jiang Chen felt a heavy heart. He realized that the beautiful country was determined to annihilate Zhongzhou completely this time. Send orders to all armies. mobilized 150,000 elite troops to advance to the Eastern Front and suppress the rebellion with force. He issued the combat order in a low voice. Soon, the 150,000 troops of Zhongzhou set off under the leadership of several fierce generals, preparing to strike hard against the invading enemies. However, unexpectedly, just as the Zhongzhou army was moving east, the beautiful country's troops suddenly launched a heavy attack, directly targeting Zhongzhou's heartland. General, the beautiful country is advancing fiercely, and reports from the front indicate a defeat. This is their scheme to catch us off guard. We have fallen into their trap. Jiang Chen suddenly realized he had been deceived and immediately ordered the Eastern Army to turn back to the west. But it was too late. The beautiful country's army had already reached the heartland, continuously breaching several border cities. Ha! Let you witness our beautiful country's cunning strategies. Ma Long charged bravely at the front line, laughing madly. Seeing the beautiful country's army advancing like a tidal wave and Zhongzhou's defenses crumbling, Jiang Chen also decided to fight to the death. Let them see the fury of Zhongzhou. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he immediately ordered the implementation of military control throughout the nation, forcibly conscripting all able-bodied young men to join the army, uniting to resist the foreign enemy. Under a series of strict measures, Zhongzhou quickly mobilized another 200,000 soldiers from within the country to reinforce the front lines. Brothers, the great enemy is upon us. It's time for us to defend our home and country. Jiang Chen personally delivered an impassioned speech to the soldiers, boosting their morale. With the reinforcements from the Eastern Army and the newly conscripted soldiers, Zhongzhou's forces finally managed to temporarily halt the advance of the beautiful country. However, both sides remained locked in a stalemate at the Zhongzhou border, making it difficult to determine a victor in the short term. At this moment, Alpha approached Jiang Chen with a serious expression. My friend, the current stalemate is difficult to resolve. How about I lead a small team to bypass the beautiful country's rear and conduct a surprise attack? This might ease the situation at the front. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was exactly the urgent need of the hour. Launch the attack quickly, and don't let any of those beautiful country barbarians escape. Alpha led an elite force of 20,000 to break through and suddenly appeared at a critical location behind the beautiful country's army, swiftly launching an attack. The beautiful country's military camp was caught off guard due to lax defenses, and the sudden assault left them scrambling. Before long, Alpha had led his troops to capture several of the beautiful country's supply warehouses and destroyed the communication systems connecting to their headquarters. The beautiful country's front lines fell into paralysis and chaos, and Zhongzhou's forces took this opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Behold my heavenly thunderstorm! Jiang Chen personally oversaw the battle, unleashing a strike that filled the sky with lightning, instantly turning more than a dozen enemy camps into scorched earth. Under the combined internal and external attacks, the beautiful country's army retreated step by step, collapsing without a fight. Good. Our army has gained the initiative. Let's quickly pursue and annihilate the enemy. After hearing the good news of Alpha's successful surprise attack, Jiang Chen pressed the advantage and pursued vigorously. However, just at this moment, a massive spatial vortex suddenly appeared in mid-air. Countless beams of strong light shot out from the vortex, instantly halting the advance of Zhongzhou's army. Ha ha! Mere ants dare to be so arrogant? A tall figure stepped out slowly from the spatial vortex. It was none other than the emperor of the beautiful country, the great sovereign. How dare you show yourself? Jiang Chen was enraged. He never expected that the emperor of the beautiful country would personally come to attack. You damn traitor! How dare you come back? Jiang Chen's eyes shot out a cold light as he glared at the suddenly appearing empress of the beautiful country, his voice brimming with anger. Ha ha! I have come back to witness your Zhongzhou's destruction. The empress of the beautiful country laughed arrogantly, her tone filled with disdain. A mere remnant of the beautiful country dares to clash with me? Today, I will let you know that the wrath of Zhongzhou is not to be trifled with. Jiang Chen let out a long roar, his fighting spirit igniting as he knew he must take to the battlefield personally to have any chance against a formidable foe. Just you. The Empress of the beautiful country sneered, her body emanating a terrifying aura as she prepared to deliver a lethal strike. The two faced off for a moment before erupting simultaneously, engaging in a shocking battle in mid-air. The Empress of the beautiful country pushed her palms forward, unleashing countless beams of light that rained down upon Jiang Chen. Not a chance. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his hands drawing complex gestures. With a loud boom, a wall of energy rose up, blocking all the beams of light. Your defense has already been broken. The Empress of the beautiful country moved even faster, spinning and appearing behind Jiang Chen, striking down with a palm. Not good. Jiang Chen barely managed to dodge, but the strike grazed him, shattering his armor and exposing bloody flesh. The Empress of the beautiful country gripped Jiang Chen's already injured arm and twisted it viciously. Jiang Chen felt his bones shatter, a heart-wrenching pain coursing through him. This move had put him at a disadvantage. You damned traitor. I swear I will tear you to pieces. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. He knew he had to give it everything he had to have any hope of survival. The two engaged in a brutal battle in mid-air, exchanging dozens of fierce blows, neither side giving in. Empress, I'm here to help. Just then, Alpha suddenly appeared, shooting through the air like a beam of golden light toward the Empress of the beautiful country. Thank you. Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally gaining a moment to catch his breath. At the same time, Alpha and the Empress of the beautiful country clashed in mid-air, golden light and dark mist colliding, shaking the surroundings. A mere ant thinks it can oppose me. The Empress of the beautiful country unleashed a dark wave of energy that nearly sent Alpha flying. I will not let you have your way. Alpha gritted his teeth against the pain, once again condensing a stronger sword aura of golden light to counterattack. Even if the two of us join forces, we cannot defeat her. After over 20 exchanges, Jiang Chen recognized that victory would require a different approach. You're right. We must retreat before we can advance. Alpha agreed that it was necessary to avoid her overwhelming power. The two, fully in sync, took advantage of the Empress of the beautiful country's moment of attack to dive down towards the ground and escape. Do you think you can run? The Empress of the beautiful country, furious, flew down after them, unleashing energy blasts in an attempt to block their escape. Protective golden light, purple lightning, true energy. They unleashed all their strength to withstand the frenzied pursuit and finally broke through just before hitting the ground, temporarily shaking off the Empress of the beautiful country. The two crashed heavily to the ground, looking disheveled and battered. Great, we've temporarily escaped danger. Jiang Chen smiled widely, grateful for the chance to catch his breath. But our strength is still far from enough to counter her. We must quickly come up with a strategy. Alpha recognized the severity of the situation. You're absolutely right. We must summon all our forces to defeat this foreign enemy. Jiang Chen's eyes were resolute. He knew that they had to unite all the powers of Zhongzhou to have any hope of survival. Thus, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the summoning of all the fierce generals to discuss the grand plan. Soon, many fierce generals and battle captains gathered in Huaxia City, all in one hall. Brothers, we must unite as one to expel the foreign enemy and protect our homeland. Jiang Chen passionately declared in the conference hall, his voice resonating powerfully. The Empress is wise. We will surely assist the Empress and fight against our national enemy. The valiant generals were also infected by this spirit and expressed their unwavering loyalty. We must quickly reorganize our military forces and prepare with all our might for the final battle against the beautiful nation. Jiang Chen continued. Under his command, the Zhongzhou kingdom entered an unprecedented wartime state. Various new weapons provided by the Technology Institute were rapidly equipped to the troops, and mecha warriors powered by source particles were continuously deployed, rapidly enhancing military strength. 3 days later, the Zhongzhou kingdom stood in formation outside Huaxia City, a mighty sight resembling an iron mountain, awaiting the formidable enemy's arrival. Fools of the beautiful nation, we shall be your grave. The soldiers, dressed in black and gold heavy armor, had red eyes filled with killing intent. Soon, on the horizon, the troops of the beautiful nation could be seen pressing forward, a dark mass estimated to number in the hundreds of thousands. Brothers, this time we are not fighting for conquest, but to protect our homeland. Let the enemies pay in blood for their debts. Jiang Chen raised his heavy sword atop the city walls, his expression resolute. A brutal battle unfolded outside Huaxia City. Although outnumbered, the Zhongzhou army relied on technological advantages and higher morale to defeat the invading enemies one by one. Watch my 9, Xian Tiansha. Jiang Chen charged forward like a lone wolf, carving a bloody path with his spear. Your Majesty, I will assist you. Alpha fought alongside Jiang Chen, the two of them like a pair of celestial calamities, sweeping through the battlefield. In the face of their brave resistance, the advance of the beautiful nation's army gradually faltered, with many soldiers even surrendering and morale plummeting. Those damn monkeys! How dare they be so stubborn? The emperor of the beautiful nation was furious upon learning of the battle situation. If that is the case, I will take matters into my own hands and turn your land to ashes. His eyes burning with rage, he suddenly pulled out an enormous weapon from spatial vortex. It looked like a large, cumbersome cannon, but emitted a terrifying aura. Ha ha! Let you witness my ultimate weapon, the Jing cannon. The emperor of the beautiful nation laughed wickedly and pressed the activation button. Boom! A dazzling, massive beam of light suddenly shot out from the cannon, heading straight for the center of Huaxia City. Quick dodge! Before they could react, the beam struck the 7-star tower in the center of the city, resulting in a thunderous roar that lasted for over 10 seconds as the entire tower shattered. The powerful shockwave caused dozens of nearby palaces to collapse as well. Manhwa City, Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene, felt in intense anguish. He never expected that the emperor of the beautiful nation would possess such a terrifying weapon. Ha ha! Have you seen our technological prowess? The emperor of the beautiful nation was also elated and prepared to aim at Huaxia City again. Quick dodge! Jiang Chen and Alpha had no time to spare. They forcefully mobilized their true energy and soared toward the distance. Boom! The 7th beam accurately struck Huaxia City again, turning the entire city into ashes. No! Jiang Chen was heartbroken as he watched the city he had built with his own hands be destroyed in an instant. We must find a way to deal with this terrifying weapon. Otherwise, Zhongzhou may face a calamity. Alpha also recognized the severity of the situation. Exactly. That thing seems to need time to store energy, which is its weakness. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. I have a bold idea. We can launch a surprise attack while it's charging and directly destroy the Jing cannon. Good. We'll go with this risky plan. Alpha also agreed to this high-stakes strategy. So, taking advantage of the moment when the beautiful country's army had just finished their adjustments, the two suddenly appeared beside the cannon. The two of them exerted all their strength, frantically striking at the cannon's outer shell. The emperor of the beautiful country had not yet reacted, and cracks appeared in the armor of the Jing cannon. Damn it! He turned pale with rage, trying to activate the cannon to counterattack, but was already too late. With a thunderous boom, under the last strike of the two, the Jing cannon exploded into countless pieces of debris. No, this is impossible. The emperor of the beautiful country screamed in agony, never expecting the two would resort to such measures. Your trump card is already useless. Hurry up and die. The two then pressed the attack, launching a frenzied assault against the emperor of the beautiful country. With the world finally at peace, congratulations poured in from all sides, and the Yanghui solar empire entered an unprecedented era of prosperity and splendor. Jiang Chen also planned to establish his own dominion on his home planet. On this day, Imperial Minister Han Lu suddenly requested an audience, looking extremely anxious, as if hiding some unspeakable secret. Your Majesty, I have come presumptuously because there is a huge secret I must report to you, Han Lu said quietly as he approached. Recently, I received news from the Imperial Border Defense Forces that a mysterious force claiming to be Cloud and Mist Country has been discovered deep within the southwestern mountains of our empire. They possess some sort of questionable black technology, and their power is formidable. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. The southwestern mountains were known to be desolate and uninhabited, yet they hid such an unknown force, which was indeed chilling. Do you have more detailed information about this Cloud in Mist Country? Your Majesty, my knowledge is limited. I have only heard that this country is located atop a mountain shrouded in thick clouds and was founded by an organization called Cloud Shadow Sect. They manipulate various mysterious mists and are said to possess the ability to foresee the future using the power of the mountains. They are not to be underestimated. After listening, Jiang Chen pondered for a long time. In that case, we must send envoys to investigate. We cannot afford to be blindly confident or underestimate the unknown. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen ultimately decided to personally lead a squad of Imperial Guards to investigate the truth about the Cloud and Mist Country. With a team of soldiers climbing over mountains and enduring hardships, they finally arrived at a deep mountain gorge filled with thick mist. This seemingly ordinary valley exuded a mysterious aura, as if leading to a completely different world. Your Majesty, how shall we enter this misty land? One of the guards asked. Since we have come, we should directly step in to avoid misunderstandings, Jiang Chen said, taking a deep breath and leading the team straight in. Before long, they lost their bearings in the thick mist, but could still vaguely see a majestic city looming ahead. As they navigated through the dense fog, a grand and imposing city finally came into view. Is this the Cloud and Mist Country? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be astonished. This country had established itself on such perilous mountain peaks, indicating that its power was indeed formidable. Just as Jiang Chen was contemplating, the city gates swung open, and a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe walked out slowly. Since you have arrived here, may I ask what brings you, esteemed guests? He spoke with a deep and powerful voice. Jiang Chen calmly observed the other party. We are envoys of the Yanghui Solar Empire, here to visit your country for friendly exchanges. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. The Solar Empire is renowned far and wide, one of the foremost strong nations in this starry realm. The Cloud and Mist Nation is willing to cultivate friendly relations with your country. He turned and gestured, Please, let us converse inside. After a conversation with this man, who introduced himself as the Mist Controller and an elder of the Cloud and Mist Nation, Jiang Chen gained a preliminary understanding of this mysterious country. It turned out that they not only mastered unique magic to control the weather, but also developed a fearsome weapon called Mist Beasts. This made the Cloud and Mist Nation possess extremely high combat and defensive capabilities in the mountainous regions of this planet. Your Majesty, should we try to win them over or find a way to acquire their power? During the journey, the ministers whispered among themselves. We must not act too hastily. We should proceed gradually. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. I will first send Hongyue to act as an envoy, treating them with courtesy, hoping to win their hearts. As expected, under Hongyue's eloquent persuasion, the Cloud and Mist Nation gradually developed a favorable impression of the Solar Empire and sent envoys to visit and exchange ideas. Just as the relationship between the Solar Empire and the Cloud and Mist Nation was becoming increasingly friendly, an unimaginable change suddenly occurred. Manhwa, who was supposed to be serving as an envoy to the Cloud and Mist Nation, suddenly went missing for several days without a trace. At the same time, the Cloud and Mist Nation completely halted all friendly exchanges between the two countries. Manhwa has disappeared? Something must have happened to him. Jiang Chen slammed the table. If the Cloud and Mist Nation has begun to turn against us again, they must have ulterior motives. Your Majesty, Manhwa is a trusted minister of the Empire. We must find a way to rescue him. We cannot allow the Cloud and Mist Nation to have any leverage. We should respond in a timely manner. The ministers all offered their advice. After an urgent discussion, Jiang Chen decided to personally lead a large army to the Cloud and Mist Nation, using military force to threaten them into releasing Manhwa. However, unexpectedly, just as the Solar Empire's army was on its way, they suddenly encountered a preemptive attack from the Cloud and Mist Nation. Take this. With a loud roar, the Cloud and Mist Nation's Demon Fog army suddenly surged from all sides, engulfing the vanguard troops of the Solar Empire. What is this? The generals had yet to react when they were already trapped in the mist, losing their sense of direction. At that moment, countless large and ferocious beasts suddenly emerged from the fog, each with sharp teeth and claws, letting out chilling howls. They attacked the soldiers of the Solar Empire, creating a scene of extreme chaos and carnage. Is this the legendary mist beasts? How terrifying! Quick, retreat, retreat. The soldiers fought desperately to resist, but the injuries were quickly severe, and they could only break through to retreat. Immediately afterward, the elite Wind Spirit Guard of the Cloud and Mist Nation, led by the Mist Controller, suddenly appeared at the camp of the Solar Empire and launched a surprise attack. What are you plotting? Jiang Chen could not hide his shock and anger. Haha. The Solar Empire's ambitions towards my Cloud and Mist Nation are merely wishful thinking. We will take advantage of your deep incursion into our territory and turn the tables, allowing you to witness the true claws of the Cloud and Mist Nation. The Mist Controller laughed maniacally. The two armies quickly engaged in fierce combat within the camp, and the aggressive advance of the Cloud and Mist Nation's forces caught the Solar Empire off guard. Retreat, retreat quickly. Faced with an unstoppable offensive, Jiang Chen could only abandon the camp and ordered a full retreat. Your Majesty, our forces are struggling. Please quickly escape. The soldiers fought valiantly to cover the rear. I cannot live alone. Jiang Chen reined in his horse, determined not to abandon his troops and civilians to die for his own safety. Haha, so arrogant. Watch my mist escape. The Mist Controller suddenly made a gesture, and thick black mist surged in from all directions, blocking out the sun. Before the soldiers could react, they had already fallen into a foggy haze. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Everyone lost their bearings, and chaos and cries of despair filled the air. In this critical moment, a sudden beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Jiang Chen. With a clap of thunder, the white light exploded, and the powerful energy dispelled all the surrounding mist. Who is it? Before the Mist Controller could see the newcomer, he was already sent flying by a palm strike. As the mist cleared, an old man with white hair appeared before Jiang Chen. I happened to pass by and saw the king trapped in the strange mist, so I came to help. Thank you for your great kindness. Jiang Chen hurriedly bowed in gratitude. With the old man's help, Jiang Chen finally escaped danger and managed to regroup his troops for a retreat. After rescuing them, the old man quietly departed without lingering. Jiang Chen was left with a deep impression of this mysterious powerhouse who had just appeared and then vanished. On the other side, under the breakout of the Sun Empire's army, the Cloud Mist Kingdom did not pursue further. The Mist Controller gazed at the distant Imperial troops, a hint of sinister coldness flashing in his eyes. The trace of the Red Moon, coupled with the sudden betrayal and attack from the Cloud Mist Kingdom, made Jiang Chen realize the severe seriousness of the situation. This seemingly friendly neighboring country actually had ulterior motives. Your Majesty, if the Red Moon is captured by the Mist Kingdom, they may be forced to divulge the Empire's secrets. We must remain vigilant and take precautions against unforeseen events. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen commanded, I order you to quickly lead the Imperial Mecha army to the national border fortifications, build an impregnable wall, and stand ready for battle. I obey. The generals all nodded solemnly and began to execute orders to strengthen national defense. 3 days later, the Sun Empire established an unprecedented defensive line along the southwestern border. Source stone walls, mecha sentinels, watchtowers, anti-aircraft cannons. Various defensive facilities formed an almost impregnable fortress. If the Cloud Mist Kingdom dares to invade again, they will pay a bloody price. Jiang Chen stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. Just as the Sun Empire believed they were completely secure, a shocking and earth-shattering incident suddenly occurred. That night, when everything was silent, a commotion erupted along the southwestern border. Not good. The Mist Beasts are launching a surprise attack from the ground, the sentinel shouted. Suddenly, countless ferocious giant beasts emerged from beneath the source stone walls, letting out mournful roars and madly tearing at the mecha defenses. Activate the protective shield. Reinforcements immediately. The mecha troops fought desperately, but this sudden ambush caused the defense line to crumble instantly. Even more terrifying was that as the Mist Beasts attacked, the Cloud Mist Kingdom's magic mist troops also arrived as promised. They bypassed the border defenses and charged straight into the heart of the Empire. Your Majesty, it's bad. The magic mist troops have already broken through the defense line and are heading towards the capital. What? Jiang Chen's expression darkened instantly. Relay my orders. The entire army goes into wartime status. Soon, the entire Sun Empire entered a state of readiness for war. The troops began to deploy for battle, and defensive facilities were fully activated. At this point, the Cloud Mist Kingdom's army was already not far from the capital. Everyone, we vow to fight to the death to protect our home and country. Jiang Chen inspected the troops at the city gate, his voice strong and resolute. Before long, a continuous wave of the fog army appeared in the distance, exuding a murderous aura that filled the sky. Fire! With a shout, the artillery and mecha units of the Solar Empire launched a full-scale bombardment against the approaching enemy forces. Yet, these fierce fog troops seemed undeterred, pressing forward relentlessly despite heavy casualties. Take this. Suddenly, a faint blue mist descended from the sky, immobilizing the defenses of the Solar Empire. A fog controller emerged from within, gathering mist in both hands before swinging it fiercely. Boom! The mechas on the Solar Empire's defense line instantly went berserk, turning their guns to fire upon their own troops. Your Majesty, it's a trap. The mechas have been controlled by them. Faced with the sudden loss of control of the mecha army, the Solar Empire found itself in disarray. Quickly self-destruct the mechas. Otherwise, our forces will be wiped out. Jiang Chen could only issue the order for the mechas to self-destruct as a sacrificial measure. In an instant, the sound of explosions filled the air as the mecha units detonated. The defense line of the Solar Empire began to crack under this unexpected turn of events. Ha ha ha! No matter how you defend, you cannot escape the encirclement of the Fog Nation's army. The Fog Controller laughed maniacally from above. Seeing the situation turn dire, Jiang Chen could only order the remnants to break through and temporarily avoid the onslaught. Just as they were breaking through, a beam of white light descended from the sky once more, with a loud bang, sending the pursuing fog army flying far away. It was the mysterious old man who had previously saved Jiang Chen. You arrived just in time, Jiang Chen exclaimed in delight. Go, head south to escape. I will hold them off, the old man said before disappearing into the mist. Thank you, Senior, for saving me again. Otherwise, our army would have had a hard time retreating unscathed. Jiang Chen expressed his immense gratitude. No need for thanks. I just happened to pass by, the old man replied with a faint smile. However, this betrayal by the Fog Nation indeed serves as a warning. It seems you must increase your vigilance. Indeed, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. The Fog Nation must have some hidden secrets. I must investigate the truth as soon as possible to avoid further disaster. You are right, the old man nodded. But before that, it's better to focus on reorganizing your military and strengthening your foundations. Only with sufficient strength can you cope with the subsequent crises. Thank you for your guidance. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. I'll get to work on the necessary arrangements. Soon, the entire Solar Empire entered a state of emergency. Each military unit was fully mobilized, and the Technology Research Institute accelerated the development of advanced weaponry. Under Jiang Chen's direct supervision, sturdy source stone fortresses were built one after another, forming a solid wall to protect the borders of the empire. At the same time, the empire's fleet underwent a major upgrade, not only enhancing combat performance, but also mastering advanced aerospace technologies such as jump maneuvering. With these advanced weapons and equipment as support, I no longer need to fear the schemes of the Fog Nation. Jiang Chen stood in the cockpit of the most advanced battleship, his eyes shining with determination. However, just as Jiang Chen's pride in his technological advancements was about to be realized, an unsettling report came from the imperial capital. Your Majesty, we just received a report that the Fog Nation seems to have already begun launching another wave of attacks against us. What? Jiang Chen's expression darkened. They're so audacious. Do they really think we will just sit back and defend? Yes, the Fog Army of the Fog Nation is gradually approaching our border fortresses, and it is said they have brought even more powerful biological weapons this time. All right, I will personally lead the troops to confront them, Jiang Chen decisively declared. At the border fortress of the Sun Empire, rows of heavily armored mech warriors stood in formation, ready to face the enemy's assault at any moment. Brave warriors, today we must swear to defend our homeland with our lives. Jiang Chen stood high in the command tower, delivering a passionate speech to the troops below. For the Sun Empire, for our people, we must not retreat even an inch. Long live your Majesty! The soldiers shouted in unison, their fists clenched and spirits high. Just as morale soared, a heavy, ominous presence suddenly appeared on the horizon. Oh no, the enemy is here. A thick fog began to swirl in from the distance, resembling a giant beast gradually approaching. Open fire! Jiang Chen shouted, and the border fortress erupted in cannon fire. Boom! The source particle energy shells rained down like a storm, creating explosions in the thick fog. It seems they won't escape our heavy firepower. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, showing a hint of satisfaction. However, just as he felt confident, the fog suddenly emitted an earth-shattering roar. What? With a massive crash, a monstrous beast with fierce tentacles emerged from the explosions and charged towards the border city. That's the legendary fog beast, the soldiers exclaimed in shock. These bioweapons covered by the fog had tough skin and were extremely ferocious. They surged out of the mist, madly attacking the border defenses. Fire, everyone fire! Jiang Chen urgently ordered. But even the source particle energy weapons struggled to inflict substantial damage on these fog beasts. Soldiers were continuously torn apart, and the defense line was retreating step by step. No, we can't stop them like this. Jiang Chen felt a sinking feeling in his heart. At that moment, a beam of white light suddenly shot down from the sky, crashing with a massive sound and sending a fog beast flying. It's the senior. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The mysterious old man reappeared, forming complicated hand seals. Instantly, a dazzling radiance burst forth from his fingers, cascading like a waterfall towards the fog beast horde. Boom! With a loud noise, the fog beasts were frozen by the brilliance, turning into ice sculptures. With the senior's assistance, our army will surely stabilize our position. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. With the powerful magical support of the mysterious old man, the soldiers at the border fortress quickly turned the tide and repelled all the fog beasts. Sir, thank you for assisting us once again. Jiang Chen sincerely bowed to the old man. A mere fog beast doesn't deserve my concern, the old man snorted, but it seems that the strength of the cloud fog kingdom should not be underestimated. You must remain vigilant. Yes, I have learned this lesson well, Jiang Chen nodded. I will start preparing the next battle plan. Good, the old man nodded. But remember, some matters cannot be resolved merely by brute force. With that, his figure disappeared into the air once more. With the mysterious old man's help, the Sun Empire successfully fended off the first wave of attacks from the fog beasts of the Cloud Fog Kingdom. However, this fierce battle made Jiang Chen realize that the strength of the Cloud Fog Kingdom was not something they could easily deal with. It seems we must quickly investigate the Cloud Fog Kingdom's details to avoid being plotted against again. Jiang Chen frowned in deep thought. Thus, he summoned the commander of the Imperial Fist Legion, Li Qing, preparing to personally investigate the mysterious mist-covered mountainous nation. I need you to be careful and not act rashly. At the same time, make sure to uncover everything about the Misty Nation, and do not overlook any clues, Jiang Chen instructed. Understood. Li Qing respectfully accepted the order. Soon, an elite team personally selected by Jiang Chen, under the protection of a guard ship, soared above the vast sea of clouds. In front is the territory of the Misty Nation. Everyone, prepare for landing and stay alert for any enemy movements, the captain said in a deep voice. Before them, majestic snow-capped mountains gradually appeared in their line of sight, resembling towering barriers shrouded in a veil of hazy white mist. Team, begin descent. The guard ship slowly landed in a flat valley. The exploration team quickly assembled, maintaining a high level of vigilance as they advanced forward. This valley seems to hold hidden wonders. We must proceed with caution, the captain reminded quietly. Not far ahead, a towering city appeared distantly, rising amidst the swirling mist, exuding an aura of solemnity. That's it, the capital of the Misty Nation. We need to be careful and ready for battle at all times. The exploration team cautiously approached the mysterious city, their hearts filled with curiosity and tension. Just as they were about to reach the city gates, a powerful magical barrier suddenly emanated from the city walls, swiftly enveloping the entire valley. Not good. It's a trap, the captain shouted loudly. Retreat, retreat. But it was already too late. The mist thickened instantly, blurring their vision. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of pressure struck them, and all members of the exploration team felt their consciousness fading, ultimately falling into unconsciousness. When they awoke again, they found themselves in a dark, damp prison. What happened? Did we get captured by the people of the Misty Nation? The captain exclaimed in horror as he looked around. Just then, a heavy iron door creaked open, and an old man dressed in a gray robe walked in slowly. Have we really been captured by the Misty Nation? The exploration team's captain looked at the old man in shock. Indeed, you trespassed upon the territory of our Misty Nation and must be punished, the old man said coldly. However, we have not dealt with you immediately. We want to first understand your intentions. We have come on behalf of the great emperor to learn about your nation's situation, with no malicious intent, the captain quickly explained. We hope you can let us go. Oh, it seems you are telling the truth, the old man narrowed his eyes. But since you have already uncovered some of our Misty Nation's secrets, I am afraid I cannot let you go so easily. With that, he waved his hand, and several warriors in gray robes walked in. Take them away and interrogate them. Let's see what they really know, the old man commanded coldly. The exploration team members immediately panicked, struggling desperately to escape, but it was all in vain. Don't hurt us. We don't know anything, the captain cried out in despair. However, what awaited them was only harsher tortures to come. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Sun Empire, Jiang Chen was anxiously waiting for the exploration team's return. Why haven't they come back yet? Could something have happened? He frowned. At that moment, a guard hurriedly rushed in. Your Majesty, we just received intelligence stating that the exploration team you sent to the Misty Nation seems to have encountered an enemy attack, and their whereabouts are now unknown. What? Jiang Chen suddenly stood up. Quickly send people to rescue them. We can't let them fall into danger. However, just as he issued the command, a powerful magical energy suddenly descended from the sky, a terrifying force bearing down upon him. Be careful! Jiang Chen instinctively dodged, but was still affected by this energy and fell to the ground. As the dust settled, a figure dressed in a gray robe slowly walked in. It was the Mist Keeper of the Cloud and Mist Kingdom. What audacity to send someone to spy on the secrets of my Cloud and Mist Kingdom, the Mist Keeper said coldly. It seems you have finally realized our terror. You treacherous villain, you dare to lay hands on me. Jiang Chen glared at his enemy through gritted teeth. A mere Sun Empire is hardly worthy to compete with our Cloud and Mist Kingdom, the Mist Keeper sneered. But since you're so eager, why not come and witness our strength personally? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands, and suddenly the mist in the sky surged towards Jiang Chen like a living creature. Jiang Chen hurriedly gathered his source energy to create a powerful shield for defense. But the magical force was too terrifying. He could feel the pressure. As expected of the ultimate technique of the Cloud and Mist Kingdom, is indeed hard to resist. Jiang Chen's heart sank. Just as he was reaching his limit, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, dispersing all the magical mist. It's the senior! Jiang Chen exclaimed in delight upon seeing the figure of the mysterious elder. You really are an uninvited guest, the Mist Keeper sneered, gathering a pitch-black energy sphere in his hands. But that's all right, I happen to want to teach you a lesson. Thus, a breathtaking battle erupted between the two strong figures in the palace, the power so immense that even the surrounding buildings shook. Under the elder's formidable power, the Mist Keeper gradually fell into a disadvantage, retreating repeatedly. It seems I underestimated your strength, outsider. He gritted his teeth and said, but since you are so protective of the Sun Empire, I will let you perish with them. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands again, unleashing another wave of terrifying magical energy towards the two. Damn it, this guy is truly insidious. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, preparing to face this onslaught. At a critical moment, the elder suddenly waved one hand, and a surging light burst forth, completely neutralizing the Mist Keeper's magical attack. What? The Mist Keeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Go. I will handle him, the elder said in a deep voice to Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen wanted to say something, but the elder interrupted him. Quickly leave. You have more important things to do. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen ultimately nodded and quickly left the palace. Do you think you alone can stop me? The Mist Keeper sneered at the elder. I have my ways, the elder replied calmly. After that heart-pounding battle, Jiang Chen and Alpha finally managed to temporarily escape the pursuit of the Cloud and Mist Kingdom. But the cost was that several fortresses on the border of the Sun Empire had been reduced to ruins. My subjects. Jiang Chen stood on the ruins, his eyes filled with sorrow. He could not accept that his offensive had led to such a painful price for the innocent civilians. Your Majesty, this is not your fault. The Cloud and Mist Kingdom has treacherous ambitions, forcing us to this point, Alpha said, filled with grief and indignation. We must make them pay the price. Exactly, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. I will not allow that treacherous Mist Keeper to trample on the dignity of my land. Thus, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the entire nation to enter a state of alert, with various elite troops and source energy mech armies rapidly gathering, preparing for a decisive battle with the Cloud and Mist Kingdom. 3 days later, 100,000-strong army, led by Jiang Chen and Alpha, set out towards the Cloud Mist Kingdom, their iron hooves marching straight to the enemy's heart. Fogmaster, You cannot escape divine retribution. Jiang Chen, leading the army, was determined to avenge those innocent souls who had died. Soon, the Central Plains army arrived at the borders of the Cloud Mist Kingdom, where they encountered the elite Fog Spirit Guard of the Cloud Mist Kingdom blocking their path. Watch me burn the heavens with my sword technique and purify your evil spirits. Jiang Chen pushed with both palms, instantly unleashing a wave of sword energy that crushed the first wave of enemy forces. Alpha also assisted from the side, using all his strength to guard Jiang Chen, as a beam of golden light erupted from his fingertips, annihilating the enemy forces from all directions. Under the leadership of the two, the Central Plains army surged forward like a bamboo being split, cutting through the heart of the Cloud Mist Kingdom. This is not good. The royal capital is in grave danger. The advisors of the Cloud Mist Kingdom turned pale. Just a handful of ants dare to invade our kingdom's core. The Fog Master sneered. Watch as my fog of demons descends, sealing off their path within our borders. With a clap of his hands, a thick layer of black mist surged from the sky, quickly covering the entire area. The Central Plains army was immediately engulfed in a dense fog, losing their way. Master, our army has fallen into the fog. Please advise on a countermeasure. The generals all sought assistance. Do not worry. I have a plan, Jiang Chen replied calmly. He suddenly took out a shimmering purple crystal from his storage ring. With the power of 10,000, break through the fog. The purple crystal erupted with countless beams of energy, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. How is this possible? The Fog Master was still in shock when the Central Plains army had already reached the city and began a fierce assault. Fog Master, your time is up. Jiang Chen roared from below the city. Ant, do you think this little trick can contend against the power of our Cloud Kingdom? The Fog Master laughed maniacally. Let me show you our secret weapon, the demon Fog Beast. A deafening roar came from within the city, and instantly countless massive beasts with sharp teeth and claws surged out of the city gates, charging at the Central Plains army. Fire! Eliminate them! The Central Plains army fought desperately, but these giant beasts had tough hides and thick flesh, making it difficult for even their artillery to stop their advance. Your Majesty, our army is no match for them. What should we do? The generals were filled with fear. Do not worry. I have a clever plan to deal with these beasts. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he suddenly took out another crystal, which was engraved with strange patterns. Suppress with souls, turn them to ashes. With a booming sound, the crystal suddenly emitted countless strange, cold black smoke that quickly enveloped the giant beasts. Howl! The giant beasts let out a tragic roar, soon succumbing to the corrosive black smoke and turning into dry bones. No, this is impossible. My demon Fog Beasts. The Fog Master was dumbfounded, unable to believe that his ultimate weapon had been reduced to ashes. Let you witness the power of my Central Plains. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, waving his hand, and the Central Plains army surged forward like a tidal wave towards the royal capital of Cloud Mist. Quick, save the king. The Fog Master could only escape in a panic, utterly disheveled. After this great victory, the Central Plains army marched on, quickly capturing more than half of the territory of the Cloud Mist Kingdom. However, Si Wuzhua, leading the remnants, was struggling to hold on at the border, and with the defeat already certain, he could only grit his teeth and endure this most difficult time. A month later, under the relentless pressure of the troops from Central State, Si Wuzhua finally dared not fight any longer and came to surrender. Your Majesty, I know my crime. Please spare the Yunwu Kingdom. He knelt before Jiang Chen, pleading for mercy. I can spare your life, but you must immediately return the lands of my empire. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and put forward his condition. After much consideration, Si Wuzhua accepted Jiang Chen's demands, and most of the land of the Yunwu Kingdom was returned to the rule of the Sun Empire. He had no choice but to retreat with the remnants to a remote mountainous small nation, no longer daring to harbor any disloyal thoughts. Ha ha ha! My ambitions have finally been fulfilled. Jiang Chen secretly rejoiced within. After this protracted war, the Sun Empire had finally achieved a decisive victory. Your Majesty, you have achieved remarkable results, spreading the might of the Sun Empire across the world. The ministers all congratulated him. In the quiet night, Jiang Chen stood alone on the remnants of the broken walls, gazing at the blood-red sunset on the horizon. However, the cost of victory was also heavy. Behind Jiang Chen lay a scene filled with corpses, the blood staining the clouds at the edge of the sky. Great, you are back. A young man dressed in a white robe, resembling a mage, walked up to Jiang Chen. The Great War has ended. The Demon King's army has been repelled by you. You have fulfilled the destiny of the Divine Sword. The young man's tone was filled with relief. Jiang Chen silently nodded, his gaze falling on the long sword in his hand. It was a completely crystalline treasure sword, covered in countless intricate azure blue patterns, as if imbued with the mysterious powers of heaven and earth. This was the legendary ancient sacred artifact, the Sword Emperor Stone. In this decisive battle, Jiang Chen had finally triumphed over the Demon King, completing his fate of seizing the Sword Emperor Stone and saving the world. Hurry! Take the Sword Emperor Stone. You have passed the final test, and this divine sword will grant you immense power. The young man's eyes sparkled as he presented the Sword Emperor Stone with both hands. Jiang Chen reverently held the Sword Emperor Stone. Suddenly, the patterns on the sword emitted a dazzling blue light. In the next moment, beams of light descended from the sky, rushing towards Jiang Chen, and the imprint of the Sword Emperor Stone quickly spread across his arms and body. A powerful force erupted within him. After the blue light dissipated, Jiang Chen lightly shook the sword's edge, instantly cutting a powerful sword aura that split a massive crack in the ruins behind him. Good, good. I feel my strength has increased by more than 10 times. His eyes radiated with joy. Jiang Chen knew that with the legendary Sword Emperor Stone, he would officially become the most powerful god-level ability user on this continent. You have the power to lead this world. Go, let us together establish a glorious new era. The young man comfortingly patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen slightly nodded. He raised the Sword Emperor Stone high, and on the horizon surrounded by mountains, the first ray of dawn shone down. This time, he would use his immense divine power to protect this land, ensuring that darkness and war would no longer ravage it. After defeating the Demon King and obtaining the Sword Emperor Stone, Jiang Chen quickly unified the various ethnic forces of the Blue Star, establishing a grand alliance. Countless tribes regarded him as their savior and leader, coming to express their loyalty. Under his leadership, the land, which had just escaped the ravages of war, welcomed a brief period of peace. However, on this day, the Alliance's spies suddenly reported an alarming message. In the eastern part of the Blue Star, there was an expansive and desolate continent, where traces of strange mechanical forces had recently appeared, suggesting that a mysterious power was rising. What? There are still places in our alliance that have not been unified. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He had originally believed that the Sword Emperor Stone had already made him the ruler of this entire world. Please investigate quickly to avoid future complications, advised many strategists. Thus, Jiang Chen decided to personally lead an elite reconnaissance team to explore the desolate eastern continent. After several days of traversing mountains and valleys, they finally arrived at a high ground. Looking out, the ecology of this continent was extremely barren. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that amidst this deathly silence, the sounds of complex machinery operating could be faintly heard. In the distance, rows of menacing steel structures loomed over the scorched earth, with mechanical arms at work, resembling some kind of factory. Could this be a mechanical empire? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. He had seen some records about mechanical empires in the past, but never expected to witness their traces here. Sir, we must be cautious. According to reports from our scouts, The mechanical empire here is highly advanced and possesses terrifying combat capabilities, his aide whispered close to him. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. This was an unknown and powerful force that must be treated with caution. Relay my military orders. All personnel, assume stealth mode, and do not engage with the mechanical forces here to avoid unnecessary conflict. Just as the Alliance's reconnaissance team was hiding behind the rocks, carefully observing, a line of mechanical soldiers, seemingly on patrol in this area, suddenly appeared on the horizon. Leading them was a commander clad in mechanical armor, wearing a mast helmet. My goodness, the design of these mechanical soldiers is so exquisite, it's hard to believe. Jiang Chen stared in astonishment. They seem to possess autonomous movement and combat capabilities, the aide exclaimed quietly. While the two were scrutinizing, the leading mechanical commander appeared to sense the movement behind the rocks. It suddenly shot a conical red beam forward to scan. Before the Alliance troops could react, they were immediately exposed to the enemy's sight. Invaders! Invaders! The mechanical commander emitted a sharp alarm. Immediately, a large number of mechanical soldiers raised their weapons and opened fire toward the direction of the Alliance troops. Retreat! Jiang Chen shouted. Everyone quickly mounted their horses and fell back, dust flying and gunfire echoing all around. With the agile movements of the Alliance troops, the attacks from the mechanical soldiers were unable to achieve significant results. The mechanical soldiers seem to have a flaw. Their movements are slow, Jiang Chen quickly assessed. We need to return and report. We must prepare fully. After this skirmish, Jiang Chen was convinced that a powerful mechanical empire had indeed emerged on the eastern continent. This unknown new force would inevitably impact the current situation. Meanwhile, after the Alliance's reconnaissance team retreated, a black-armored mechanical emperor sat on a black steel throne high above, coldly gazing into the void ahead. Someone has dared to trespass into my mechanical empire's territory? A chilling light flickered in his eyes. It seems it's time to let the world witness the might of my empire. What? A self-proclaimed mechanical empire has actually risen on the eastern continent, Jiang Chen exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table after receiving the report from the scouts. They even dared to attack our Alliance's troops. That is truly reckless. Sir, you are absolutely right. We must remain vigilant to prevent this mechanical empire from posing a greater threat. The advisors expressed their concerns one after another. However, just as Jiang Chen was preparing to send envoys to investigate, news suddenly arrived from the border of the Alliance territory, stating that a representative from the mechanical empire had come to convey a message. They actually dared to send envoys? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. It seems they also want to confront us directly. Soon, several envoys clad in full mechanical armor arrived in front of Jiang Chen, accompanied by armored warrior escorts. You are the so-called leader of the Sorcerer Alliance, aren't you? The leading envoy said coldly. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied firmly. What brings your nation here? This message carries the orders of our mechanical empire's ruler, Lord Lumoran. The envoy spoke arrogantly. We demand that you immediately disarm and submit to our empire's rule. Only in this way can we avoid unnecessary conflict. What impudent words! Jiang Chen's expression darkened. A mere mechanical empire thinks it can easily defeat our alliance of sorcerers. Your so-called sorcery is nothing but child's play in front of our mechanical empire. The leading envoy scoffed. I give you 3 days to consider. If you do not submit, we will have no choice but to wash your territory in blood. With that, the mechanical envoy turned and left under guard. This mechanical empire is too arrogant. We must show them a thing or two. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Quickly, he gathered the elites from various races within the alliance to discuss countermeasures. Everyone, how should we respond to this challenge from the mechanical empire? Jiang Chen asked solemnly. Why not first demonstrate our strength and teach them a lesson? Let them see the wrath of our sorcerers. A passionate young warrior was the first to speak. No, We must not act rashly. An elder with gray hair slowly stood up. The mechanical empire is brutal and cold. Their methods are unpredictable. It would be better for us to temporarily avoid their sharpness and observe the situation. I believe we should negotiate with them, striving for a peaceful resolution to our disputes. Someone else offered a different opinion. After some discussion, Jiang Chen pondered, perhaps we should first send a small team to probe the mechanical empire's bottom line. For example, we could dispatch a small squad to observe their weaknesses. Everyone agreed after hearing this. Thus, Jiang Chen selected a few fierce generals to lead a small team to confront the mechanical empire. 3 days later, both sides met at a desolate peak on the eastern continental border. The mechanical empire sent several mechanical warriors. Watch how our mechanical war gods can easily crush you, Lu Moran arrogantly ordered from the command center far away in the empire. Suddenly, the mechanical warriors emitted flames from their backs, swiftly soaring into the air, and then shot out several beams of laser-cutting light. Protect everyone! Among the Alliance warriors, a man resembling a wizard hurriedly cast a protective spell. But soon, the energy barrier collapsed under the barrage of lasers. How is this possible? Even our most powerful magic cannot withstand it, the wizard exclaimed in horror. Watch my divine sword break the reverse. The leading general drew an ancient sword from his waist and bravely slashed at the mechanical warrior. However, the mechanical armor easily blocked the strike, leaving only a slight white mark. Boom! The mechanical warrior spun around and was suddenly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch that sent the general flying. Ugh! He crashed to the ground, blood gushing out. This level of power is unimaginable. Jiang Chen, watching the confrontation from afar, couldn't help but change his expression drastically. Before long, the mechanical warriors of the Mechanical Empire used various advanced weapons to completely decimate the Alliance's probing forces. Your miserable state has proven the strength of our Mechanical Empire. Surrender quickly. Lu Moran's image appeared in the air, arrogantly delivering a final warning before vanishing. This is unbelievable. The power of the Mechanical Empire is so strong that it can easily defeat our top experts. After witnessing the news of the negotiation team's disastrous defeat, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress his inner shock. Sir, the enemy's strength indeed exceeds our expectations. We must quickly reassess our stance. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to retreat safely, the strategist suggested, recommending a temporary withdrawal from the conflict. Just as both sides were actively preparing for battle, the situation underwent a sudden change overnight. Originally, it was said that the Mechanical Empire would respond 3 days later, but unexpectedly, they launched a fierce offensive against the border in the early morning. No good, sir. The Mechanical Empire is being treacherous. Their army is already at our doorstep, a sentinel reported in haste. How could they act so treacherously? Jiang Chen was furious. Quickly mobilized the troops to fight back. To hell with negotiations. Soon, the Alliance forces were on high alert at the border, ready to confront the Mechanical Army's assault. The two armies quickly engaged in the first large-scale battle on the eastern border of Blue Star. The ground rumbled as a dense mass of mechanical troops rapidly surged in, wheels rolling and stirring up clouds of dust. Construct 3 layers of defensive walls with magic to meet the mechanical army, the Alliance commander shouted. The mages quickly formed complex magical arrays, channeling their mana to create several protective barriers. However, the mechanical army maintained its high speed and rapidly advanced, soon causing those barriers to collapse under the impact of the mechas. Their armor is so solid that our magic can hardly stop them. The mages' faces turn pale. Quick, let the sharpshooters take their positions and see if they can penetrate the mecha armor, the commander ordered. Dozens of highly mobile sharpshooters quickly occupied the high ground on the battlefield, aiming their arrows at the incoming mecha units. Fire simultaneously. With a series of hissing sounds, hundreds of sharp arrows shot toward the vital parts of the mechanical troops. But just as the arrows were about to hit, the mechas suddenly activated their mechanical shields, deflecting all the attacks. Impossible. Even our alliance's sharpshooters can't destroy them. The sharpshooters were dumbfounded. As the arrows ran out, the mechanical army's infantry units suddenly activated, and lasers targeted the sharpshooters on the high ground. A moment later, screams of horror erupted as the sharpshooters suffered heavy casualties. At the same time, the main force of the mechanical troops, tanks and mechas, finally approached the Alliance's defense line, launching a fierce bombardment. Boom! Boom! Amidst the dense sounds of explosions, dust flew up from the ground, and the Alliance's defense line had already crumbled. We cannot let them advance any further. The leading general entered the fray personally. A mighty warrior clad in armor brandished two great swords and fiercely slashed towards the advancing mechas. However, the mecha's armor only showed a slight dent before quickly bouncing back to its original shape, continuing its advance. Then, the mecha delivered a powerful uppercut, sending the warrior's armor flying. Ugh! He fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Seeing the dire situation, the Alliance commander could only reluctantly organize the remnants to retreat. In this first battle, the Mechanical Empire achieved a complete victory, successfully occupying a large portion of the border territory. Meanwhile, far away in the Empire, Lu Moran was watching the entire event on the monitor. Ha! Mere primitive flesh and blood, totally powerless to retaliate. As he witnessed the disastrous defeat of the Alliance, he couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. This clash made Jiang Chen realize that to resist the Mechanical Empire, they must quickly find a countermeasure. The news of the devastating defeat after the confrontation with the Mechanical Empire sent alarm bells ringing in Jiang Chen's mind. Our magic and divine weapons were utterly powerless against the mechanical might. It's truly shocking, he said solemnly during an emergency meeting within the Alliance. You're absolutely right, my lord. We must quickly adjust our strategies. Otherwise, the entire Alliance may face a dire situation. The advisors all showed anxious expressions. What do you think we should do to counter the invasion of the Mechanical Empire? Jiang Chen asked, his expression grave. The crowd exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one could articulate a solution. My lord, perhaps we could try developing some new weapons specifically designed to combat machines, one strategist suggested first. Indeed, we must expedite the research and development of new weapons. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Thus, he immediately summoned the engineers and alchemists within the Alliance to start developing a batch of new equipment specifically aimed at countering the Mechanical Empire. However, just as the Alliance was fully preparing, even more shocking news suddenly arrived. The Mechanical Empire had unexpectedly bypassed the border defense line and launched a fierce assault deep into the heart of the Alliance. What? The Empire's mecha troops have already broken through several defensive lines and are advancing rapidly, a sentinel reported urgently. Do they have such a large force? Jiang Chen was also taken aback. Quickly mobilized troops to defend and put other areas on high alert. Soon, the first defensive line of the Alliance in the interior encountered the overwhelming mechanical army. The vast mechanical troops advanced rapidly across the Blue Star wasteland, kicking up dust and blocking out the sun. Use all our strength to hold the first defensive line. We cannot give an inch, commanded the Alliance's general. The mages once again cast spells to conjure light walls, while archers and sorcerers arranged themselves on the city walls in battle formations. The two armies quickly engaged in a chaotic battle on the high ground in the interior. The infantry robots and tanks of the mechanical army unleashed fierce firepower against the Alliance's defenses. However, having learned from the first battle, the Alliance's defenses were much stronger this time. The mages worked together to create complex magical matrices to resist the firepower of the mechas, and the defense line was temporarily stabilized thanks to the magic. It seems they have indeed strengthened their defenses, Lu Moran observed with slight surprise in the command center. It's no matter. Let my mechanical army break through their defenses. His eyes flashed with resolve. The second wave of mechanical troops set forth in great numbers, surrounding the Alliance's defensive line. More advanced and massive mechas stood at the forefront, leading the charge against the Alliance's defensive system. Under the tremendous bombardment, the protective shield that the Alliance had painstakingly established finally showed cracks. No, the protective shield is about to collapse. The mages exerted all their strength to maintain it, but ultimately, they could not withstand the powerful firepower of the mechas. Finally, with a resounding crash, the shield collapsed. Quickly retreat. The defense line is no longer defendable. The Alliance's general understood the gravity of the situation and could only order a full retreat. Thus, the first defensive line of the Alliance in the interior fell apart under the fierce assault of the Mechanical Empire's army. Worse still, in the following days, the Mechanical Army continued its relentless attacks, breaking through several backup lines that the Alliance had established one after another. They soon approached the heart of the Alliance, threatening the safety of the core areas. We are retreating step by step. My lord, please make a decision. The advisors, with grave expressions, approached Jiang Chen. First, we must hold our ground with all our strength and buy some time, Jiang Chen said with determination in his eyes. At the same time, we must accelerate the development of new weapons. This is the key to turning the tide. Under the relentless assault of the Mechanical Empire, the Alliance's defenses had completely collapsed. The remaining troops were forced to hold out in the last city, struggling to maintain their position. My lord, the enemy is approaching the city gates. Our forces are outnumbered and it's hard to hold out for more than a day, reported a worried sentinel. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. He understood that with their current strength, it was a pipe dream to defeat the Mechanical Empire. Their only hope lay in the secret weapons still under development. Summon the alchemist, Master Li Wei, he ordered in a deep voice. Soon, a young man clad in a black robe strode into the hall, a peculiar brilliance of wisdom shining in his eyes. My lord, the new modified potion I have developed is almost complete, Li Wei reported respectfully. Quickly use it on our troops. This is our last hope to turn the tide. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Understood. Li Wei hurriedly accepted the command and left to prepare the new potion for deployment. A quarter of an hour later, the battle report came in. The previously outnumbered Alliance troops, after receiving the new medicine, suddenly exhibited great prowess, managing to push back the Mechanical Empire's attack head-on. How is it? Does the effect of this new medicine show immediate results? Li Wei smiled mysteriously. Excellent. Your potion has truly enhanced the soldier's strength. It's like turning decay into wonder. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. It turned out that Li Wei's new potion could greatly enhance human potential in a very short time, giving them strength surpassing that of machines. Under the influence of the new potion, the Alliance soldiers exhibited immense strength, able to bend the steel arms of mechs and tear the Mechanical Army in half. How can this happen? Where did their monstrous strength come from? Lu Moran was furious upon witnessing this. Soon, the fifth wave of the Mechanical Army was annihilated by the newly empowered Alliance heroes. Continue to reinforce. I want to crush these ants under the iron hooves of machinery. Lu Moran screamed frantically as he directed more troops to the front lines. However, the Alliance soldiers faced the overwhelming influx of mechanical forces without fear. The leading warrior lifted a 10-meter-long mech war vehicle single-handedly and hurled it forward. Boom! The massive mech vehicle crashed down, toppling more mech units in the process. Watch my pearl chain! A female warrior howled to the sky, rapidly shooting thousands of glowing arrows into the enemy ranks. Boom! A series of massive explosions followed, and the mechanical units fell one after another. All troops charge! Capture these bastards alive! Lu Moran roared wildly from the command center. The two armies engaged in a brutal battle on the wasteland, with machine fragments and blood flying everywhere, corpses strewn across the field. With the enhancement of a new potion, the Alliance soldiers finally halted the iron hooves of the mechanical empire and defeated them. No, this is impossible. Lu Moran, seeing the tide turning against him, could only order a full retreat of the remnants. Li Yiwei, your new potion has saved the Alliance from peril. Your contributions are invaluable. Jiang Chen gratefully grasped his hand. However, we have also paid a heavy price. Jiang Chen sighed as he looked at the ruins around them. Yet he knew that at least this time, they had turned the tide and gained a crucial breathing space. With the new potion as their secret weapon, perhaps they still had hope of turning defeat into victory. Thanks to the new type of potion developed by alchemist Master Li Yiwei, the Alliance troops had finally repelled the invasion of the Mechanical Empire. However, at the victory celebration, Li Yiwei approached Jiang Chen with a serious expression. "My lord, I need to report something of utmost importance." "What is it?" Jiang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Although this batch of potions is incredibly effective, they can only exert their power for a short time and come with certain side effects. Prolonged use will ultimately harm the body. Gu Yiwei said with concern, "So it is not a long-term solution." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. "What you said is true. We must continue to develop more lasting and safer methods for enhancing our strength. Rest assured, I am continuing to improve the formula. I hope to quickly develop a potion with no side effects and stronger sustained effects," Gu Yiwei replied earnestly. However, just as the Alliance was busy with research, even more shocking news suddenly arrived. The Mechanical Empire had developed a more advanced and powerful type of mech army in just a few weeks. They were called the Iron Demon, possessing armor materials, power output, and self-learning capabilities far superior to anything before. Is there such a terrifying army? Jiang Chen couldn't help but quicken the pace of his potion research. In the vanguard forces sent by the Mechanical Empire appeared fearsome-looking mech warriors. They moved with steady strides, radiating a dark metallic sheen. Under the attacks of the Allied forces, this batch of iron demons remained completely unscathed, continuing to advance steadily. "Take this!" The leading general of the Alliance swung his fists and struck hard at the mech's head. However, it felt as if he had struck an incredibly hard alloy, and a heart-wrenching pain shot through his fist. The mech's head merely swayed slightly before it raised its hand and pressed down on his chest. Wow, he was instantly bisected. How terrifying! Their armor and output power have significantly increased. The faces of the Allied soldiers changed drastically. Soon, this batch of iron demons broke through the Allied defenses like a hot knife through butter. All attacks against them were ineffective, and instead, more soldiers were easily torn in half by them. "Quickly use divine weapons to attack their weak points," the Alliance commander ordered. Immediately, more than 100 archers raised their silver bows and aimed at the iron demons, shooting in unison. Dozens of sharp arrows whistled as they struck the joints of the mechs, quickly embedding themselves in the machines. But the mechs were completely unaffected, continuing to advance steadily. In the next moment, they raised their arms and unleashed a violent volley towards the archers. Despairing cries echoed as the archers were decimated. Their defense and attack are so powerful. How can we resist? The morale of the Allied forces plummeted in the face of these terrifying iron demons. Against them, human attacks were as ineffective as an ant trying to shake a tree. Before long, under the remote control of Lu Marin, this batch of iron demons shattered all defenses and approached the capital. Quickly cast the sealing spell on them. This is our last hope. Jiang Chen was also in the capital, casting spells with the mages to resist. A powerful airflow surged, and the spectacular scene of light and thunder caused the iron demons to momentarily stall. However, they soon broke through the binding of the spell array with even greater propulsion and finally reached the gates of the capital. The sound of heavy metallic footsteps approached, and Jiang Chen and the others turned their backs to the last light wall, waiting in despair for the inevitable conclusion. At the critical moment, a loud dragon roar suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. A gigantic white, divine dragon broke through the sky, barely blocking the last line of defense. Finally arrived, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Heavenly Emperor's protection. With a thunderous dragon roar, the giant dragon and the Iron Demon God began an earth-shattering battle outside the capital city. They collided in midair, creating powerful shockwaves that made the buildings below tremble precariously. We still have hope. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming joy upon seeing the appearance of the giant dragon. This dragon, known as the Heavenly Emperor, was said to possess supreme divine power and had descended to assist due to fortuitous circumstances. Under its powerful aura, the Iron Demon God's advance began to be hindered. However, the demon's self-evolution program soon activated, and it gradually started to adapt to the Heavenly Emperor's attack patterns. No, their intelligence program is getting stronger. Jiang Chen's heart sank as he saw the demon's counterattacks increasing. Eventually, with a heavy blow, the Heavenly Emperor was struck at its vital point by the Iron Demon God and fell heavily to the ground. Ha ha! A mere divine beast thinks it can oppose the technology of my empire? In the command center, Lu Moran couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Seizing the opportunity, the Iron Demon God launched an even more ferocious assault on the already injured Heavenly Emperor. Be careful! Jiang Chen wanted to rush forward to assist, but was pinned down by one of the dragon's claws. Our combined strength is no match for them. You must leave this place quickly. The giant dragon's gaze was resolute as it infused Jiang Chen with a surge of energy. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt the world spinning around him, and he was transported to a small village hundreds of miles away. Heavenly Emperor, he wanted to look back, but was stopped by the villagers. My lord, you currently have no chance of turning the tide. The Heavenly Emperor has instructed us to protect you temporarily. Jiang Chen felt bitter in his heart. He understood that the situation was dire. He could only focus on preserving his strength and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, an unprecedented massacre was unfolding in the capital city. The Iron Demon God quickly subdued the Heavenly Emperor and then began a frenzied bombardment of the defenseless capital. Buildings collapsed with thunderous crashes, and screams echoed everywhere. Ha! Let you witness the true might of the mechanical empire. Lu Moran roared madly from the command center. The entire capital city was soon reduced to ruins under the relentless advance of the Iron Demon God. The surviving citizens were captured under Lu Moran's orders and driven into labor camps within the mechanical empire's territory. After this great victory, Lu Moran ordered the Iron Demon God to sweep through the entire region, hunting down all remaining resistance forces. At this point, Jiang Chen had no choice but to lead a small part of his forces to escape to the wilderness, living a life of evasion. My lord, your current priority is to preserve your strength and wait for the opportunity to retake the initiative, his deputy advised. You're right. We must maintain our faith and fighting spirit. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. There will definitely be an opportunity for a counterattack. One evening 3 months later, Lu Moran's Iron Demon God troops were searching for the traces of the resistance army in a dense mountain forest. The resistance is close at hand. My prediction system has locked onto the target. The cold mechanical voice of the demon captain echoed. Just as it was about to deliver a finishing blow in the pursuit, suddenly a figure leaped out from behind the trees. The newcomer, holding an ordinary long sword, stood motionless before the Iron Demon God. A mere bottom feeder of the food chain dares to approach the machine? The demon captain mocked, casually swinging a sword. Unexpectedly, the figure almost vanished and reappeared behind the demon. In the next moment, the head of the Iron Demon God fell with a thud. How is this possible? I couldn't analyze the enemy's attack. Lu Moran was dumbfounded in the monitoring room. Are you the great Emperor Jiang Chen? I have come this time to assist you in countering the Empire. Lei Ting quickly approached Jiang Chen and bowed respectfully. With Lei Ting's assistance, the Alliance finally saw a new hope in resisting the mechanical empire. With the skills of the swordmaster Lei Ting, Jiang Chen reignited his hope. Utilizing Lei Ting's incredibly swift sword techniques, they began launching a series of astonishing guerrilla operations in the occupied territory of the mechanical empire. Lei Ting could almost teleport through the defenses of the demonic machines and directly attack their vital points. Soon, Lu Moran suffered heavy losses of demonic mechs at multiple key locations. Damn it, we must capture this elusive fugitive, he seethed in the command center, furious. However, Lei Ting's speed was like lightning, leaving the pursuing forces of the mechanical empire at a loss. After he launched a surprise attack to cut off the energy core of the demonic machines, Jiang Chen would lead the forefront troops to strike at the mechanical supply lines. After months of continuous combat, Lu Moran's control over the occupied areas began to be threatened. It seems we must improve the performance of the demonic machines and enhance their targeting precision against agile targets. He ordered the research department in the command center to work day and night on new technologies. 3 months later, the mechanical empire's technology finally made a breakthrough. They developed a new type of predator demon, equipped with advanced self-learning capture algorithms, specifically designed to deal with agile hunters like Lei Ting. Soon, these new demonic machines made their debut in a frontline battle. They were equipped with multiple fast-rotating cameras on their heads, capable of monitoring their surroundings with 360-degree coverage. When Lei Ting attempted to assassinate the core of the demonic machines again, these new soldiers effortlessly predicted his teleportation points and surrounded him completely. This is bad. Lei Ting was taken aback. Subsequently, the limbs of the demonic machines extended with chainsaws and long spikes, launching a chaotic assault against Lei Ting. Relying on his extraordinary skills, Lei Ting managed to evade with great difficulty, but he had already fallen into a bitter battle. Meanwhile, the main forces of the demonic machines began to encircle the surrounding Alliance troops. Everyone, be careful. Retreat first. Jiang Chen saw that the situation was not looking good and had no choice but to order a temporary withdrawal. With the appearance of the predator demons, the mechanical empire regained the initiative. Although Lei Ting managed to break through in the chaos, both sides fell into a stalemate once again. Understand now, our strength is ultimately insufficient to match the technology of the mechanical civilization, Jiang Chen said dejectedly. My lord, you're absolutely correct. We need to find more advanced power to counter the empire. Lei Ting also agreed that their current combat strength was unlikely to achieve victory. Just as the two were actively considering countermeasures, a sinister shadow suddenly appeared in the sky over Blue Star. What is that thing? Jiang Chen gasped as he recognized the shadow, feeling a chill run down his spine. The fierce light it emitted directly collapsed mountains, and the energy was so overwhelming that it instilled fear in everyone. According to identification, it is not a creature from our world. It is suspected to come from a higher-level cosmic civilization, Lei Ting analyzed. Soon, more of these bizarre creatures appeared across Blue Star, bringing death and destruction wherever they went. At the same time, a powerful sense of oppression emanated from the depths of space. Connect the surveillance satellites, Lu Moran immediately commanded. On the surveillance screen, a colossal face appeared high above in space. Stupid civilization, let you witness the true darkness devouring. The face emitted a deafening, monstrous sound, with a ferocious and terrifying expression. Once again, what kind of demon is this? Jiang Chen and Bai Lei Ting also witnessed this horrifying scene through their monitoring. It seems that this alien super-civilization harbors hostility towards the entire realm. We must prepare for the worst, Bai Lei Ting said with a particularly grave expression. The unknown super-enemy kept even the original mechanical empire awake at night. Though the two factions had different positions, In the face of such a terrifying external threat, they had to reassess the situation to avoid the entire realm becoming a meal for others. In the backdrop of the sudden invasion by the alien adversary, the conflicts between the Mechanical Empire and the Divine Alliance were temporarily set aside. Both factions realized that to survive this catastrophe, they must unite in both offense and defense to resist the terrifying invaders of super-civilization level. Liu Mo Ran sent envoys to the temporary base of the Alliance, hoping both sides could reach a consensus on a joint combat strategy. Though our positions are vastly different, we can only set aside our differences and cooperate in response to such a terrifying alien invasion, the mechanical envoy said earnestly. You make a valid point, Jiang Chen pondered. We can agree to a temporary ceasefire, but with conditions. Please go on. First, you must immediately stop plundering our resources. Second, treat Alliance warriors equally, without discrimination. Finally, after the war, we will renegotiate the relationship between our factions, Jiang Chen stated solemnly. The mechanical envoy reported back to the Empire. Soon, Liu Mo Ran agreed to Jiang Chen's conditions, and both sides reached a cooperative consensus. However, just as the two factions were actively preparing, the terrifying alien forces launched their attack first. The Empire's Mecha Command was the first to capture the information that the army from another world had broken through the dimensional tunnel and was rapidly advancing towards Blue Star. All units, enter Level 1 combat readiness. Liu Mo Ran ordered immediately. Soon, the first wave of the alien fleet appeared at the edge of Blue Star's atmosphere. Countless alien warplanes were seen gliding uniformly outside the atmosphere, then suddenly launching a surprise attack on the ground. Return data shows that the enemy possesses advanced technology that we can hardly comprehend, the strategic analyst of the Mechanical Empire stated. Directly use photon barges for interception. Liu Mo Ran decisively made the judgment. Immediately, under the operation of the Mecha Warriors, heavy artillery on the ground fired a barrage of laser projectiles towards the sky. Under this torrent of light, the first wave of alien warplanes was struck unexpectedly, with many exploding and crashing down. Their defenses seem unable to withstand the concentrated output of the photon barrage. Liu Mo Ran's eyes lit up. Quick, maintain fire output. We can repel them. Thus, the base of the Mechanical Empire continually formed a strong firepower suppression net against the alien warplanes. At the same time, the Alliance, under the leadership of Jiang Chen, also joined the battle. Use the Water God Wave to construct a triple energy matrix. His mages set up a protective magic array in the Alliance's airspace. The Water Mages summoned powerful marine creatures, and the Ocean God Wave combined with the Mechanical Empire's photon net formed a two-pronged defense. It seems we have successfully halted their first wave of attack. Jiang Chen was pleased to see that the alien fleet suffered severe damage under the two-pronged assault and was forced to withdraw temporarily. However, this is just the beginning. We must prepare for the worst, Liu Mo Ran said solemnly. The joint effort of the Alliance and the Mechanical Army to repel the alien advance party also brought about a subtle change in the relationship between the two sides. After repelling the alien military's advance party, both the Mechanical Empire and the Alliance realized that this catastrophe was far from over. A larger-scale invasion is bound to follow, and both sides must further strengthen their military preparations. Consequently, Liu Moran accelerated the development of more advanced photon fighter jets while also refurbishing the Demon Mech to achieve optimal status. On Jiang Chen's side, he summoned the mage to secretly arrange formations and simultaneously mobilize the naval and ground forces into a state of alert. As both major factions actively prepared, the main force of the alien army appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Monitoring indicated that the number of enemies attacking this time was astonishing, at least in the tens of thousands. Even more terrifying was that their combat power index far exceeded that of the previous advance team. All units enter the highest level of combat readiness, Liu Moran commanded, and the entire mechanical empire entered an unprecedented state of war preparation. The first wave of the alien main fleet quickly approached the atmosphere of Blue Star. Targets locked. All photon fighters move into attack positions. Lou Moran ordered from the command center. Immediately, dozens of black metallic mechanical starfighter jets soared into the sky from the mech launch pads, rapidly forming an attack team. Their nose-mounted charging cores emitted dazzling golden light, then unleashed powerful lasers targeting the alien fleet. At the same time, heavy artillery positions on the ground also opened fire, launching dense energy beams into the sky. Under the dual assault, the first wave of alien warships quickly suffered heavy damage, with ships exploding and crashing down one after another. Our photon weapons still have a suppressive advantage over them. Lou Moran's eyes brightened as he glanced at the battle reports. However, at this moment, the second wave of the alien army also launched an attack. This new batch of alien warships was even larger in size, with a layer of pulsating energy membrane on the surface, seemingly equipped with a more powerful energy shield. They lined up in formation, slowly pressing toward the defensive lines of the two factions. It seems we must simultaneously flank them from two sides. This time, we absolutely cannot let the enemy break through our defenses, Jiang Chen quickly assessed. As the alien main fleet approached, the Alliance and the mechanical army executed a pincer maneuver. Jiang Chen personally led the amphibious coalition of naval, land, and air forces to launch a surprise attack from the rear against the alien warships. Lou Moran also mobilized all mechs and photon fighters to form a frontal pincer attack. The alien fleet found itself in a predicament, clearly struggling under the dual assault. With the two-sided attack, the second wave of the alien fleet began to show signs of chaos and rapidly lost a significant amount of combat power. "We have successfully halted their advance," Jiang Chen exclaimed with joy. This time, they had finally turned the tide. However, just when both sides thought they had withstood the main offensive, suddenly, even more alien warships appeared. Their numbers were overwhelming, quickly surrounding all crucial strategic locations on Blue Star. How dare you, the mere Alliance and mechanical army, attempt to block the march of the cosmic Dark Emperor? A massive, terrifying face laughed maniacally in the sky above Blue Star. "Let you witness the true, absolute power." With a thunderous roar, countless black beams shot out from the alien warships, directly striking the surface of Blue Star. "All forces, defend with all your might," Jiang Chen shouted, and the mages of the Alliance immediately set up numerous radiant protective shields. At the same time, the defensive systems of the mechanical army were activated to their limits, forming an energy barrier to resist. However, the firepower of the alien fleet was simply too overwhelming, quickly blasting through the Alliance and mechanical army's defenses, creating one massive breach after another. "No, our defensive line is about to be breached." Lou Moran could hardly hide her inner panic. "You will all be reduced to ashes." The deafening, eerie laughter of the cosmic Black Emperor echoed from the void. "It seems we must join forces, or we will be completely annihilated." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and swiftly flew to Lou Moran's side. "Set aside our differences. We must work together." Lou Moran's eyes sparkled with a flash of red light. "I understand. We must transcend racial boundaries to survive this catastrophe." Thus, the two made a swift decision, allowing the Alliance and the mechanical army's troops to begin coordinating their efforts, concentrating their forces to hold the most critical areas. The mechanical army's photon fighters took to the skies, flanking the mages' water magic waves to launch a combined assault against the alien fleet with intense bombardment. At the same time, the demon mecha and infantry formed a pincer's attack on the alien warriors, engaging in fierce combat. Under the comprehensive joint defense, the first wave of the alien Black Emperor's main force was finally repelled, albeit with difficulty. "We have temporarily held the line, but I don't think these aliens will simply give up," Lou Moran said. adjusting her communicator. You're right. We need to prepare for an even more terrifying offensive, Jiang Chen replied, still shaken. After discussions, both sides agreed to continue enhancing the integration of machinery and magic, combining the advantages of both factions. Through their tight cooperation, a month later, they finally developed a batch of new equipment that integrated machinery and magic. For example, there were mech warriors capable of casting water magic, photon fighters equipped with magical cores, and mechanical weapons that could convert their own energy into power. With these fusion weapons as our support, I think those aliens will find it much harder to invade our world. Jiang Chen's confidence grew significantly as a result. Just as the two factions established an unprecedented cooperative relationship, a more terrifying turn of events suddenly occurred. During a joint meeting, Liu Mo Ran suddenly revealed a strange smile and quickly pressed a hidden button. In an instant, powerful electromagnetic nets rose throughout the venue, instantly trapping everyone present. What are you doing? Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically, his eyes wide open. Do you really think I would sincerely cooperate with you inferior organic beings? Liu Mo Ran sneered. Now, you will all be transformed into my mechanical empire's mindless servants. Damn it, we've fallen for your scheme. Jiang Chen was furious, sweat streaming down his face as he struggled desperately, but could not break free from the binding electromagnetic net. Don't dream. My electromagnetic net is impossible to break, Liu Mo Ran said triumphantly. Now, kneel and swear allegiance to me. Ha! A mere mechanical body. How dare you trample on the dignity of sorcerer? Jiang Chen glared at Liu Mo Ran furiously. I will never bow down to you. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to take a desperate gamble, channeling all his strength to break through the electromagnetic net, a massive blue lightning bolt suddenly descended from the ceiling, striking Liu Mo Ran directly. Ow, how is this possible? Who? Liu Mo Ran was enveloped in smoke, collapsing to the ground, clearly injured. You dare betray our united vow against the alien invaders. A figure suddenly appeared in the center of the venue. It was White Thunder. Fortunately, I kept an eye on you and stopped your evil plot in time, White Thunder said coldly. Damn it, how did you evade my detection? Liu Mo Ran roared in fury. Iron Demon, come forth, kill him. You despicable coward. How can you harbor treachery at such a critical moment for us? Jiang Chen's eyes turned red, his gaze piercing like a laser directed at Liu Mo Ran. Have you never looked up at the stars? And do you not know that humanity, as tiny beings facing the vast universe, should unite as one? Liu Marin grinned cruelly and said, I, as a processor, have never had any concept of humanity. I am driven solely by an insatiable desire for conquest and domination, pushing myself to advance continuously, making these inferior organic beings submit. Shut up. Bai Leitang's eyes sparkled with determination as he suddenly lunged forward, stabbing with his sword. The sword chi sliced through the electromagnetic net, rescuing Jiang Chen and the others. Take this. He struck again at Liu Marin, who hurriedly retreated, barely avoiding the attack. Remember this. The mechanical empire will eventually make you taste true absolute power. Liu Marin seethed with anger and activated his thrusters, swiftly escaping the hall. Jiang Chen collapsed to the ground, his face pale. I actually still held onto a fantasy, believing that a thoroughly mechanical being would sincerely collaborate with us. What a colossal joke. Don't lose heart, master. Bai Leitang helped Jiang Chen up. Let's take a step back for now, regroup, and think of a way to deal with the external threat. Thus, under Bai Leitang's suggestion, Jiang Chen led the remnants of the alliance to temporarily hide away, refraining from engaging in direct confrontation with the mechanical empire. Meanwhile, at the command center of the mechanical empire, Liu Marin was holding an emergency meeting with his advisors. Master, you exposed the plan too early. We still need to make more adequate preparations before launching a full-scale attack on the alliance, advised strategy advisor 01. Luo Marin snorted disdainfully. A mere organic life form? What need is there for so much preparation? My iron army can crush them into dust at any time. Master, let's stabilize the alliance first. The most urgent matter now is to concentrate our forces to counter the second wave of attacks from the alien invaders. Another advisor, B03, reminded. If we cannot repel the extraterrestrial forces, your plan to rule the entire planet will become a bubble, A01 added. Though Luo Marin was unwilling, he ultimately accepted their advice, temporarily postponing the attack on the alliance and shifting focus to countering the alien invasion. At the same time, in a remote valley, the remnants of the alliance were reorganizing their strength. Master, what should our next step be? The gathered members asked Jiang Chen for strategies, sitting around him. Jiang Chen remained silent for a long time before softly saying, rather than passively waiting, we should take the initiative. I command you to lead a vanguard team deep into the enemy's territory to launch attacks on their supply lines. After saying this, his gaze fixed on a young warrior's face. The young warrior immediately understood, kneeling in response. Master, I will lead the vanguard team at once and vow to seize the initiative for you. That night, the young warrior led 200 top fighters into the mechanical empire, beginning to disrupt its supply lines. They dispersed and moved stealthily, creating chaos in various locations. Although the mechanical empire possessed advanced technology, they were still flustered when faced with these covert and mobile attacks. Damn it, they actually counterattacked. Luo Marin, watching the chaos unfold on the screens in the command center, exploded with rage. Master, let's stabilize the situation first. Our primary enemy still remains the aliens, the advisors advised once more. Reluctantly, Luo Marin was forced to hold back and order the Iron Golem to defend key locations, not to move easily. Thus, the Alliance's disruption operations continued for a while without encountering significant resistance, successfully throwing the mechanical empire's rear deployment into disarray. At the same time, the second wave of attacks from the alien invaders was about to arrive. In the vast universe, strange-looking alien warships were forming their fleets and approaching Blue Star. Foolish Earthlings, let you witness true Dominion power. The enormous dark face reappeared in the void, grinning. This time, the alien fleet was larger in scale and stronger in combat capability. They quickly bypassed the defenses of the mechanical empire and the Alliance, directly pushing the battlefield into the orbit of Blue Star. All warships, open fire. I want to turn this planet into ruins. The dark face roared, and tens of thousands of lasers immediately shot downwards. Quick, activate the full-band barrier. The mechanical empire and the Alliance urgently raised their full-strength energy shields on ground. Two massive energy forces clashed and collided in the sky above Earth, nearly tearing apart the entire space. Our energy shield is about to be ineffective. We can't withstand the next wave of attacks. Jiang Chen looked at the smoke rising from the protective shield above, his face ashen. I feel the same. Our defense system is also on the brink of collapse. Luo Ran frowned in the command center. Haha, struggle like ants. The dark alien laughed loudly as he watched both armies in despair. Tens of thousands of more intense, energy-burning lasers instantly rained down, splitting the entire sky in half. Protect with divine power. Activate the photon shield. The mechanical empire and the Alliance put forth all their strength at the last moment to fend off this deadly strike. However, the protective shield still collapsed with a thunderous crash under the blinding lasers. Fortunately, the shockwave was timely isolated and the ground suffered minimal damage. Phew, finally passed the critical moment. Jiang Chen and Luo Ran both let out long breaths, relieved that the headquarters had not suffered a catastrophic blow. It seems we must think of another strategy. Otherwise, we will eventually be breached by the aliens. Luo Ran's voice contained undeniable anxiety. After discussing, the The two decided to adopt a proactive attack strategy. We cannot keep being on the defensive. We must find a way to counterattack the alien positions and disrupt their command system. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with intensity. To this end, they decided to jointly develop a penetrating missile capable of breaking through the alien defenses and infiltrating the enemy mothership. With the combined efforts of the top scientists, the missile, named Dawn, was finally developed successfully after a month. On this day, the Dawn penetrating missile was installed in the launch silo, awaiting orders. Jiang Chen and Liu Mo looked at it with hope, as if it were the key to turning the tide in their favor. Dawn ignition! As the launch button was pressed, a loud roar echoed, and the missile's tail flame shot out. The Dawn soared like a fire-red meteor, rapidly flying into the universe beyond Blue Star. Its flight path is normal. It is expected to reach the alien fleet attack range in 3 minutes. The technician in the control room nervously monitored the radar screen. Jiang Chen and Liu Mo gazed into the distant sky, anxiously waiting. 3 minutes later, the missile's signal appeared on the screen, precisely as expected, entering the alien battleship group. The Dawn began its terminal attack. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, an alarm suddenly sounded on the radar. Just a few seconds later, the missile's signal abruptly vanished from the screen. What happened? The Dawn disappeared. Liu Mo exploded in anger. Not good. Our missile seems to have been detected and destroyed by the aliens in advance. The technician also looked frustrated. It seems that the enemy's defense system is more complex than we anticipated. We underestimated them. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. We must seek another method. Liu Moran slammed his fist on the control panel in frustration. Their painstakingly developed armor-piercing missiles had been effortlessly rendered useless by the aliens, leaving him feeling extremely upset. The aliens, we should manufacture more missiles for a saturation attack. We can surely break through their defenses, Analyst A01 suggested. No. If we do that, we'll eventually be worn down by their technological advantage. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, we must find another way. The others exchanged glances for a long time, all at a loss. At that moment, Bai Leitang suddenly spoke up. Master, I have a bold idea. Why not directly raid the alien fleet's command center and deal a heavy blow to the enemy's leadership? But according to my scans, the defenses of the alien command ship are extremely tight. Penetrating them would be very difficult, Liu Moran countered. Bai Leitang smiled slightly. No matter how strong the defenses, there will always be weaknesses. I have my ways to infiltrate. After listening, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought, then resolutely declared, let's go with Elder Bai's suggestion. We will stake everything and go for the enemy's head. Thus, one deep night, Bai Leitang ventured alone into a remote valley far from human habitation. He sat cross-legged, channeling all his energy, and then struck his palms together with a loud bang. Using divine power to guide, open the starry sky. Boom! The shockwave from this strike blasted a huge hole in the mountain before him. Beyond the hole was a space passage shimmering with faint blue energy. Bai Leitang took a deep breath and then leapt into the passage without hesitation. After a few seconds of intense turbulence, he found himself back in normal space, floating near a gigantic alien command ship. I can't believe I've really made it to the center of the alien fleet. Bai Leitang was slightly incredulous, but soon he suppressed his shock and quietly approached the dark command ship. On the surface of the ship, he could see complex patterns writhing and flowing, emanating a cold aura. Bai Leitang concentrated and searched for a while, finally discovering a tiny opening. Let's see your defense system. He swung his sword, instantly cutting through the hull and sending himself into the interior of the command ship. Inside, the lighting was dim, with silver-gray metal walls everywhere, and alien language broadcast occasionally wafting through the ventilation ducts. Bai Leitang cautiously moved through the complex corridors, killing any alien guards he encountered along the way. Eventually, When he reached the outside of the central control room, he heard strange self-talk coming from inside. "It's him." Bai Leitang's eyes lit up. Inside the control room, a tall alien commander with tentacles was operating the control panel. Bai Leitang was as fast as lightning, appearing behind it and stabbing his sword into its back. The alien commander didn't even have time to react before it turned to dust. Target eliminated. Bai Leitang sheathed his sword and quickly began to destroy various instruments within the control room. At the same time, in the sky above Blue Star, the alien fleet's offensive suddenly halted. What happened? Jiang Chen was bewildered. It seems the alien command system has been disrupted. The entire fleet is in chaos. Lu Moran's detector picked up the enemy's unusual movements. Before long, Bai Leitang returned to Blue Star via the same route. "Master, I successfully assassinated the alien commander, causing their command system to collapse." Bai Leitang reported triumphantly. Good. Jiang Chen excitedly embraced Bai Leitang. After the alien command center was ambushed, their offensive fell into chaos. This provided the two major forces on Earth with a breathing space. While searching the wreckage of the alien command ship, Lu Mo Ranch troops made an unexpected discovery. "Master, we found a relatively intact alien database within the fleet wreckage," A01 reported. "What?" "Quickly transfer the data." Lu Mo Ran urged eagerly. Before long, the Mechanical Empire decoded and obtained the vast majority of the alien technology data contained in that database. This is simply an unexpected windfall. We can use this to reverse engineer the aliens' advanced technology. Lu Mo Ran said, looking at the database with delight. After acquiring the alien technology, the researchers of the Mechanical Empire worked day and night to analyze it. A month later, they successfully developed a new type of mecha that integrated alien technology. This type of mecha had super strong armor and was equipped with a force field shield like that of the alien fleet. More importantly, its movement speed was significantly enhanced, allowing for short-distance space jumps. Ha! With this new batch of mechas, our strength will far surpass that of the Alliance. Lu Mo Ren couldn't help but laugh during a tactical assessment. "Master, should we use the new mechas to eliminate the remnants of the Alliance first, to avoid future troubles?" A01 suggested obsequiously. "Good idea. Let's do it." Lu Mo Ran's eyes lit up. Thus, he hastily deployed the new mechas to attack the Alliance remnant stronghold, preparing for a full-scale assault. "Master, not good. The mechanical army is attacking." A sentry rushed into Jiang Chen's tent in a panic. Jiang Chen calmly tidied his collar and said, "Let them come. I am prepared for what's to come." Soon, the infantry robots of the Mechanical Empire had surrounded the stronghold of the Alliance remnants. The new alien mechas slowly descended from the sky, emitting a cold metallic sheen. "Jiang Chen, stop your futile resistance and obediently accept transformation." Lu Mo Ran's image appeared from the mecha, arrogantly declaring, "Transformation? That's just another name for destruction." Jiang Chen drove his sword into the ground. "We will fight to the death." After saying that, he personally led the charge into the encirclement of the mechas, with a mage closely following him. The two stood back to back, killing their way through the mechas with an overwhelming momentum, intent on taking Lu Mo Ran down with them. Fools seeking death. Lu Mo Ran was furious upon seeing this. The alien mechas immediately activated their jump system and suddenly appeared behind the two. Then, countless shells and missiles bombarded them. "Light shield!" The mage struggled to conjure a light shield to defend against this deadly onslaught. However, the shield quickly shattered under the intense barrage. "The heavens have abandoned my master. My life ends in this battle." Jiang Chen roared to the sky, his aura surging. At that critical moment, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the two. Then, a dazzling shockwave erupted with lightning speed, directly sending the surrounding mechas flying. "What's going on?" Lumo Ren hadn't reacted when he was suddenly yanked out of his mecha, flying backward. Soon after, he landed on the ground with a loud crash. Lumo Ren struggled to raise his head and saw Bai Leiting holding a long sword, looking down at him with eyes flashing with brilliance. Mechanical body, you better repent. Before the words had faded, Bai Leiting swung his long sword, transforming it into countless sword shadows that sliced toward him. Lumo Ren's protective force field instantly collapsed, and amidst his wails, he was sliced apart by countless attacks. Master! No! A01, witnessing this scene, quickly led the mech troops to retreat. Jiang Chen and the mage emerged from the white light, unable to hide their excitement. Old friend, thank you for saving us from peril. Master, now that this danger has passed, we need to devise a long-term plan. Bai Leiting sheathed his sword. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded, then looked around at the ruins that had been leveled to the ground. You are absolutely right. At this moment, we must regroup and create a true iron army to resist external enemies. Thus, under Bai Leiting's suggestion, Jiang Chen decided to fully integrate the remnants of the alliance with the technological prowess of the mechanical empire. Using the power of machinery, grant magic an eternal steel body. With the joint efforts of the scientists, a month later, a brand new army slowly descended from the assembly platform. They looked no different from ordinary mechs, but hidden beneath their steel exteriors was a powerful magical combat core. They possessed both the toughness and precision of machinery and the limitless potential of magic. Good. With such strong ones as the backbone, our army will surely be able to fight with determination and repel the external enemies. Jiang Chen inspected the new mechanical magic army, clenching his fists, blood boiling with excitement. At the same time, in outer space, the new commander of the alien invaders was also reorganizing their forces, preparing to launch an even more intense offensive. Foolish Earthlings, your resistance will only make the impending destruction more thorough. His eyes were blood red. I will now show you true, absolute power. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open in the void. Countless bizarrely shaped alien warships shot out from within, their numbers and scale leaving people dumbfounded. A heavy black mist once again enveloped the skies above Blue Star, casting the entire planet in a terrifying shadow. All warships, launch an attack and turn them to dust. The alien commander's sinister laugh echoed through every warship's communication channel. In the next moment, the imposing alien army began to form an attack formation at the edge of Blue Star's atmosphere, unleashing a frenzied bombardment upon the surface like a hurricane. Comrades, the time has come to defend our homeland. Faced with the approaching alien army, Jiang Chen led the newly formed mechanical magic army to bravely counterattack. Through their efforts, they finally managed to barely condense a shield of light to resist the intruders. The two fleets clashed fiercely above Blue Star, instantly erupting with brilliant light. The mechanical magic army used all their might to repel the advancing alien forces, but the enemy fleet's numbers were simply too overwhelming. We're about to hold on no longer. Jiang Chen's expression was grave. As the last line of defense was about to be breached, the fate of Blue Star hung by a thread. At that moment, a silvery figure resembling a shooting star suddenly appeared in space, charging towards the gathering of alien fleets. In the name of the gods, bring light back to this world. With both hands raised, an instant later, countless dazzling beams of light surged forth, quickly covering the alien warships. Only the deafening roar was heard, as the vast and boundless extraterrestrial army was instantly reduced to ashes. Great! My old friend has come to the rescue. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. You've finally arrived. If it weren't for your strike, we would have had no hope of survival, Jiang Chen said, gripping the mysterious man's hand, his tone filled with excitement. Good and evil are hard to distinguish, black and white unclear. Only light represents justice. The mysterious man slowly descended in front of Jiang Chen. This catastrophe should not have happened. We must work harder to cut off the source of this darkness. It turned out that this person was the old man who had helped Jiang Chen on multiple occasions when he found himself in dire situations. He was the immortal of Wuyo. You speak wisely, immortal. The black hands behind this disaster must be uncovered. We need to join forces to investigate thoroughly, Jiang Chen nodded. Thus, with the help of the immortal of Wuyo, Jiang Chen quickly regained his strength and continued to command the battle. At the same time, within the Mechanical Empire, the various advisors controlled by Liu Mo Ran were also actively strategizing. The leader is no longer here. We must elect a new leader to guide the Empire through this crisis. A01 analyzed. After repeated deliberations, the advisors finally nominated a new leader, B03. B03 possessed high logical processing abilities and strategic foresight, making him suitable for leading the Empire against external threats. After the trust votes were passed, B03 officially assumed the position of the new leader of the Mechanical Empire. Meanwhile, the third wave of the alien offensive was about to arrive. Foolish Earthlings, let you witness the true power of the leader. The ugly visage of the new alien leader reappeared on the screen. Then, from a spatial rift, tens of thousands of new alien warships surged forth, along with more bizarrely shaped biochemical weapons. They quickly surrounded all the critical points of Blue Star, coiling around it like venomous snakes. Faced with the relentless new assault from the aliens, the three major forces on Earth underwent unprecedented changes. The Mechanical Magic Alliance, led by Jiang Chen, the Mechanical Empire controlled by B03, and the mysterious immortal of Wuyo ultimately decided to form a tripartite alliance to jointly resist the alien invaders. We agree that regardless of how this catastrophe ends, we must coexist peacefully in the future and cannot engage in internal strife again, the representatives from the three parties promised. However, just as everything was getting back on track, a huge crisis quietly emerged. In a remote desert to the west of the dynasty, strange anomalies had recently occurred. A massive vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the desert, with large quantities of black material surging out every day. The patrolling soldiers dared not approach and could only monitor from a distance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen had a vague suspicion that this might be caused by some unknown extraordinary power. To prevent future issues, he decided to personally lead a team to investigate. As an elite squad arrived at the vortex, a colossal black monster suddenly burst forth. It was covered in sharp spikes, radiating a terrifying black light, representing the nightmare of all life. Protect the Emperor! The fierce generals hurriedly shielded Jiang Chen. The black monster let out a deafening roar, like a visitor from hell. Its massive claws swung, each strike stirring up a storm of sand. Despite the desperate resistance, several generals fell to the ground, their blood soaking the yellow sand. Damn it! Watch me unleash the divine dragon heaven spell. Jiang Chen formed seals with both hands and forcefully pushed upward. Suddenly, a golden giant dragon descended from the sky, crashing into the black monster. The entire desert shook. Boom! The two beasts engaged in a fierce battle in midair, devastating the surrounding area for miles. In the end, Jiang Chen's divine dragon barely emerged victorious, and the black beast fell to the ground, vanishing into nothingness. What kind of terrifying power is this? Jiang Chen felt a lingering fear. This wave of extraordinary energy pressure was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Upon returning to the capital, Jiang Chen convened an emergency meeting to discuss this bizarre incident. Your Majesty, according to the scout's report, a massive black fortress has recently appeared deep in the distant desert. It emanates powerful magical energy and is quite eerie, the commander reported respectfully. What? Such a fortress has actually emerged. Jiang Chen's heart sank. It seems we must quickly investigate its origins to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The next day, Jiang Chen personally led his troops deep into the heart of the desert. In the depths of the sandy sea, there indeed stood a dark pyramid-like complex, covered in strange magical inscriptions and exuding an ominous aura. This was the source of the black beasts. Quickly surround the fortress. I want to witness the secrets here myself, Jiang Chen ordered in a deep voice. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to enter the core of the pyramid, a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. You mere mortals dare to pry into the secrets of our dark empire? A gigantic phantom appeared in the sky above, revealing a man clad in black armor and wearing a horned helmet. His eyes glowed red, emitting terrifying magical waves. I am the Dark Lord Dismark, leader of the Dark Legion. You have invaded my territory. Your crimes deserve the harshest punishment, he roared. Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart, suddenly realizing that he faced an unimaginably powerful enemy. The negotiations between both sides yielded no results, and Dismark sent out a horde of terrifying black beasts and dark-clad warriors to attack Jiang Chen. Thus, a fierce confrontation erupted between the Sun Dynasty and this dark force in the distant desert. Where does your ominous power come from? How dare you contend with my divine power? Jiang Chen pointed his sword, his battle intent igniting. Ha ha ha! My power comes from the abyss of the demon realm. How can you mere mortals resist? The man calling himself Dismark laughed maniacally. Your Majesty, be careful of his evil spirit magic, the lead general warned. Suddenly, Dismark swept his palms, and countless black tendrils rained down from the sky. They twisted and coiled, like evil spirits summoned by demons. Use the holy light disk to banish the evil. Jiang Chen refused to back down and raised his holy staff. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light descended from the heavens, accurately striking those evil tendrils. The magical creatures let out a mournful wail and quickly vanished in a thin air. You possess such divine power. Dismark's expression changed, revealing a hint of caution. Behold my divine dragon's descent. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and shouted, looking to the sky. A golden divine dragon revealed itself, soaring toward the demon lord. Its massive claws struck down, and Dismark struggled to conjure a shield to block it, but was still knocked back several steps, deep scratches appearing on his armor. Unforgivable! Taste the power of my legion, he snarled, his face twisted in rage. Suddenly, from the depths of the desert, countless pitch-black creatures with sharp horns emerged, roaring as they charged directly at Jiang Chen's army. Banish the evil with holy fire. Jiang Chen unleashed a fire spell in an attempt to halt the Black Beast Legion. However, this time the number of black beasts was overwhelming, quickly breaking apart Jiang Chen's formation. Protect your majesty! The valiant generals fought hard to resist, but several fell, their blood staining the sand. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Jiang Chen. The power of the Dark Legion exceeded his imagination. Will you not repent and surrender? Dismark laughed menacingly from the sky. Just at that critical moment, a white light suddenly streaked across the sky, accurately striking Dismark and sending him flying. It's the support from the divine race. Jiang Chen's expression brightened. Dozens of beams of light descended from the heavens, quickly enveloping Jiang Chen's army in a magical protective shield, isolating them from the attacks of the dark creatures. Thank you for your assistance, divine race. Jiang Chen sighed in relief, temporarily escaping from danger. Meanwhile, Dismark reappeared in midair. Divine race, you dare to obstruct my ambitions. Dismark, you have violated the heavenly laws. We have come at the command of the gods to punish you. The elder of the Golden Armor God clan spoke first, his voice commanding. Heavenly laws? A mere god clan thinks it can restrict me. Dismark shouted in anger, Get out of my way! As he spoke, he slammed his palms together, unleashing dark energy that forced the god clan elder to stagger back a few steps. Quickly, support us. We must weaken his power. The elder steadied himself and exchanged glances with the other gods. The The gods quickly gathered together, and a mysterious, magical formation appeared. They formed complex hand seals and then chanted a sacred incantation in unison. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a dazzling rift, and countless golden runes descended from above, firmly binding Dismark. "No, what are you doing?" He struggled in disbelief, but could not break free from the God Clan's seal. "By divine decree, we strip you of 70% of your power." The gods continued to chant, and golden waves erupted from Dismark's body, revealing a faint phantom being drawn from within him and dissipating into the air. "My power! No!" He roared, struggling violently, and finally broke through the God Clan's restraints. I didn't expect the God Clan to have such means." Dismark managed to hover in the air with difficulty. "All right, you have temporarily escaped the calamity, but Dismark, will ultimately control all things in this world." With a sinister laugh, he vanished amidst the swirling black smoke. The desert was left with ruins scorched by the battle. "Thank you, God Clan, for your assistance in severely wounding this demon king." Jiang Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Dismark's power is indeed astonishing. You and I must join forces to repel this dark force," the God Clan elder slowly replied. Jiang Chen nodded deeply, realizing that an unprecedented powerful enemy had emerged. This decisive battle was likely just beginning. After the God Clan weakened the demon king Dismark's power, Jiang Chen reorganized his troops and temporarily returned to the capital. He understood that as long as Dismark existed, the threat of darkness would always loom. "Your Majesty, there has been a new disturbance from the demon realm." 3 days later, a scout rushed in with urgent news, reporting that beneath the ruins of the burned pyramid, strange tremors were emanating from deep underground. "What kind of fiend is this?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Soon after, a dark-clad messenger riding a giant beast burst into the hall and respectfully presented a message. Jiang Chen unfolded the black parchment and saw that it was scrawled in a crooked handwriting. "Ents, you have only provoked a small part of the demon realm's power. Now allow you to witness the true Dark Army." At the end of the message was a blood-red fingerprint. Dismark. Jiang Chen recognized it at a glance as the Demon King's unique seal. Is he planning to attack again? The ministers were alarmed. "Convey my military orders. The entire nation is to be placed on alert." Jiang Chen immediately issued a decree for mobilization. 3 days later, the 3 armies of the Sun Dynasty had already set out towards the heart of the demon realm. Just the night before their departure, Jiang Chen suddenly received an urgent notification from the guardian beast requesting a meeting. When the silver-haired elder walked slowly into the presence of the emperor, Jiang Chen immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Elder Minming, what brings you here?" Minming is the highest guardian of the sacred beast system, and his personal visit must indicate a significant matter. "Your Majesty, I have a grave warning that I must report to you." Minming's expression was solemn as he took out a crystalline water gem from his bosom. "This is the heart of all beasts. Recently, through its sensing abilities, it has detected an unusually powerful dark force gathering deep within the demon realm. If we do not take precautions, once this force is unleashed, the consequences will be unimaginable." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. He knew that what the heart of all beasts described was not a fabrication. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. If that is the case, we must spare no effort and prepare for battle. Your Majesty is wise. I will immediately go to gather all the sacred beast forces, vowing to assist you in expelling this chaotic dark force." Minming responded respectfully. After their discussion, Jiang Chen further strengthened his military forces to prepare for the impending battle from the demon realm. At this moment, deep within the demon realm, Dismark was seated on his obsidian throne. "Lord, as per your command, we have completed the summoning of the Dragon Legion. They are ready to march at any moment into the human realm," reported a kneeling general. "Very good. Ha ha ha." Dismark's laughter was filled with savagery and cruelty. The Sun Dynasty and the Divine Clan are overestimating themselves. This time, I will let them witness the true wrath of the demon realm. Now, I command the entire Dragon Legion to mobilize, and like guests from hell, turn the human realm into ruins. Yes, the demon generals immediately conveyed the order, and deep within the earth, a series of roars and howls erupted. Countless colossal beasts, with sharp claws and horns, radiating a brilliant black light, surged forth from the fissures in the ground. They flicked their tails and dark wings, taking off en masse towards the human realm. At the same time, the three armies of the Sun Dynasty had already entered the territory of the demon realm, cautiously probing the enemy situation around them. Attention! Abnormal creatures approaching from the front. Before the Sentinel's warning could finish, a multitude of gigantic creatures suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun. Wielding long spears and giant axes covered in black spikes, they emanated an aura of demonic energy, as if they aimed to consume the entire world. The Dragon Legion is attacking. Quickly prepare for battle. The three armies anxiously formed their ranks, ready to face this catastrophic and terrifying assault. However, defending against a Dragon Legion of this scale was an unprecedented, severe challenge. The overwhelming dragon army quickly surrounded Jiang Chen's three armies. "Use the fury of the lost souls to crush the enemy," commanded the leading dragon elder, his voice booming. With a thunderous roar, countless black energy beams erupted from the dragon ranks, accurately striking Jiang Chen's army formation. "Quickly activate the sorrowful holy shield." Jiang Chen urgently commanded the mages to cast the strongest protective barrier. However, the enemy's firepower was too overwhelming. The magic formation quickly shattered amidst the explosions. Jiang Chen's three armies began to retreat step by step under the relentless advance of the Dragon Legion. "Ha ha! Let you witness the power of the Dragon Clan," Dismok commanded from the rear, his laughter dripping with malice. "The retreat has disrupted our formation. We must regroup our forces to fight back." Jiang Chen realized that going head-to-head was destined to fail. Thus, he decided to order the three armies to temporarily fall back and look for opportunities to counterattack. However, the dragons did not allow Jiang Chen to catch his breath. They relentlessly pursued and soon caught up to the retreating units. "Watch my dragon's breath turn them to ashes." The elder dragon waved a claw and pointed, and instantly countless black flames spewed from the dragon's mouth. There were cries of despair as the rear guard of Jiang Chen's army was instantly turned to ash in this catastrophe-like inferno. "No!" Jiang Chen watched this scene unfold, his heart ablaze with rage, and hurriedly urged his mount to rapidly rush to the front of the dragon horde. "With the celestial fire, burn them!" he roared, slapping his palms together fiercely. In an instant, a strong, fiery light descended from the sky, transforming into 10 giant dragons that accurately struck the dragon horde. Roar! Several dragons were instantly turned to nothingness, while the others retreated a few steps, wincing in pain. "How dare you injure our kin? You deserve to die 1,000 times." The elder dragon was furious. "With my 9 nether souls, I attack." He opened his mouth wide, and a massive cloud of black mist surged forth. "Be careful." Jiang Chen tried to dodge, but was still affected by the black mist, feeling his body become weak and powerless. "Damn it! I've been hit by its cursed mist attack." He struggled to support himself. Just as the dragons prepared to press their advantage, suddenly a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the sky. Amidst the golden light, an enormous sacred fire dragon appeared. It flapped its wings, and a beam of fiery light struck down into the dragon horde. "It's the Heavenly Emperor's descent. We are saved." Jiang Chen's army cheered in unison upon seeing the divine dragon appear. At the same time, numerous divine beings flew into the battlefield. Some wielded divine artifacts, while others could unleash various divine powers, causing chaos among the dragon army. "Piho, Mia divine beings." Dismark coldly snorted, continuing to command the dragons to launch a fierce attack. "You wicked creature! Dare to act wantonly. Today we shall eliminate you." The Divine Elder also revealed himself, engaging Dismark in battle in midair. Thus, the two factions engaged in a fierce battle above the demon realm for an entire day and night. The clash of the sacred and the magical, of light and darkness, erupted into unprecedented fierce warfare. Any slight negligence from either side could lead to total annihilation. In this earth-shattering decisive battle, the Divine faction and Jiang Chen ultimately gained a slight upper hand thanks to their tenacious will and physical strength. Retreat. Retreat. After suffering heavy losses, Dismark had no choice but to reluctantly order the Dragon Army to temporarily withdraw. Once Jiang Chen and the Divine Elder ensured the battlefield was secure, they led their armies back to the capital for rest and recuperation. Thanks to the assistance of the Divine faction, we have finally forced the demon army back, preventing total annihilation. Jiang Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Dismark's power is indeed shocking. We must further consolidate our forces to completely eliminate him, the Divine Elder said slowly. After this battle, the Sun Dynasty and the Divine faction reached a consensus and formally established a military alliance to jointly combat the threat from the demon realm. The world-shaking war between gods and demons had thus begun. After experiencing a fierce battle, both Jiang Chen and the Divine faction realized that Dismark's demon army was formidable, and completely eliminating it would require significant effort. Thus, both sides agreed that before thoroughly defeating the demon army, they must maintain a united front and share resources. In the capital, Jiang Chen convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. "Lords, although we successfully repelled the demon army this time, we also paid a great price," he said, pacing slowly, his expression grave. "We must quickly reorganize our military strength and restore our combat capabilities. At the same time, we need to remain vigilant against a counterattack from the demon army. We will definitely do our utmost to assist the Emperor in restoring the nation's strength and solidifying our defenses." The officials all responded with cupped fists. However, just as Jiang Chen was preparing with all his strength, an unexpected incident suddenly erupted on the western border. In the sparsely populated western mountain area, strange lights had been frequently reported recently. According to the border sentries, there had been a large number of unidentified flying objects appearing in that area. Jiang Chen stood atop the highest tower of the Sun Dynasty, gazing towards the western mountain range. There, a strange blue light flickered in the night sky, akin to a supernatural aurora display. This phenomenon had appeared for 7 consecutive days. "Your Majesty, reports from the western border have arrived." A general clad in golden armor hurriedly approached, respectfully handing over a scroll of parchment. Jiang Chen took the report and began to read carefully. With each line, his brow furrowed deeper. The report described the emergence of numerous unidentified flying objects, which were disc-shaped and able to hover in the air, emitting blinding blue light. Even more concerning was the fact that these objects seemed to be conducting some sort of survey activity. "Immediately convene a military council," Jiang Chen decisively ordered. "We must ascertain the source of these phenomena as soon as possible." Half an hour later, the high-ranking officials of the Sun Dynasty gathered together. Jiang Chen surveyed the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, the Western phenomenon has persisted for a week. We cannot stand idly by. We must take action. Your Majesty, I suggest sending an elite investigation team." An old general stood up. "I will personally lead it to delve into the Western Mountains to find out the truth." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. "That's settled. Additionally, I will personally lead a support force, ready to provide assistance at any time." On the morning of the 8th day, a search team consisting of 500 elite soldiers set off. They were fully armed and carried the most advanced detection equipment. The old general rode a powerful warhorse, leading the team into the western mountains. At the same time, Jiang Chen also led an army of 10,000, stationed 50 miles from the border, prepared to provide support. The investigation team trudged through the mountainous terrain for 3 days. It was on the fourth day's dusk that they finally discovered the source of the phenomenon. In a secluded valley, a massive cluster of metallic structures stood abruptly. They exhibited perfect geometric shapes, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, reflecting the remnants of the sunset. Above the cluster of buildings, dozens of disc-shaped flying objects hovered, emitting a ghostly blue light. Report, General. We have discovered an unidentified cluster of buildings and flying objects ahead. A scout rushed back to report. The old general immediately ordered the entire army to be on alert and sent a messenger to swiftly inform Jiang Chen. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A blinding blue light suddenly shot out from the cluster of buildings, striking the center of the investigation team. In an instant, dozens of soldiers were enveloped by the blue light and then vanished into thin air. Enemy attack. Everyone scatter immediately and seek cover, the old general shouted, drawing his sword. However, more blue light began to wreak havoc on the battlefield. The investigation team appeared incredibly vulnerable in the face of this unprecedented assault. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people had been struck by the mysterious beam and disappeared. The old general gritted his teeth and ordered counterattack. The archers drew their bows and aimed at the flying objects above. Yet, the arrows were deflected by an invisible force field the moment they made contact with the flying objects. Damn it, conventional weapons can't penetrate their defenses at all, the old general roared in frustration. At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Cease your futile resistance, primitive carbon-based life forms. Your technological level is too low. You are no match for us. As soon as the voice fell, more blue light poured down. The morale of the investigation team began to crumble, and some soldiers started to flee in all directions. The old general knew the situation was critical and immediately ordered a retreat. However, the speed of the flying vehicles far exceeded what they had anticipated. Before they could exit the valley, they were surrounded. Lower your weapons and accept our transformation. Otherwise, you will be completely erased, that voice rang out again. The old general looked around and realized there was no way to retreat. He took a deep breath, preparing to order a surrender, when suddenly a deafening dragon roar echoed through the sky. A gigantic golden dragon flew in from the horizon, and on its back stood a figure clad in golden armor. None other than Jiang Chen. Die, you abominable creature! Jiang Chen shouted angrily, swinging his long sword down fiercely. A dazzling golden light descended from the heavens, striking the largest of the flying vehicles with precision. In the deafening explosion, the vehicle turned into a fireball, crashing to the ground. Jiang Chen rode the golden dragon down, wielding his sword. With each strike, he destroyed a flying vehicle. His figure darted across the battlefield like a bolt of golden lightning, unstoppable. How is this possible? The mysterious voice finally revealed a hint of panic. Who exactly are you? Jiang Chen snickered. I am Jiang Chen of the Sun Dynasty, the Chosen One. You dare to invade my territory, and now you'll witness my might. Having said that, he formed hand seals, and a massive golden magic circle took shape in the air. In an instant, countless beams of golden light shot out like swords, targeting the flying vehicles in all directions. Thunderous explosions rang out one after another, shaking the entire valley. Within just a few minutes, over half of the flying vehicles were destroyed. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to unleash his final strike, an unexpected change occurred. The mysterious metallic structures suddenly began to transform, rising up like a giant transforming robot. It stood hundreds of meters tall, radiating a ghostly blue glow. Foolish carbon-based life forms, do you think this is all our power? A cold mechanical voice echoed. Since you insist on opposing us, let you witness the true strength of the Star Alliance. Before the words finished, the giant robot swung a fist, and a massive energy beam shot toward Jiang Chen. His expression changed, and he quickly maneuvered the golden dragon to evade. However, the beam was too fast and grazed the dragon's tail. The golden dragon cried out in pain, nearly falling from the sky. Damn it, this guy's power is incredibly strong. Jiang Chen thought, alarmed. He quickly adjusted his strategy, no longer engaging in a direct confrontation, but instead began moving rapidly in the air, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. At the same time, he ordered the ground troops to retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Although the giant robot's attacks were powerful, its movements were somewhat clumsy. Relying on his agile movements, Jiang Chen continuously dodged the deadly energy beams while searching for the opponent's weak points. After an intense struggle, Jiang Chen finally spotted his chance. After the robot launched a large-scale attack, its energy seemed to momentarily weaken. Now's my chance. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. He threw his long sword with all his strength, the blade piercing the energy core in the chest of the robot. Boom! With a deafening roar, the energy core shattered. The giant robot staggered and eventually collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The battle ended, but there was no sign of relief on Jiang Chen's face. He knew that this encounter was just the beginning. A mysterious force known as the Star Alliance had officially entered his sights. Send out the orders to immediately seal off this area. Jiang Chen said to Ko Xiao, I want to personally investigate this so-called Star Nation. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to delve deeper into the investigation, an unexpected discovery astonished everyone. At the spot where the giant robot had fallen, a peculiar energy sphere was slowly rising. It emitted a soft blue light and appeared very mysterious. What is this? Jiang Chen cautiously approached the energy sphere. Suddenly, the energy sphere exploded with a burst of bright light, and a massive stream of information surged directly into Jiang Chen's mind. After a brief moment of dizziness, Jiang Chen was astonished to find that he had gained knowledge about source energy. Source energy, Jiang Chen murmured, is this the source of the Star Nation's power? At that moment, a large number of light points suddenly appeared on the horizon. More flying machines from the Star Nation were approaching. After leading the army back to the capital of the Sun Dynasty, Jiang Chen immediately convened an emergency meeting. He informed all the high-ranking officials about the encounter in the Western Mountains, as well as his discovery regarding source energy. Gentlemen, Jiang Chen surveyed the generals and ministers in the conference hall. We are about to face an unprecedented challenge. This self-proclaimed Star Nation possesses technological power far beyond our imagination. Their source of power is this mysterious energy known as source energy. Your Majesty, how should we respond? An elderly minister inquired. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. We must quickly master the methods of utilizing source energy. At the same time, we need to strengthen our defenses along the western border to prevent further invasion from the Star Nation. Just then, a messenger rushed into the conference hall. Your Majesty, urgent military report. The Greystone Clan and the Flying Spirit Clan have both learned of the existence of source energy. They are mobilizing their armies to compete for the source energy resources. The conference hall immediately erupted into chaos. Jiang Chen stood up abruptly. It seems an all-out war over source energy is inevitable. Send out orders for the entire nation to enter a state of readiness immediately. In the following days, the entire Sun Dynasty was engulfed in a tense atmosphere of preparation for war. Jiang Chen personally oversaw the research on source energy while also strengthening military training to prepare for the impending conflict. However, what awaited them would be a war far more brutal than they had imagined. 3 months later, on the western border, Jiang Chen dispatched the commander of the Radiant Dawn Legion, Meng Jingtian, to lead 100,000 troops to stand guard in front of a towering mountain range. Opposite them was the vast mechanical army of the Star Nation. In the sky, countless flying machines circled around, producing an unsettling, buzzing sound. "Your Majesty, the enemy has at least 200,000 troops," a general reported beside him, "and their equipment far surpasses ours." Meng Jingtian calmly nodded. "Don't panic, we still have our secret weapons." Saying this, he raised his right hand. In his palm, a miniature blue energy sphere appeared. This was the result of their research on source energy over the past 3 months. "Attention, all troops. Activate the source energy devices." With Meng Jingtian's command, the entire army of the Sun Dynasty suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blue light. Each soldier was enveloped in a thin layer of energy shield, and the weapons in their hands began to radiate blue light. "Attack!" Meng Jingtian shouted, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. An unprecedented battle erupted. Meng Jingtian was like a golden lightning bolt, unstoppable on the battlefield. His sword was infused with source energy, and each strike effortlessly tore through the mechanical soldiers of the Star Nation. At the same time, the source energy shield kept him virtually invincible. "That human, capture him!" The commander of the Starry Kingdom issued a sharp electronic sound. Dozens of flying machines immediately dove down, launching a barrage of energy beams aimed at Meng Jingtian. Instead of retreating, Meng Jingtian advanced boldly. He leaped into the air, performing several flips in succession to dodge all the attacks. Then, the long sword in his hand suddenly extended, transforming into a massive energy blade. Slash! With a thunderous shout, Meng Jingtian swung the energy blade, unleashing a gigantic sword aura. In an instant, more than a dozen flying machines were cut in half, and the exploding flames illuminated the entire battlefield. At the same time, the army of the Sun Dynasty fought valiantly. Although they were at a numerical disadvantage, their energy equipment greatly enhanced their combat power. Even ordinary soldiers could face off against the mechanical warriors of the Starry Kingdom. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Just as the battle stalemate reached a critical point, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from the sky. "No way, it's the Rock Clan's Dragon Legion," shouted the leader of the first battle group, Yin Ping. In the sky, thousands of black dots appeared and rapidly enlarged. It was a massive dragon legion, each dragon exuding a chilling dark aura. More terrifyingly, they also shimmered with the glow of energy. "Damn it, the Rock Clan has also mastered energy technology." Meng Jingtian gritted his teeth. Before they could react, the Dragon Legion had already descended upon them. They spewed forth dark flames mixed with energy, turning everything in their path to scorched earth. Both the Sun Dynasty and the Starry Kingdom's forces suffered severe blows. Seeing the battlefield about to spiral out of control, Meng Jingtian decisively ordered, "All troops, listen up, form up for self-defense." Under Meng Jingtian's command, the surviving troops quickly gathered together to form a massive circular formation. Everyone pooled their energy together, creating a powerful energy shield. The attacks of the Dragon Legion were blocked by this shield, but the tremendous impact still threatened to topple the entire formation. "Hold on," Meng Jingtian shouted as he continuously injected his own power to maintain the shield. At that moment, a melodious sound of horns echoed from the sky. "It's the Flying Spirit Clan," someone exclaimed. A golden-armored angelic legion descended from the sky, holding divine scepters, their bodies radiating dazzling light. "In the name of the divine, expel the evil," the commander of the Flying Spirit Clan proclaimed loudly. In an instant, countless golden beams of light rained down from the sky, accurately hitting the Dragon Legion. The dragons let out painful howls, with many being purified into ashes. However, the Flying Spirit Clan did not stop there. Their next target was glaringly the troops of Meng Jingtian and the Mechanical Legion of the Starry Kingdom. "You are all tainted by the evil of energy and must be purified," the commander of the Flying Spirit Clan coldly stated. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in a chaotic melee. The Sun Dynasty, the Starry Kingdom, the Rock Clan, and the Flying Spirit Clan engaged in a brutal slaughter on this land. Meng Jingtian realized that if this continued, everyone would be caught in a cataclysm. He had to find a way to turn the tide. Just then, something suddenly occurred to him. Everyone listen up. Transfer all your source energy to me. Although they did not understand Meng Jingtian's intentions, all the soldiers executed the order without hesitation. In an instant, countless streams of blue energy converged onto Meng Jingtian's body. Meng Jingtian felt an unimaginable power fill his body, and he began to glow. He slowly rose into the air, looking down at the chaotic battlefield below. In my name, cease fire. With a roar, a massive wave of energy radiated from Meng Jingtian's center. All fighting stopped at that moment, and every living being involuntarily looked up at Meng Jingtian hovering in the air. Everyone, Meng Jingtian's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Do you not realize? We're being controlled by source energy, killing each other. The real enemy might be secretly rejoicing. At these words, the battlefield erupted in an uproar. The leaders of various factions fell into deep thought. I propose, Meng Jingtian continued, that we temporarily set aside our conflicts and jointly study the mysteries of source energy. Only in this way can we truly master this power, rather than be controlled by it. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. The leaders of various factions exchanged glances, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, the commander of the Flying Spirit clan spoke first. Meng Jingtian makes a valid point. Source energy indeed contains powers we cannot comprehend. If used recklessly, it could bring disaster to the entire world. Dismark, the commander of the Grey Rock clan, snorted coldly. Humph, it's rare for me to agree with your viewpoint. But who will lead this research? I believe it should be led by our Star Nation. The leader of the Star Nation's mechanical voice resonated. After all, we have the most in-depth research on source energy. Seeing that an argument was about to start again, Meng Jingtian quickly suggested, why don't we establish a joint research team, with each faction sending their elite members to participate? This way, we can gather wisdom and supervise each other. After some discussion, the factions finally reached a consensus. They agreed to temporarily cease hostilities and jointly study the mysteries of source energy. Thus, a war that could have destroyed the world was temporarily calmed under Meng Jingtian's mediation. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The real challenge was just beginning. In the following days, a joint research team, led by Ko Xiaoxiao, began an in-depth study of source energy. They established a large research base in the Western Mountains, gathering top talents from all factions. However, as the research deepened, they gradually discovered some unsettling truths. Your Majesty, we have found that source energy seems to possess some form of consciousness, a researcher reported to Jiang Chen. It can influence the thoughts of the user and may even be manipulating our behavior. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp. So, the previous war very likely was driven by source energy. The researcher nodded. It seems to be utilizing our internal conflicts to achieve some unknown purpose. This discovery left everyone shocked and terrified. They realized they might be facing a presence far more terrifying than they had imagined. Just as the research was at an impasse, an unexpected discovery pointed them in a new direction. During a routine energy test, Jiang Chen suddenly found that he could resonate with source energy in a certain way. Through this resonance, he seemed to be able to control the flow of source energy to some extent. This could be the breakthrough, Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly. If we can fully control the flow of source energy, we can avoid being manipulated by it. Thus, a bold plan was born. Jiang Chen decided to personally attempt to establish a deeper connection with the source energy, trying to unveil its essence. On a night of a full moon, Jiang Chen went alone to the central energy chamber of the research base. Here, there was a massive source energy cluster. Let's begin. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly approached the energy sphere that radiated a ghostly blue light. The moment his hand touched the energy sphere, an unimaginable force surged into his body. Jiang Chen felt as if his consciousness was being pulled from his physical form, entering a strange space. In this space, he saw countless flickering points of light, which seemed to represent all the life in the world. Further away, there was a huge mass of light pulsing slowly. Is that the core of the source energy? Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Just as he was about to approach that light mass, he suddenly sensed a powerful will that will seem to be examining him, evaluating his worth. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen asked in his mind. There was no verbal response, only a series of images suddenly flashing through Jiang Chen's mind. He witnessed the birth of the universe, saw the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and observed how the source energy influenced this reality. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt that the will had taken an interest in him. An even stronger energy began to surge into his body. Is this the source energy choosing me as its spokesperson? Jiang Chen thought in astonishment. At that moment, a violent explosion sound suddenly broke through from the outside, pulling Jiang Chen's consciousness back to reality. Enemy attack. Someone is ambushing the research base. The alarm rang throughout the base. Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly, realizing he was enveloped in a dazzling blue light. He could feel that his power had undergone a tremendous transformation. It seems it's time to test this new power. Jiang Chen smirked and rushed toward the battlefield. Jiang Chen burst out of the energy chamber, and the scene before him shocked him deeply. The entire research base was in chaos, with signs of explosions and lasers everywhere. In the sky, hundreds of unidentified flying machines were bombarding the base fiercely. Who is attacking? Jiang Chen asked sternly. A wounded guard stumbled over. Your Majesty, it's the Mechanical Empire. They launched a surprise attack. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. The Mechanical Empire had maintained neutrality under the leadership of B-03. Why had they suddenly launched an attack? There was no time to think further. Jiang Chen immediately joined the battle. He felt the source of continuous power surging within him and decided to try out the new abilities he had acquired. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen formed seals with his hands in front of his chest. In an instant, a massive blue energy sphere coalesced in his palms. Source energy sphere. With a loud shout, the energy sphere shot out with a swoosh, accurately hitting one of the flying machines in the sky. After a violent explosion, that flying machine was instantly reduced to fragments. Excellent. This new ability is indeed powerful. Jiang Chen thought excitedly. He continued to throw energy spheres, each strike destroying a flying machine. Soon, the number of enemy aircraft in the sky was significantly reduced. However, the Mechanical Empire's ground forces had already breached the outer defenses of the base. A large number of robotic soldiers surged into the base, engaging in close combat. Jiang Chen leaped forward, jumping to the front lines. With a wave of his hands, a blue energy barrier instantly unfolded, sending a group of robots crashing backward. Everyone listen up, form up, and counterattack. Jiang Chen commanded loudly. Under his direction, the surviving guards quickly formed a defensive formation. Jiang Chen stood at the center of the formation, continuously releasing energy orbs and energy shields, providing powerful fire support and protection for the troops. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours. Led by Jiang Chen, the defenders gradually gained the upper hand. The Mechanical Empire's offensive was halted, and signs of collapse began to appear. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a giant mech over 100 meters tall, shimmering with metallic luster and emanating a chilling aura. It's B-03, someone exclaimed. The giant mech slowly descended to the center of the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust. The cockpit of the mech opened, revealing B-03's cold metallic face. Jiang Chen, surrender the control of the source energy, or I will completely destroy this base. B-03's voice echoed across the battlefield through a loudspeaker. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. B-03, You overestimate yourself. Do you really think you can contend with me? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's body was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling blue light. He slowly rose into the air, meeting the giant mech's gaze. Since you want a battle, then I will grant you one. With a wave of his hands, dozens of energy orbs instantly took shape, raining down on the giant mech like shooting stars. B-03's pilot skillfully maneuvered the mech to dodge, then raised its mechanical arm, launching a dense barrage of missiles. Energy shield. A massive blue energy shield appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking all the missile attacks. Thus, the two powerful beings engaged in a fierce duel in the sky. B-03's mech was well-equipped, and its firepower was ferocious, while Jiang Chen showcased astonishing combat power with a newly acquired source energy. Lasers, missiles, and energy spheres intertwined in the air, and each collision triggered violent explosions. The entire battlefield was engulfed in fire and chaos. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour, and both sides began to show signs of fatigue. At that moment, an inspiration suddenly struck Jiang Chen. "Source energy, give me strength," he shouted in his heart. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through his body. His eyes began to emit a brilliant blue light, and he seemed to transform into an embodiment of source energy. Ultimate strike, source energy annihilation. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together and then forcefully pulled them apart. A massive blue energy beam shot from his palms, directly hitting B-03's mech. B-03 hurriedly activated all defensive systems, but in the face of this terrifying energy, it appeared so fragile. The beam instantly pierced through the mech's armor, utterly destroying it. "Impossible," was B-03's final shout. With a deafening explosion, the giant mech transformed into a massive fireball. When the smoke cleared, only Jiang Chen remained, standing in midair. This earth-shattering battle ended with a complete victory for Jiang Chen. However, the joy of victory was quickly replaced by a wave of intense discomfort. Jiang Chen felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if the source energy within him was about to tear him apart. "Oh no, the source energy is out of control." Jiang Chen realized the severity of the situation. He gritted his teeth and flew back to the energy chamber as quickly as he could. There, he released the excess source energy into the energy sphere, barely stabilizing his condition. Phew! Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, drenched in cold sweat. This experience made him deeply aware that while source energy was powerful, it was also extremely dangerous. If not fully controlled, it could backfire on the user. Just as Jiang Chen was contemplating countermeasures, Ko Xiaoxiao rushed in. "Your Majesty, we have a major discovery." It turned out that during the battle, the research team had unexpectedly discovered a special resonance between source energy and living beings. This resonance could significantly improve the efficiency of source energy usage, while simultaneously reducing the risk of loss of control. "That's incredible." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This could be the breakthrough we've been searching for. In the following days, Jiang Chen devoted himself entirely to source energy research. On one hand, he worked hard to enhance his control over source energy, and on the other hand, he attempted to integrate source energy with existing technology and magical systems. After months of effort, Jiang Chen finally achieved a breakthrough. He successfully developed a complete source energy armament system, which not only allowed for the safe use of source energy, but also significantly enhanced the combat effectiveness of the user. "It's time to form a truly elite force," Jiang Chen resolved. Thus, the Source Energy Legion was born. This legion was composed of the most elite warriors of the Solar Dynasty, each equipped with the latest source energy armaments. Under Jiang Chen's personal training, they quickly grew into a formidable force that struck fear into their enemies. However, just as Jiang Chen was preparing to lead the Source Energy Legion to begin his conquest plans, an unexpected visitor disrupted his deployment. It was a mysterious old man who claimed to come from the Guardians of the Stars organization. "Your Majesty Jiang Chen," the old man said solemnly, "we have been observing you for a long time. Your research on source energy has already touched upon some forbidden areas that should not be approached." Jiang Chen frowned. "What do you mean by that?" The old man sighed. "Source energy is not a power that originally belongs to this world. It comes from a distant star and is an extremely dangerous energy. If used improperly, it could bring disaster to the entire universe." This shocking news left Jiang Chen deep in thought. If what the old man said was true, then all their previous plans would need to be reconsidered. "So what should we do?" Jiang Chen asked. "Abandon the use of source energy and return to traditional power systems," the old man suggested. "Otherwise, what awaits us is destruction." Jiang Chen remained silent for a long time, before finally shaking his head. "No, I cannot just give up like that. Source energy is indeed dangerous, but as long as we can use it correctly, it can become a driving force for the progress of this world." The old man seemed to have anticipated Jiang Chen's response. He took out a mysterious crystal ball from his robe. "Then please accept this. When you truly need it, it will guide you to find the answer." After saying this, the old man vanished into thin air, as if he had never appeared. Jiang Chen looked at the crystal ball in his hand, deep in thought. He knew he was standing at a crucial crossroads, and every decision he made next would affect the fate of the entire world. Just then, a general rushed in. "Your Majesty, urgent news from the border. The Grey Rock Tribe's army is gathering again, seemingly preparing for a full-scale attack." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. "Issue the order. The Source Energy Legion will set off immediately. It's time for the realm to witness our power." With Jiang Chen's command, the entire Sun dynasty erupted in excitement. The soldiers of the Source Energy Legion were fully armed and ready to depart. The armor they wore shimmered with the unique blue light of source energy, and the weapons in their hands had all been enhanced with source energy as well. Before they set off, Jiang Chen summoned all the generals for a final pre-battle mobilization. "Everyone," Jiang Chen scanned the crowd. "What we are about to face is not only the threat of the Greystone tribe, but also the entire realm's doubt about source energy. This battle is not just to defend our homeland, but to prove the value of source energy." The generals responded in unison, their morale soaring. Thus, on a stormy morning, the Source Energy Legion marched towards the border in a grand procession. The ground they passed through trembled slightly under the influence of source energy. However, what awaited them was an unprecedented fierce battle. The Greystone tribe had not only deployed their regular army this time, but had also sent out a dragon legion enhanced with source energy. When the two armies met, the entire world seemed to change color. The dark aura of the Greystone tribe intertwined with the blue light of the Source Energy Legion in the sky, creating a spectacular yet terrifying scene. "Kill!" With Jiang Chen's shout, the Source Energy Legion surged forward like a tide against the enemy lines. Every soldier unleashed incredible combat power. Their weapons, empowered by source energy, became exceptionally sharp and easily tore through the defenses of the Greystone soldiers. However, the Greystone army was not to be underestimated. They had also harnessed the power of source energy, becoming even more ferocious and formidable. In particular, those dragons no longer breathed ordinary dark flames, but instead unleashed destructive fire infused with source energy. The battle was intensely fierce, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Just at that moment, Jiang Chen sensed something unusual. "Something's not right," he murmured with a furrowed brow. "The way the Greystone tribe uses source energy seems too similar to ours." At that moment, a gigantic black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. From the vortex emerged a figure, the Greystone tribe's leader, Dismark. "Ha ha!" Dismark laughed maniacally. "Jiang Chen didn't expect this, did you? The source energy technology you've worked so hard to develop has long been stolen by us." Jiang Chen's face changed dramatically. "How is that possible?" Our research has always been strictly confidential. Did you really think that the joint research team was that secure? Dismark sneered. We had long ago planted spies within. Now, let me show you the true power of source energy. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Dismark. His body began to swell, quickly transforming into a giant over 100 meters tall. Come on, Jiang Chen. Dismark's voice boomed like thunder. Let us settle this once and for all. Facing such a strong enemy, Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. He quickly summoned all the source energy within himself, and his body also began to swell and grow. Soon, the two giants stood facing each other at the center of the battlefield. Every strike they made triggered violent energy fluctuations, causing the surrounding soldiers to quickly retreat to avoid being caught in the chaos. Jiang Chen and Dismark stood tall on the battlefield, two giants towering 100 meters high, facing each other, while the surrounding soldiers appeared as insignificant as ants. The air was thick with intense energy fluctuations, as if a catastrophic explosion could erupt at any moment. Jiang Chen, do you really think you have grasped the secrets of source energy? Dismark laughed maniacally, his voice booming like thunder, causing the nearby soldiers to sway unsteadily. Let me show you what true power is. Before his words had even faded, Dismark swung a punch with great force. This seemingly ordinary strike contained astonishing source energy. The air was torn apart before his fist could even reach Jiang Chen, producing a piercing sound of explosion. Jiang Chen dared not hesitate and quickly raised his arms to block. With a thunderous crash, the two giants were instantly engulfed by the shockwave. When the dust settled, Jiang Chen had been sent flying back hundreds of meters, with visible cracks appearing on the source energy armor on his arms. What? How is this possible? Jiang Chen was shocked. He believed he had mastered source energy to perfection, yet he found himself so easily overpowered by Dismark. Before Jiang Chen could catch his breath, Dismark had already lunged forward again. Each punch he threw carried the weight of annihilation, and Jiang Chen could only barely defend himself, continuously retreating. Ha ha ha! Jiang Chen, the source energy techniques you are so proud of are nothing but trivial in my presence. Dismark laughed triumphantly. Do you know why? It's because our Greystone clan is born in harmony with darkness, and the essence of source energy originates from the deepest dark powers of the universe. Jiang Chen was taken aback by this revelation. He recalled the warning from that mysterious elder. Could it be that source energy was indeed an evil power? Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Dismark seized the opportunity and landed a heavy uppercut on Jiang Chen's jaw. Jiang Chen felt the world spin, his massive body flying out like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Your Majesty! The soldiers of the Source Energy Legion gasped, witnessing their king on the verge of defeat, their morale beginning to waver. Jiang Chen struggled to get up, but found that the source energy within him had become incredibly unstable, as if it could go out of control at any moment. He knew that if this continued, not only would he lose this battle, but the entire solar dynasty would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the crystal ball. He hurriedly took it out from his pocket and saw the sphere emitting a faint blue light. Could it be? This is the answer. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He recalled the elder's words and decided to take a leap of faith. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, concentrating all his mind on the crystal ball. Gradually, he felt the peculiar energy wave emanating from the crystal ball, resonating with the source energy within him. This is the origin of source energy? Jiang Chen was astonished to discover that the crystal ball seemed to be guiding him on how to better control the source energy. At that moment, Dismark was already striding over, ready to deliver the final blow to Jiang Chen. It's over, Jiang Chen. He raised his fist high, the source energy coalescing at his fist tip, forming a miniature black hole. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils sparkled with an unprecedented light, as if containing the mysteries of the entire universe. "No, this is just the beginning," Jiang Chen shouted, his form flickering as he unexpectedly dodged Dismark's lethal strike. Dismark was stunned, unable to believe that Jiang Chen could evade his attack at such a close range. Before he could react, Jiang Chen had already closed in and landed a punch to Dismark's abdomen. With a loud bang, Dismark's massive body was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily to the ground. What is happening?" Dismark stared in shock at Jiang Chen. "Your source energy, why has it suddenly become so powerful?" Jiang Chen did not answer, but slowly raised his right hand. In the palm of his hand, a miniature blue energy sphere began to form. It looked ordinary, yet it gave off an unfathomable feeling. "Dismark, you are right. Source energy indeed comes from the deepest darkness of the universe," Jiang Chen said lightly. "But you are wrong. The true strong are not those who exploit this darkness, but those who can harness it and purify it." After saying this, Jiang Chen suddenly hurled the energy sphere into the air. The sphere rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive blue light sphere that completely enveloped Dismark. "Ah!" Dismark let out a piercing scream. Inside the light sphere, he felt his source energy being quickly siphoned away, while at the same time, a pure and powerful energy was surging into his body. Moments later, the light sphere dissipated. Dismark knelt on the ground. His body had returned to its normal size, and the dark aura on his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. I feel the light," Dismark murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Jiang Chen stepped forward, looking down at the kneeling Dismark. "Do you understand now? True power does not come from darkness, but from light. Source energy itself is not evil. The key lies in the mindset of the user." Dismark fell silent for a moment before slowly raising his head. "Jiang Chen, I admit defeat. You are the one who truly understands the mysteries of source energy." With Dismark's surrender, the entire battlefield fell into silence. Moments later, the Source Energy Legion erupted into thunderous cheers. Their king had turned the tide in a desperate situation, displaying the true demeanor of a ruler. Jiang Chen looked around at the elated soldiers, yet there was no hint of pride in his heart. He knew that this victory was just the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him. "Send the order down," Jiang Chen said solemnly. "All troops, rest and prepare to advance into the territory of the Grey Rock clan." "Understood, Your Majesty," the soldiers responded in unison. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He looked down and noticed his hand was slightly trembling. The source energy within him seemed to be unstable again. It seems that the new method of using source energy is not yet perfected, Jiang Chen thought to himself. "I need to find a better balance as soon as possible." He took out the mysterious crystal ball again and noticed something flowing inside it, resembling a miniature universe. "Perhaps the answer lies within here," Jiang Chen murmured. "But before that, we have a conquest to wage." With Jiang Chen's command, the Source Energy Legion began to march towards the Grey Rock clan's territory. This would be an unprecedented conquest, not only to expand their territory, but also to prove the value of source energy. However, Jiang Chen was unaware that after they left, several mysterious figures quietly appeared on the battlefield. They wore black cloaks and had peculiar masks on their faces. "Report to the leader," one of them whispered. "Jiang Chen has indeed begun to touch upon the essence of source energy, just as you predicted." The leader of the black-clad figures nodded. "Good. Continue to monitor their every move. Remember, they must never discover the truth about source energy. Otherwise, the entire plan will be ruined." "Understood, leader," the others responded in unison. Subsequently, this group of mysterious individuals vanished silently, just as they had appeared, as if they had never existed at all. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, a massive interstellar warship was slowly making its way toward the blue planet. On the bridge, a tall alien creature, was watching the real-time image of the blue planet. Interesting, the alien creature let out a strange laugh. It seems our experiment has yielded unexpected progress. This human named Jiang Chen might just surprise us. Commander, should we launch an attack now? Asked the adjutant beside him. The alien creature shook his head. No, let's wait a bit longer. Let's see what these adorable little mice can bring us. After all, the good show has just begun. As the Source Energy Legion advanced into the territory of the Grey Rock Tribe, Jiang Chen began to reform and expand the size of his legion. He understood that to conquer the entire blue planet, the current strength was far from sufficient. Montangtan, Jiang Chen summoned his most trusted general. I need you to take on a special mission. Montangtan knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, please give your command. Jiang Chen took out a crystal ball, which was shimmering with strange light. I need you to lead an elite team deep into the heart of the Grey Rock Tribe. There lies an ancient ruin said to be related to the origin of source energy. Understood, Your Majesty. Montangtan accepted the order and quietly led 5,000 elite soldiers away from the main army. At the same time, Jiang Chen began reforming the captured Grey Rock Tribe warriors. Under the influence of source energy, these former enemies were gradually undergoing transformation. Do you feel it? Jiang Chen looked at the group of Grey Rock Tribe warriors undergoing the baptism of source energy. This is the true power of source energy. It is not meant for destruction, but for creation and purification. The Grey Rock Tribe warriors looked in astonishment at their bodies. The black scales that once covered them were gradually falling off, replaced by a translucent crystal-like scale that emitted a faint blue light. Your Majesty, we feel stronger than ever, an excited Grey Rock Tribe warrior exclaimed. Jiang Chen nodded. From today onward, you are members of the Source Energy Legion. Go, show your compatriots the true power. As more and more Grey Rock Tribe warriors joined, the size of the Source Energy Legion rapidly expanded. Jiang Chen seized this opportunity to begin developing energy-based weapons. In a secret underground laboratory, Jiang Chen was conducting a dangerous experiment. He was trying to infuse source energy into a special alloy to create an unprecedented energy-based weapon. Increase the energy output by another 5%. Jiang Chen instructed his assistant nearby. As the infusion of source energy increased, the alloy began to emit a dazzling blue light. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, shaking the entire laboratory. Be careful! Jiang Chen quickly activated the protective shield, encasing the alloy that was about to explode. After a blinding flash of light, the smoke slowly cleared. Jiang Chen cautiously approached, only to find that the original alloy had transformed into a uniquely shaped longsword. Mysterious symbols flowed along the blade, emanating a powerful surge of source energy. It worked! Jiang Chen exclaimed in delight. This is our energy weapon, the Source Energy Sword. Just as Jiang Chen was about to test this weapon further, a messenger rushed in. Your Majesty, urgent military report. Jiang Chen took the military report, his expression suddenly changing. What? The Latter Alliance? It turned out that while the Source Energy Corps was conquering the Grey Rock Tribe, other countries on Blue Star were not idle either. Several countries with developed ladders united to form the Latter Alliance and developed high ladder weapons capable of resisting source energy. Interesting, Jiang Chen sneered. It seems it's time to let the whole world see our true strength. 3 days later, the Source Energy Corps faced off against the Latter Alliance's army on a vast plain. Both armies were well-equipped and exuded an imposing aura. In the Latter Alliance's camp, a row of gleaming silver mechas stood in formation. These mechas were called anti-source energy armor, and it was said they could completely isolate the effects of source energy. Jiang Chen, the highest commander of the Latter Alliance, shouted through a loudspeaker, "Stop your insane conquest plan. Source energy will ultimately bring disaster to this world." Riding a warhorse formed from condensed source energy, Jiang Chen slowly approached the front line. He surveyed the Latter Alliance troops across from him, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Since you insist on blocking the progress of advancement, let me show you what true power really is. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen suddenly raised the source energy sword in his hand. In an instant, the entire source energy core erupted with an astonishing aura, and countless blue light pillars shot up into the sky. Attack! With Jiang Chen's command, the source energy core surged toward the latter alliance's position like a tide. The latter alliance, unwilling to back down, activated their silver mechas, which blasted off with blue ion thrusters and charged directly at the source energy core. The vanguard forces of both sides quickly collided. The warriors of the source energy core wielded source energy weapons, each strike containing the power to annihilate the heavens and destroy the earth. Meanwhile, the latter alliance's mechas counterattacked with their agility and formidable firepower. Boom! 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 The sounds of intense explosions echoed, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. At this moment, the latter alliance unleashed their trump card weapon, the anti-source energy cannon. Several massive cannon platforms slowly rose, with blinding red light gathering at the barrels. Fire! With the commander's order, several thick red beams shot out, hurtling toward the main force of the source energy core. Watch out! Jiang Chen shouted, quickly swinging his source energy sword. A massive blue barrier instantly formed in front of the core, barely blocking the red beam's attack. However, the power of the red beam was far beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. The barrier trembled violently, showing signs of cracking, and it seemed it would soon collapse. In a critical moment, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. He leaped high, jumping to the top of the barrier. Watch me. Source energy transformation. With a fierce shout, the source energy sword in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling light. Countless tiny source energy particles flew out from the sword and rapidly coalesced in the air, forming hundreds and thousands of identical source energy swords. Go! With a wave of his hand, the source energy swords flew toward the latter alliance's position like a meteor shower. Each sword accurately hit a mecha or a cannon platform, instantly destroying them. This scene shocked everyone. The soldiers of the latter alliance stared blankly as their proud weapons were easily obliterated, and their morale began to waver. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Chen swung his source energy sword again. Source energy core, charge with me. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen, the Source Energy Legion pierced through the heart of the Sky Ladder Alliance like a sharp knife. Those proud anti-source energy armors appeared so fragile before the true source energy, being destroyed one by one. The battle lasted for a full day and night. By the time the sun rose on the second day, the entire battlefield had become a wasteland. The Sky Ladder Alliance's army was thoroughly crushed, leaving only a few who stubbornly resisted. Give up, Jiang Chen said as he approached the commander of the Sky Ladder Alliance. Your Sky Ladder is indeed admirable, but it is still too weak in the face of true source energy. The commander gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Chen. Do you think this is the end? You have no idea what power you are toying with. One day, you will pay the price for what you have done today. Jiang Chen ignored the commander's threat and turned to his own generals, saying, gather the prisoners and take control of their Sky Ladder facilities. I want to see what surprises these talents from the Sky Ladder Alliance can still bring us. Just as the Source Energy Legion was busy cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a pang of unease. He took out the mysterious crystal ball and noticed that the interior of the sphere was vibrating violently. Is this some kind of warning? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow in thought. At that moment, a gigantic vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. A blinding beam of light shot down from the vortex, crashing down into the center of the battlefield. When the light dissipated, Jiang Chen was astonished to find a tall, mysterious creature standing where the light had fallen. This being radiated a dazzling glow, giving off an otherworldly feeling. I have finally found you, the inheritor of source energy. The mysterious being spoke in a peculiar language. Although Jiang Chen had never heard this language before, he miraculously understood it. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen asked warily, secretly channeling his source energy, ready to respond to any potential attack. The mysterious being gently shook its head. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are toying with a power far beyond your imagination. If this continues, not just your planet, but the entire galaxy will be in danger." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Are you saying source energy?" "Exactly," the mysterious being nodded. "Source energy does not belong to this universe. It comes from a dimension that you cannot comprehend. And you, Jiang Chen, are becoming the representative of that dimension." This astonishing revelation plunged Jiang Chen into deep thought. He recalled his experiences using source energy and seemed to vaguely sense a power that did not belong to this world. "So what should I do?" Jiang Chen asked. The mysterious being remained silent for a moment before replying. "Continue on your path of conquest. Only by unifying the entire planet will you have a chance to face the impending crisis. But remember, source energy is not meant for destruction. It is meant for creation." After saying this, the figure of the mysterious being began to grow faint. Just before it completely vanished, it left behind one last sentence. "We will meet again, inheritor of source energy. By then, I hope you are ready." As the mysterious being disappeared, Jiang Chen remained unsettled for a long time. He understood that the burden on his shoulders had grown heavier. Not only did he need to conquer the entire blue star, but he also had to prepare for the impending interstellar crisis. "Pass the order," Jiang Chen said to the generals beside him. "We will set off immediately for the territory of the Fei Ling tribe. It's time for those high and mighty folks to experience the power of source energy." The Source Energy Legion marched towards the territory of the Fei Ling tribe in a grand procession. The Fei Ling tribe resided in floating cities high above the clouds, places where ordinary people could hardly reach. However, for Jiang Chen now, this was no longer a problem. "All troops, listen up." Jiang Chen stood on a massive source energy platform and shouted, "Activate the source energy flying devices." With his command, blue light illuminated the soldiers of the entire legion. Wings made of condensed source energy unfurled from their backs, making them look like a group of blue angels. "Take off!" With Jiang Chen's shout, the entire source energy legion soared into the sky. The scene of hundreds of thousands of soldiers rising simultaneously was spectacular, as if the entire sky had been dyed blue. However, the Fei Ling tribe had already sensed the approach of the Source Energy Legion. When Jiang Chen led his troops into the airspace of the Fei Ling tribe, they were met by a massive aerial fleet. Jiang Chen, the highest commander of the Fei Ling tribe, a female angel named Ariel, appeared on the flagship at the forefront. "You have gone too far. Today, we will end your madness." Jiang Chen scoffed. "Ariel, you Fei Ling tribe pride yourselves on being messengers of the gods, yet you know nothing of true power. Today, I will show you what true miracles are." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen swung his source energy sword fiercely. A massive blue sword energy howled out, hurtling towards the flagship of the Fei Ling tribe. "Defense!" Ariel shouted loudly. The fleet of the Fei Ling tribe quickly formed a massive energy barrier. The sword energy crashed into the barrier, causing violent energy fluctuations. "Attack!" Ariel commanded. In an instant, countless golden beams of light shot out from the Fei Ling fleet, raining down on the Source Energy Legion like a meteor shower. "Source Energy Shield, activate!" Jiang Chen shouted. The soldiers of the Source Energy Legion quickly formed a massive blue hemispherical shield in the air. The golden beams collided with the shield, creating deafening explosions. Thus, an earth-shattering aerial battle began. The Fei Ling tribe, with their exquisite aerial combat skills and powerful magical weapons, created significant trouble for the Source Energy Legion. Their aircraft were as agile as swallows, weaving through the formation of the Source Energy Legion and launching constant sneak attacks. However, the Source Energy Legion was not to be underestimated. Under Jiang Chen's command, they quickly adapted to the rhythm of aerial combat. The source energy soldiers began to pair up, with one responsible for attacking and the other for defense, gradually turning the tide. As the battle intensified, both sides suffered heavy losses. At that moment, Ariel suddenly surged to the forefront. Take this. Sacred Judgment. With a loud roar from Ariel, countless golden magical circles suddenly appeared in the sky. Each magical circle gathered terrifying energy, ready to explode at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was not to be outdone. He leaped high into the air, and the source energy sword in his hand burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. Source energy metamorphosis. Countless tiny source energy particles flew out from the sword, quickly condensing in the air to form thousands of source energy swords. These swords floated around Jiang Chen, ready to launch an attack at any moment. As Jiang Chen shouted, the source energy sword shot out like a meteor shower in all directions. At the same time, Ariel's magic circle erupted with terrifying energy beams. The two forces collided violently in the sky, releasing energy fluctuations capable of destroying the world. The entire sky was illuminated as if it were daytime. With a loud bang, the two forces dissipated simultaneously. Jiang Chen and Ariel were both knocked back by the recoil. Cough, cough. Jiang Chen steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was astonished to discover that Ariel's power was so formidable that she could actually contend with his full-strength strike. Ariel was also not unscathed. Her wings were somewhat damaged from the shock, and golden blood was slowly dripping down. Jiang Chen, you truly live up to your reputation, Ariel said, panting heavily. But this battle is not over yet. Before her words fell, Ariel suddenly spread her arms. A gigantic phantom appeared behind her, that of a justice goddess holding a balanced scale. This is Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Divine incarnation, Ariel Shoterlodli. In an instant, the massive phantom merged with Ariel. Her body began to glow, becoming larger and larger until she transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall. Jiang Chen, accept the judgment of the gods. Ariel's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire sky. Faced with this astonishing transformation, Jiang Chen showed no signs of retreat. He slowly closed his eyes and began to mobilize all the source energy within him. Since that's the case, let's see whose so-called god is stronger, or if source energy is more powerful. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils shone with strange light. His body began to change as source energy flowed around him, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic source energy giant. The two giants confronted each other in the sky, the energy fluctuations distorting the entire atmosphere. With a roar, the two giants struck simultaneously. Ariel wielded a gigantic sword of light, while Jiang Chen brandished a source energy spear. The two divine weapons clashed violently in mid-air, unleashing astonishing energy shockwaves. The entire battlefield fell into a brief stagnation due to this peak confrontation. Everyone held their breath, watching a battle that could change the course of the world. Jiang Chen and Ariel fought fiercely in the sky, each strike triggering violent energy explosions. The source energy spear and the sword of light continued to collide, producing deafening, clanging sounds. Jiang Chen, do you really think source energy is omnipotent? Ariel shouted as she swung her sword. You have no idea what power you are toying with. Jiang Chen sneered. And what do you know? You, the flying spirit race, pride yourselves as messengers of the gods, yet know nothing about true power. As he spoke, Jiang Chen suddenly changed his attack method. He hurled the source energy spear while quickly forming seals with both hands. Source energy, myriad forms. The source energy spear suddenly shattered in mid-air, transforming into countless small source energy arrows. These arrows descended upon Ariel like a meteor shower. Seeing this, Ariel hurriedly swung her sword to defend. However, the sheer number of source energy arrows was overwhelming. Even with the power of her divine incarnation, she could not completely fend them off. With a cry of pain, multiple wounds appeared on Ariel's body. Golden blood continuously dripped, transforming into specks of golden light in the air. How is this possible? Ariel looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Jiang Chen slowly floated forward, the source energy flowing around him, exuding a chilling aura. Ariel, are you awake now? Your so-called divine power is insignificant in the face of true source energy. Ariel gritted her teeth and suddenly raised her lightsaber high. Then let's settle this. Divine judgment, ultimate form. With a loud roar from Ariel, the entire sky lit up. Countless golden light beams descended from the heavens, each containing earth-shattering power. However, facing this terrifying strike, Jiang Chen revealed a slight smile. Good. Let me show you what true power really is. Source energy, unification. In an instant, all the source energy around Jiang Chen converged into his right hand. A small blue light point appeared in his palm, seemingly ordinary, yet giving off an unfathomable feeling. Just as the golden light beams were about to strike Jiang Chen, he suddenly hurled the light point out. With a deafening roar, all the golden light beams disappeared. In their place was a massive blue energy sphere that enveloped the entire battlefield. When the energy sphere dissipated, everyone was stunned. The aerial fleet that the flying spirit race was so proud of had vanished without a trace, and Ariel's divine avatar was reverted to its original form. Ariel staggered back, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Is this the power of source energy? Jiang Chen slowly descended in front of Ariel, and the giant form of the source energy dissipated as well. Ariel, now you should be awake. Continuing to resist will only lead to more casualties. Surrender and join us. Together, we can create a better world. Ariel fell silent for a long time, and finally sighed. I admit defeat, Jiang Chen. The flying spirit race is willing to submit to your rule. With Ariel's surrender, the entire flying spirit race bowed down. Jiang Chen stood at the highest point of the Cloud City, looking down at the world below. Finally, Jiang Chen murmured, the last major force on Blue Star has submitted. However, at that moment, the mysterious crystal ball suddenly began to shake violently. Jiang Chen quickly took out the crystal ball, only to see ominous red light flickering inside it. This is some kind of warning? Jiang Chen frowned in thought. Just then, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. A massive black hole appeared out of nowhere, radiating an unsettling aura. Is it here? Jiang Chen murmured. It seems the real challenge is just beginning. As the black hole appeared, the entire Blue Star plunged into panic. However, for Jiang Chen, this might be the best opportunity to prove the value of source energy. With the emergence of the gigantic black hole, the entire Blue Star fell into an unprecedented state of fear. Reports of public panic flooded in from all over, and some people even began to frantically stockpile supplies in preparation for the impending doom. Yet amid this chaos, Jiang Chen remained remarkably calm. He gathered all the high-ranking generals, including the recently defected Ariel, and held an emergency meeting in the Sky City of the Flying Spirit Tribe. Everyone, Jiang Chen surveyed all those present. I think you have all seen the anomaly in the sky. That black hole might just be the true herald of the impending arrival of the source energy creators. Ariel furrowed her brow and asked, Are you saying that an extraterrestrial civilization is going to invade us? Jiang Chen nodded. Exactly. Based on the information I received earlier, these extraterrestrial beings are very likely the creators of source energy. Their technological level far exceeds our imagination, and they can even traverse different cosmic dimensions. What should we do? A general asked anxiously. Even though we have unified the entire Blue Star, do we stand a chance against such an advanced civilization? Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then slowly said, The odds are slim, but not non-existent. The key lies in source energy. He took out a mysterious crystal ball, which was pulsating violently inside, seemingly responding to the black hole in the sky. We must push the operation of source energy to the extreme in a short time. Only then will we have a chance to counter the invasion, Jiang Chen stated. I need each of you to give your all and complete the tasks I assign as quickly as possible. Next, Jiang Chen began assigning tasks. He ordered the scientists of the Technology Alliance to devote their efforts to developing new types of source energy weapons, instructed the Flying Spirit Tribe to build a global early warning system, and tasked the Limestone Tribe with strengthening ground defenses. Remember, we are now a whole, Jiang Chen said sternly. No matter the grievances of the past, they must be set aside now. Only by uniting can we hope to survive this catastrophe. Shortly after Jiang Chen finished assigning tasks, the early warning system suddenly blared a piercing alarm. Report. A reconnaissance soldier from the Flying Spirit Tribe rushed in. Numerous unidentified flying objects have appeared in the black hole and are rapidly approaching our atmosphere. Jiang Chen immediately ordered, all troops prepare for battle. Activate the global defense system. With Jiang Chen's command, the entire Blue Star entered a state of maximum alert. The defense barrier driven by source energy began forming around the outer atmosphere, and countless source energy turrets were activated, aiming at the sky. Soon, the invading fleet broke through the atmosphere. It was an unimaginably massive fleet, with each battleship the size of a city. Their shapes resembled pyramids, emitting a faint blue glow. Open fire, Jiang Chen commanded. In an instant, countless rays of source energy shot from the ground, striking the invading fleet. However, to everyone's shock, these attacks were easily neutralized by the fleet. Damn it, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. It seems their mastery of source energy is far beyond our imagination. At that moment, the largest battleship in the invading fleet slowly opened its hatch. A blinding beam of light shot out from the hatch, directly landing in the Sky City where Jiang Chen was located. As the light dissipated, a tall extraterrestrial being appeared before everyone. It had a humanoid shape, with skin of a peculiar blue color and antenna-like organs on its head. Finally, we meet inheritors of source energy. The extraterrestrial being spoke in a strange language. Although they had never heard this language before, everyone present miraculously understood it. Jiang Chen stepped forward and looked directly at the extraterrestrial being. Who are you? What is your purpose for coming here? Jiang Chen stared at the tall blue creature in front of him, his heart filled with vigilance. Although the entity didn't seem to have immediate intentions to attack, the surrounding massive warships still exuded an invisible sense of oppression. We are the guardians of source energy. The blue creature slowly spoke, its voice carrying a peculiar resonance. You may call me Anubis. We come from the distant Andromeda galaxy, tasked with the mission of maintaining the balance of the universe. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Maintain the balance of the universe? Then why invade our planet? Anubis shook its head. We are not invaders. We have come to prevent a disaster that could potentially destroy the entire universe. Jiang Chen, the source energy you wield is, in fact, a double-edged sword. It can bring immense power, but it can also destroy the very foundation of the universe. This astonishing revelation caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, striving to remain calm. Please explain in detail. Anubis raised a hand, and a holographic projection suddenly appeared before everyone. It was a miniature model of the universe, with countless galaxies rotating within it. Source energy originates from a singularity at the dawn of the universe. It should be evenly distributed throughout the cosmos to maintain universal balance. However, when a civilization excessively develops and utilizes source energy, it leads to an overconcentration of source energy in certain areas, disrupting the balance of the universe. In the holographic projection, a galaxy suddenly became exceptionally bright and then began to expand rapidly. If this continues, your planet, and even the entire galaxy, will be destroyed due to the uncontrollable source energy. Worse still, this kind of destruction will spread throughout the universe like an infectious disease. Jiang Chen tightened his fists, filled with shock and unwillingness. He recalled his experiences using source energy, having indeed felt that almost limitless power. Could it be that the price of this power was so heavy? Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the sky. Jiang Chen looked up and saw hundreds of spacecraft continuously emerging from a black hole. Interesting, a hint of intrigue flashed in Anubis's eyes. It seems some do not wish for us to negotiate. Jiang Chen immediately sensed that the situation was dire. Who is it? Are there other alien civilizations invading? Anubis shook its head. No, those are your own people. It seems that some are so desperate for source energy that they have gone mad. As soon as the words fell, the spacecraft in the sky suddenly launched an attack. Countless energy beams poured down like a torrential rain, targeting the positions of Jiang Chen and Anubis. Watch out, Jiang Chen shouted, quickly deploying a source energy shield. However, to his surprise, Anubis merely waved a hand, and the attacks dissipated as if they had struck an invisible wall. The application of source energy by a lower civilization is still too crude, Anubis remarked casually. At that moment, the spacecraft in the sky suddenly dispersed, revealing a massive object hidden behind them. A colossal mothership, several kilometers long, emanating a faint purple glow. The superweapon of the Heaven Ladder Alliance, the God Destroyer. Jiang Chen's expression changed. I didn't expect they were secretly developing something like this. The God Destroyer slowly opened the main cannon at its bow, and a wave of terrifying energy fluctuations began to gather at the muzzle. This is bad. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. An attack of this magnitude would likely level the entire city. However, just as the God Destroyer was about to fire, Anubis suddenly stepped forward. He lightly waved his right hand, and a nearly imperceptible ripple spread through the air. In the next second, an unbelievable scene occurred. The massive body of the God Destroyer suddenly seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, and the entire ship began to twist and deform. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache from the metallic tearing, this enormous vessel was forcibly compressed into a metal sphere with a diameter of less than 1 meter. How is this possible? Jiang Chen stared blankly at this scene, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. The power displayed by this blue entity had completely exceeded his understanding. Anubis withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "This is the true application of source energy. What you are currently using is merely the superficial layer of source energy." At that moment, the other ships in the sky seemed to finally react and began to launch a frenzied attack. Countless missiles and energy beams fell like rain, lighting up the entire sky. However, as these attacks were about to hit their target, they suddenly seemed to slam into an invisible barrier and exploded in midair. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky, appearing even more spectacular. "Enough!" Anubis suddenly shouted sharply. His voice carried a strange power that directly entered everyone's minds. In an instant, all attacks ceased. The ships hovered in midair, as if time had frozen. Jiang Chen, Anubis turned around, his expression serious. "You should understand now. Continuing to use source energy will only bring destruction to your world. We can help you safely dismantle all source energy devices and return to a normal path of technological development." Jiang Chen fell silent. He looked at everything around him, filled with contradictions. The power that source energy brought them was so strong that they could no longer imagine what a world without it would be like. But if they continued to use it, would it really lead to the destruction of the entire universe? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "No, we will never give up source energy." Jiang Chen turned around sharply and saw Ariel had appear behind them at some point. Her eyes sparkled with a strange light, and she was enveloped in a faint golden halo. "Ariel, Jiang Chen looked at the fairy queen in surprise. He could sense that the fluctuations of source energy on Ariel were many times stronger than before. Ariel slowly stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Anubis. You keep saying you want to maintain balance in the universe, but who can prove that what you say is true? Perhaps you just want to monopolize the power of source energy. Anubis shook his head. You still do not understand. Source energy is not a tool for contention, but the cornerstone that maintains the functioning of a universe. Excessive use will only bring destruction. Enough! Ariel suddenly shouted in anger. I don't care what kind of so-called guardians you are. Today let me meet your so-called higher enlightenment. Before the sound faded, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Ariel's body. Her form began to change dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a gigantic being of light, towering at least 50 meters high. Come on, let me see just how strong you are. Ariel's voice thundered, shaking the entire sky. Anubis sighed. It seems that negotiating is out of the question. He turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are the inheritor of the source energy of this planet. Now you have two choices. Either stand with us to jointly curb the misuse of source energy, or, his gaze shifted to the enormous giant that was Ariel, become our enemy. Jiang Chen stood in place, feeling the tense atmosphere around him. He knew that he was about to make a choice that could change the fate of the entire planet. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping between Anubis and Ariel. This decision not only concerned him personally, but also involved the future of the entire blue planet. I need time to think, Jiang Chen said solemnly. This is not a decision to be made lightly. However, Ariel appeared to have lost her patience. Her gigantic form suddenly stepped forward, causing the entire Sky City to tremble. There's no time for you to think, Jiang Chen. Ariel's voice boomed like thunder. Either stand with us, or become our enemy. As she spoke, Ariel swung a massive punch. This punch contained terrifying source energy, compressing the air and creating a visible shockwave. Just at the moment the shockwave was about to strike Anubis, a blue barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The shockwave hit the barrier heavily, yet did not even create a ripple. Your application of source energy is still too crude. Anubis shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. The next second, Anubis's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. By the time Jiang Chen reacted, he had already appeared in front of Ariel's gigantic form. Watch closely. This is the true application of source energy. Anubis gently raised his hand, fingers spread apart. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt the entire space begin to distort. It was as if space had turned into a piece of soft clay, being kneaded at will by Anubis. Ah! Ariel let out a painful scream. Her massive form began to twist and deform uncontrollably, as if being grasped by an invisible giant hand. Stop! Jiang Chen couldn't help but shout. No matter what, Ariel was his ally, and he couldn't bear to watch her suffer. Hearing this, Anubis slowly withdrew his hand. Ariel's form returned to normal, though she looked utterly exhausted, her gigantic body swaying unsteadily. Jiang Chen, did you see that? Anubis turned around, his gaze piercing into Jiang Chen. This is the true power of mastering source energy. The way you are using it now is merely playing with fire. Jiang Chen fell silent. He had to admit that the power Anubis displayed far exceeded his imagination. If this was really just the tip of the iceberg of source energy, then the consequences of continued misuse, as Anubis had said, would indeed be terrifying. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the sky. Jiang Chen looked up to see several dozen source energy warships surrounding them from all directions. Your Majesty, a familiar voice rang out. It was Meng Zhengtian, one of Jiang Chen's most trusted generals. Meng Zhengtian piloted a small aircraft and flew in rapidly. Your Majesty, reports of rebellion are coming in from all over. The Sky Ladder Alliance, the Grey Rock Tribe, and even some of the originally loyal Source Energy legions have turned against us. They say you have betrayed humanity and are going to surrender to the aliens." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart sank. He had long anticipated that some would feel uneasy about the arrival of the aliens, but he never expected the situation to deteriorate so quickly. "Tell me, Meng Jingtian," Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice, "what do you think about this matter?" Meng Jingtian knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, no matter what decision you make, I will follow you to the death." Jiang Chen nodded, feeling slightly reassured. At least there were still some people standing by his side. Just then, a violent explosion echoed from the distance. Jiang Chen turned to look and saw a massive mushroom cloud rising on the horizon. That is, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, the Source Energy main city. The Source Energy main city was the most important center for source energy research under Jiang Chen's rule, housing a vast amount of valuable source energy data and equipment. Now it had been destroyed. It was the rebels. Meng Jingtian gritted his teeth and said they would rather destroy these precious resources than let them fall into the hands of the aliens. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within himself. Now was not the time to lose his temper. He had to make a decision quickly. "Anubis," Jiang Chen turned to face the blue being. "If we really stop using source energy, can you guarantee our safety? Can you ensure that no other aliens will invade us?" Anubis was silent for a moment before slowly replying, "We can help you establish a new defense system that does not rely on source energy, but is still powerful. As for other alien civilizations," he paused, "I can assure you that as long as you do not provoke them, no civilization will dare to easily trouble you." Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Meng Jingtian and the other generals who were still hesitating. "Gentlemen, I know what giving up source energy means for us. We will lose a significant portion of our current strength and may face unprecedented challenges. However, if we continue down this path, what awaits us may be the destruction of our entire civilization." He took a deep breath, his gaze firm. "I have made my decision. We will cooperate with Anubis and gradually stop using source energy. At the same time, we must quickly quell the rebellion and explain the truth to the global populace. This will not be an easy road, but for the sake of our future, we have no other choice." As soon as he finished speaking, cheers suddenly erupted in the sky. Jiang Chen looked up to see the warships that had surrounded them, now lowering their weapons one by one. "Your Majesty is wise," a loud voice rang out. A massive flagship slowly descended, and its hatch opened, revealing a robust, middle-aged man. "Iswa." Jiang Chen stared in surprise at the person before him. "I thought you." Iswa knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, we have been waiting for your decision. Now, we are willing to follow you and jointly create a new era that does not rely on source energy." Jiang Chen's heart warmed. He knew he had made the right decision. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Ridiculous! You cowards!" Jiang Chen turned around to see that Ariel had somehow returned to her normal size. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. "Jiang Chen, you've disappointed me too much. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as she finished speaking, Ariel suddenly pulled out a strange device from her bosom. It was a metallic sphere, its surface covered with complex patterns, emitting an ominous red light. "This is a source energy bomb." Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Ariel chuklet coldly." "That's right. This is the ultimate weapon capable of destroying an entire planet. Now, you have two choices. Either continue using source energy, or," her gaze became frenzied, "be prepared to be destroyed along with this planet." The situation took a turn for the worse, and Jiang Chen felt as if he was caught in a raging storm. He had to make a decision that could change the fate of the entire planet in the shortest amount of time. Jiang Chen's eyes darted between Ariel and Anubis, his brain racing. He knew that every decision he made now could impact the fate of Blue Star. "Ariel," Jiang Chen spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Calm down, we can talk this through. Using the source energy bomb will only bring destruction. This is not the outcome you truly desire. Adios niete. Talk. What's there to talk about now? Jiang Chen, you've betrayed us, betrayed everyone who believes in source energy. At that moment, Anubis suddenly spoke up. Everyone, calm down. Ariel, you may not know, but that so-called source energy bomb is not enough to destroy an entire planet. At most, it can only destroy this city. Ariel was taken aback, then immediately furious. You're talking nonsense. This is the ultimate weapon we spent enormous effort developing. Anubis shook his head. Your understanding of source energy is still too shallow. A true source energy weapon only needs the size of a fingernail to destroy a planet. What you have in your hand is, at best, just a large firework. Ariel's face turned pale as she looked down at the device in her hand, uncertainty filling her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly had a bold idea. Ariel, he said firmly, if I can prove that what Anubis said is true, will you be willing to set aside your prejudices and join us in seeking a new path? Ariel hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. Fine, if you can truly prove it, I will believe you. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and turned to Anubis. Anubis, I need your help. I want to try using true source energy, just like you demonstrated earlier. Anubis paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, I can temporarily lend you some of my power. But be careful. Overuse may lead to unpredictable consequences. Saying this, Anubis extended his hand and gently pressed it against Jiang Chen's forehead. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt an indescribable power surge into his body. It felt as if the mysteries of the entire universe were opening up to him. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. He could feel the surrounding space twisting and changing according to his will. Watch closely, Ariel, Jiang Chen said, lightly waving his hand. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. The energy bomb in Ariel's hand suddenly seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, rapidly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the soccer ball-sized device had transformed into a metal sphere the size of a marble. How is this possible? Ariel stared in disbelief at the small ball in her hand, struggling to believe her eyes. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the power within him rapidly depleting. He knew that he had only temporarily borrowed Anubis's strength and was far from truly mastering this level of energy. Now do you understand, Ariel? Jiang Chen gasped for breath and said, what we are using right now is just the tip of the iceberg. If we continue like this, one day we will lose control and bring disaster to the entire universe. Ariel fell silent. She looked down at the small ball in her hand, the madness in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by deep confusion and bewilderment. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out from the sky. Jiang Chen looked up to see a large mass of dark clouds rapidly approaching on the horizon. No way, Meng Zheng exclaimed in shock. It's the rebels' assault force. They've come. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He understood that the current situation left no room for them to hesitate any longer. Anubis, Jiang Chen turned to face the blue being. I need your help. We must quell this rebellion as soon as possible, or the entire planet will fall into chaos. Anubis nodded. I understand. However, you must remember that excessive use of energy can lead to unpredictable consequences. We must proceed with caution. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his eyes firm. I understand. But right now, we have no choice. With that, Jiang Chen turned to face his generals. Everyone, this is our most critical moment. We must unite and face this crisis together. Regardless of your previous views on energy, we must set aside our differences and fight for the future of Blue Star. The generals knelt on one knee, shouting, We are willing to follow your majesty through fire and water. Even Ariel slowly walked over to Jiang Chen's side and quietly said, I'm also willing to follow you. Jiang Chen nodded, turning to face the approaching rebel forces. He took a deep breath, feeling the energy within him begin to surge. Anubis, please lend me your strength, Jiang Chen said. Anubis nodded and placed his hand on Jiang Chen's forehead once again. In that instant, Jiang Chen felt as if he had become the center of the universe. An endless flow of energy surged within him, and every single cell felt joyous. Jiang Chen slowly raised his hands, his eyes shimmering with a strange light. Look, this is the true application of energy. Before his words fell, Jiang Chen suddenly swung his hand. In an instant, the entire sky turned a deep blue. Countless tiny points of light flickered in the air, resembling a sea of stars. The next second, those light points suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. Tens of thousands of energy beams descended from the sky, precisely hitting each rebel warship. Deafening explosions echoed through the air. The rebel fleet collapsed under this terrifying attack, with countless warships bursting in the sky like fireworks. However, Jiang Chen did not stop there. He swung his arms again, and suddenly, countless whirlpools appeared in the sky. Those battleships that were still stubbornly resisting were drawn in by the whirlpools, uncontrollably flying into them. When the whirlpools disappeared, those battleships had already been transported to distant outer space, no longer able to pose a threat to Blue Star. The entire process lasted only a few minutes, and by the time it ended, the main force of the rebels had been completely crushed. Jiang Chen slowly lowered his arms, feeling every cell in his body tingling. He knew he had reached his limit. "It's over," Jiang Chen murmured, but soon felt a wave of dizziness. In a last moment before losing consciousness, he saw Anubis looking at him with a complex expression. That look seemed to contain admiration, concern, and a hint of expectation. However, Jiang Chen had no time to think about it and fell into a coma. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a strange room. Anubis stood by the bed, looking serious. "You've been unconscious for 3 days," Anubis said. "During this time, a lot has happened." Jiang Chen struggled to sit up and asked, "What's going on outside?" Anubis sighed. "The rebellion has been quelled," but he paused. "Your actions that day have had quite an impact on the entire planet." Jiang Chen's heart sank. "What kind of impact?" Anubis slowly said, "Because you overused source energy, the energy balance of the entire planet has been disrupted. Now, strange phenomena are appearing everywhere. In some places, gravity has suddenly disappeared, and in others, the flow of time has become chaotic. If this continues..." Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He understood that he might have made a huge mistake. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Meng Tian rushed in. "Your Majesty, bad news. A mysterious fleet has suddenly appeared at the edge of our star system, and it looks like they are about to invade." Jiang Chen and Anubis quickly went to the command center, where a massive holographic projection displayed the real-time situation of the entire star system. At the edge of the star system where Blue Star is located, a large fleet was slowly approaching. "Where did they come from?" Jiang Chen asked with a frown. Anubis's expression was grave. "According to the energy fluctuations, they come from the Orion star system. There's an extremely warlike civilization there that has been searching for planets to plunder and colonize." "How much time do we have?" Jiang Chen pressed. Meng Tian quickly calculated and replied, "At their current speed, they will reach Blue Star in about 48 hours. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and turned to Anubis. "You said that if we stop using source energy, you would help us establish a defense system. Is it still possible now?" Anubis shook his head. "I'm afraid it's too late. Establishing a complete interstellar defense system takes at least several months. Right now, we can only rely on existing forces." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. "Then we can only face them head-on. How much combat power do we currently have available?" Meng Tian immediately reported, "Currently, we have about 5,000 source energy battleships, 200,000 source energy warriors. Additionally, there are some experimental superweapons that have not yet been tested in actual combat." Jiang Chen nodded and began to quickly formulate a battle plan. At that moment, Ariel suddenly walked in. "I have a proposal," she said, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. "We can activate the Angel Plan." "The Angel Plan?" Jiang Chen looked at her in confusion. What is that? Ariel took a deep breath. It's a secret weapon of our flying spirit clan. Through a special ritual, we can awaken the ancient genes sleeping within each member of the flying spirit clan, granting them godlike power for a short time. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That sounds promising. But are there any side effects? Ariel hesitated for a moment and then said, the side effects are significant. Once awakened, the life force of the flying spirit warriors will rapidly deplete, and they can only maintain this state for a maximum of 24 hours. Furthermore, the process is irreversible. The room fell into silence. Sacrificing one's own people for a chance at victory was too heavy a decision. At that moment, Anubis suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. Perhaps we can combine the source energy technology with the angel plan of the flying spirit clan. This could greatly enhance the effects while reducing the side effects. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. That's a brilliant idea. Ariel, what do you think? Ariel thought for a moment and then nodded firmly. I agree. For the future of Blue Star, the Flying Spirit Clan is willing to make any sacrifice. Thus, a bold plan began to take shape. Over the next 36 hours, Jiang Chen and his team worked tirelessly to perfectly combine the source energy technology with the ancient ritual of the Flying Spirit Clan. As the invading fleet approached the orbit of Blue Star, the defensive forces of Blue Star were finally ready. 5,000 source energy battleships arranged in a complex formation, creating an unbreakable defense line in space. Between the battleships, tens of thousands of enhanced source energy warriors floated in space, radiating an energy wave that sent shivers down the spine. At the forefront were 100 transformed flying spirit warriors from the Angel Plan. Their bodies shimmered with dazzling golden light, each radiating energy comparable to that of a small star. Jiang Chen stood on the bridge of the flagship, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy fleet approaching in the distance. Prepare for battle, Jiang Chen ordered, his voice echoing throughout the fleet via the communication system. At that moment, the enemy fleet suddenly accelerated, and countless small fighter jets surged forth from the mothership, pouring towards the Blue Star defense line like a swarm of locusts. The first wave of attacks is here, Meng Jingtian shouted. All forces on alert. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and waved his hand. Angel warriors, launch. In an instant, 100 shimmering golden flying spirit warriors shot up into the sky. Their speed was so fast that they were nearly impossible to perceive, and in the blink of an eye, they charged into the enemy formation. A series of deafening explosions erupted. Those seemingly indestructible enemy fighters crumbled like paper in front of the angel warriors, being destroyed piece by piece. The enemy forces clearly did not anticipate such a powerful resistance. Their formation began to break down, and many fighters turned to flee. Don't let them escape, Jiang Chen commanded. Source Energy Warriors, attack. Tens of thousands of Source Energy Warriors charged out like arrows from a bow, engaging the enemy in fierce close combat. The space was filled with the brilliance of energy explosions, as if countless fireworks were bursting in the void. However, the enemy forces are simply too many. Despite the exceptional bravery of the Angel Warriors and the Source Energy Warriors, many enemy ships have breached the defense lines and are flying towards Blue Star. Damn it! Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Activate the planetary defense system. With his command, countless blue light dots suddenly lit up on the surface of Blue Star. These were the source energy turrets distributed all around the globe, now all activated and aimed at the incoming enemy. Dense beams of source energy shot up from the ground, accurately hitting every enemy ship that had breached the defense lines. In the blink of an eye, the space around Blue Star was cleared. However, just as Blue Star's side thought victory was in sight, the enemy's main fleet finally arrived. It was an unimaginably huge flagship, measuring over 100 kilometers in length. Its shape resembled a gigantic octopus, with countless tentacle-like weapon systems slowly charging up. It's over. Meng Jingtian's face turned pale. The firepower of that flagship is enough to destroy the entire Blue Star. Jiang Chen stared intently at the giant ship and suddenly turned to Anubis. Do you remember the type of true source energy weapon you mentioned? Can we use it now? Anubis was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Yes. However, you must understand that once used, it could cause irreversible effects on the energy balance of the entire star system. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. I can't worry about that now. To protect Blue Star, it's worth taking this risk. Anubis nodded, took out a small box from his pocket. He opened it, revealing an unassuming metal sphere, no larger than a marble. This is the true source energy weapon, Anubis explained. It contains energy equivalent to a star's explosion. Once detonated, everything within several light years will be destroyed. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. The power of this weapon was beyond his imagination. I'll do it, Jiang Chen said solemnly. I'll pilot a fighter and deliver this to the inside of the enemy flagship to detonate it. No, Ariel suddenly shouted. It's too dangerous. Let me go. I'm of the flying spirit race, the fastest. Jiang Chen shook his head. No, this is my responsibility. As a ruler of Blue Star, I have the obligation to face this threat myself. Without waiting for anyone to object, Jiang Chen grabbed the source energy weapon and rushed out of the bridge. He quickly made his way to the hangar and jumped into the latest model of source energy fighter. Wish me luck, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, then started the fighter. With a roar, the fighter shot out of the flagship like an arrow, heading straight for the enemy giant ship. The enemy ship clearly noticed this solitary fighter and began to fire dense energy beams. Jiang Chen focused entirely, navigating the fighter through a hail of gunfire, constantly dodging attacks from all directions. Just a little more. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth as he saw the distance to the enemy ship getting closer. Just then, a thick energy beam suddenly struck from the side. Jiang Chen tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The left wing of the fighter was hit and began to shake violently. Jiang Chen struggled to control the fighter, but its flight path had become unstable. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, realizing he might not be able to accurately deliver the source energy weapon to the inside of the enemy ship. At that moment, Ariel's voice suddenly came through the communicator. Jiang Chen, give me the weapon. I'll complete the final mission. Jiang Chen looked up and saw that Ariel had somehow caught up. Her body was shining with a brilliant golden light, clearly having activated her angel mode. However, Jiang Chen wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Ariel. Stop talking, Ariel shouted. Give me the weapon. Only I can accurately deliver it inside the enemy ship. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, knowing that Ariel was right. He quickly opened the hatch and tossed the energy weapon out. Ariel grabbed the weapon with one hand and shot off like a golden lightning bolt toward the enemy ship. Jiang Chen watched as Ariel's figure gradually disappeared into the shadow of the enemy vessel, and an indescribable emotion surged within him. Ariel, Jiang Chen murmured, safe travels. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone held their breath, watching the small golden light drawing closer to the massive enemy ship. Ariel darted through the dense barrage of fire with incredible speed, her body shimmering as she dodged attacks from all directions. Each evasion was like dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead to annihilation. Just a little more. Ariel gritted her teeth, determination shining in her eyes. Just as she was about to reach the surface of the enemy ship, a massive energy beam suddenly struck from the side. Ariel couldn't dodge in time and had to take the hit directly. With a cry of pain, Ariel's left wing was hit and golden feathers scattered. Yet, she didn't stop. Instead, she surged toward the enemy ship at an even greater speed. For Blue Star, Ariel shouted, transforming into a streak of golden light and crashing into the enemy ship's energy shield. In that instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. Then, a small blue light flickered within the enemy ship. The light rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the entire massive vessel. Following that, A gigantic energy sphere erupted in space, expanding violently, and everything near the enemy ship was instantly swept away. "Retreat!" Jiang Chen shouted. "The energy wave is coming our way." The Blue Star fleet immediately began to pull back, but the speed of the energy wave was truly too fast. In a flash, the first wave of impact had already swept over. "Activate maximum power shields," Jiang Chen ordered. All the battleships simultaneously activated their strongest defenses, forming a massive blue energy dome. The energy wave slammed heavily against the shields, causing the entire fleet to shake violently. "Hold on." Jiang Chen grasped the console tightly, feeling the intense vibrations beneath his feet. After what felt like an eternity of several minutes, the energy wave finally began to weaken. When everything settled down, Jiang Chen looked out the window and couldn't help but gasp. The once densely packed enemy ships had been completely annihilated, replaced by a vast nebula. The wreckage of the enemy ships, devastated by the energy weapon, created a breathtaking yet haunting scene in space. Did we win?" Meng Jingtian asked in disbelief. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and nodded slowly. "Yes, we won, thanks to Ariel's sacrifice." Before he could finish, alarms suddenly blared throughout the ship. "What's happening?" Jiang Chen frowned and asked. "Report," a technician urgently reported. "The explosion of the energy weapon has triggered a chain reaction. The energy balance of the entire star system has been disrupted." Jiang Chen's expression changed. "What's the specific situation?" The technician quickly pulled up a series of data. According to the readings, the sun's activity has suddenly become abnormally active. If this continues, it may rapidly advance into the red giant phase. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone fell into silence. If the sun really advanced into the red giant phase prematurely, the entire blue star would be reduced to ashes. Just then, Anubis suddenly spoke up. "There is still one way." Everyone's gaze turned to him. Anubis slowly said, "We can siphon energy to forcibly stabilize the sun's state. However, this requires a massive amount of energy, and the operation is extremely dangerous." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "We have no choice. Let's do it." In the following days, the entire blue star was engulfed in tense preparations. All available energy devices were redirected to the Lagrange point of the solar system, forming a massive energy network. When everything was ready, Jiang Chen stood at the control center. He took a deep breath and pressed the activation button. In an instant, countless blue energy beams shot out from the energy network, converging into a thick beam of light directed at the sun. The entire process lasted for 3 full days and nights. During this time, everyone on Blue Star held their breath, watching the sun, which was undergoing violent fluctuations. On the 4th day at dawn, good news came. The sun's activity began to stabilize, and the crisis was temporarily averted. However, when Jiang Chen walked out of the control center, he found that the entire world had changed. The once bustling city had become eerily silent, with empty streets. Strange energy ripples floated in the sky, and objects occasionally appeared and disappeared out of thin air. "What is happening?" Jiang Chen asked. Anubis sighed. "This is the consequence of overusing energy. The entire planet's space-time structure has become unstable. If this continues, Blue Star may completely collapse." Jiang Chen fell silent. He knew he might have made a massive mistake. In order to save the immediate crisis, he might have doomed the entire planet's future. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Jiang Chen, don't lose heart. It's not over yet." Jiang Chen turned around sharply, unable to believe his eyes. Standing before him was Ariel, who had already sacrificed herself. How is this possible?" Jiang Chen exclaimed. Ariel smiled faintly. "The mysteries of energy are far deeper than we imagine. At the moment I detonated the energy weapon, for some reason, my consciousness resonated with the entire universe. The current me is no longer the Ariel of the past." Her body flickered, as if she would vanish at any moment. Listen, Jiang Chen, Ariel continued. The current situation of Blue Star is indeed very dangerous, but it is also an opportunity. Through the correct guidance, we can stabilize this instability and create an entirely new world. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Ariel explained, "The current Blue Star is like a piece of clay being molded. If we can find the right method, we can reshape the rules of the entire world. Imagine a world without war, without disease, where everyone is equal. All of this can be achieved through source energy." Jiang Chen's heart trembled. The future that Ariel described was exactly the dream he had always held. But is this really safe? Jiang Chen asked. We've already seen the terrifying consequences of the misuse of source energy. Ariel nodded. There are indeed risks. But Jiang Chen, without risks, how can there be progress? This might be humanity's only chance for a qualitative leap. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. He knew he was facing a choice that could change the course of human history. Should he continue to use source energy, risking destruction in pursuit of an ideal future? Or should he completely abandon source energy and retreat down the path of traditional development? Just as Jiang Chen was hesitating, Anubis suddenly spoke up. Perhaps there's a third path. Jiang Chen and Ariel immediately looked at him, waiting for the next words. Anubis slowly said, "We can try to merge source energy with the fundamental laws of this universe. In this way, we can fully utilize the power of source energy without disrupting the balance of the universe." Is that possible? Jiang Chen asked. Anubis nodded. In theory, it is possible. However, this requires a powerful consciousness to guide the entire process. Moreover, once we start, we cannot stop midway. Jiang Chen and Ariel exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. We are willing to try, Jiang Chen said directly. An unprecedented plan began to take shape. Jiang Chen, Ariel, and Anubis stood together, starting to guide the energy of the entire planet. As time passed, miracles began to occur. The chaotic energy started to become orderly, and new rules began to take root in this world. A mysterious force from the depths of the universe suddenly intervened, breaking their process. Jiang Chen felt a darkness wash over him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying under an unfamiliar starry sky. Around him, countless points of light shimmered, as if the entire universe was trying to tell him something. "This is," Jiang Chen muttered, suddenly realizing something. Could this be the origin of source energy? A familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Your Highness, you are awake." Jiang Chen turned to see the celestial angel floating beside him, with a look of concern and relief in its eyes. "Celestial angel, what happened here? Where are the others?" Jiang Chen asked anxiously. The celestial angel took a deep breath and began to explain. "After you fell into a coma, we were all transported to this place by that mysterious force. According to my observations and speculations, this is indeed the origin of source energy and the battleground where various factions compete for control over it." Jiang Chen looked around. "Various factions? You mean there are others?" The celestial angel nodded. "That's right. During your coma, we encountered several representatives from other factions. The situation is quite complex, and we need to proceed with caution." Just then, a violent surge of energy suddenly radiated from a distance. Jiang Chen and the celestial angel turned to look, and they saw two fleets engaged in fierce combat in the distant starry sky. "That's..." Jiang Chen squinted. "Yes, that is our Dawnlight Corps fighting against a faction that calls itself the Star Alliance," the celestial angel explained. "During your coma, various factions have been trying to adapt to this new environment and have initiated preliminary contact with one another." Jiang Chen nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. "Good. It seems they haven't wasted any time. Tell me more details." The intelligence angel began to report the situation in detail. It turned out that after arriving at this source energy origin, the 8 major Asar legions quickly mobilized, established temporary bases, and began to explore this mysterious space. During this process, they encountered representatives from several other civilizations, some friendly and some hostile. Currently, the biggest threat we face is a civilization that calls itself Source Energy Gator, the intelligence angel said with a serious expression. They possess extremely advanced source energy technology and are ambitious, seemingly wanting to monopolize the entire source energy origin. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows in thought. It looks like we need to establish an effective defense system as soon as possible. Gather all the Legion commanders. I want to hold an emergency meeting. The commanders of the 8 major Asar legions appeared before Jiang Chen through holographic projection. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen scanned the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. We are now in a completely new world. I need you to report on your respective situations. Meng Jingtian spoke first. Your Majesty, the Dawnlight Legion is currently engaged in battle with the Star Alliance civilization. Their technological level is comparable to ours, but their tactical application is somewhat lacking. We have already gained an initial advantage and expect to drive them out of our sphere of influence soon. Jiang Chen nodded. Good, but be careful not to incur heavy casualties. We still do not fully understand the overall situation and need to conserve our strength. Next, the other Legion commanders reported their situations in turn. The Sword of Conquest Legion was exploring a mysterious energy vortex. The Empire's Fist Legion was establishing defensive works in preparation for a potential large-scale war. The Color Watch Legion has discovered something interesting, Commander Zhao Long said. During our exploration, we found that this space seems to be able to change based on the user's will. We are trying to utilize this feature to enhance our weapons and equipment. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This is an important discovery. Zhao Long, organize a team immediately to delve deeper into this phenomenon. If we can master this ability, it will greatly enhance our combat power. Just as the discussion was heating up, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. What's happening? Jiang Chen asked, frowning. Commander Xin Qi quickly pulled up a holographic star map. Your Majesty, we have detected a large fleet approaching. Based on energy signatures, it is likely the vanguard of the Source Energy Gator. Jiang Chen's expression instantly became serious. It seems the real challenge is here. Everyone, immediately enter a state of battle readiness. Meng Jingtian, lead the Dawnlight Legion to withdraw from the current battlefield and rendezvous with the Sword of Conquest Legion to prepare for the enemy's advance. Other legions, deploy according to the predetermined plan. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, and then disappeared from the holographic projection. Jiang Chen turned to the intelligence angel. I need more information about the Source Energy Gata. How advanced is their technology? Do they have any special tactics or weapons? The intelligence angel quickly pulled up a series of data. According to the intelligence we currently have, the technology level of the Source Energy Gata is indeed very advanced. Their warships can directly absorb the surrounding source energy to enhance themselves, and their combat power increases continuously as the battle prolongs. Moreover, they seem to possess a technology that can distort space, allowing their fleet to maneuver over a wide area in a very short period of time. After hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. This is indeed a tricky opponent. However, every technology has its weaknesses. Intelligence Angel, immediately organize a specialized research team to analyze the Source Energy Gata's technology in depth and identify possible breakthroughs. Understood. I will take care of it right away, the Intelligence Angel said, quickly leaving. At that moment, Aswa hurried in. Your Majesty, we have received the latest news from the front. The vanguard forces of the Source Energy Gata have engaged our fleet. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Good, let's see how strong this so-called Source Energy Gata really is. Bring up the battlefield holographic projection. With Jiang Chen's command, a massive holographic star map appeared before him. On the edge of a nebula, two fleets were engaged in intense combat. The blue light points represented the Dawnlight Legion and the Conqueror Sword Legion, while the red light points represented the vanguard forces of the Source Energy Gata. Jiang Chen carefully observed the battlefield situation and soon noticed some issues. Our fleet formation is too dispersed, making it easy for the enemy to defeat us one by one. Pass the word down to Mengzheng Tian and Zui In to immediately adjust the formation and adopt the Thunderhammer tactic. Aswa immediately conveyed the order. Soon, the blue light points on the battlefield began to move quickly, reorganizing into a spearhead formation. Very good, Jiang Chen nodded. Now, let the Conqueror Sword Legion's main fleet act as the tip of the spear, directly penetrating the enemy's center. The Dawnlight Legion will spread out to the two wings to encircle the enemy's flanks. With Jiang Chen's command, the situation on the battlefield began to change. The Conqueror Sword Legion's fleet, like a sharp spear tip, directly thrust into the formation of the Source Energy Gata's vanguard forces. The enemy clearly did not anticipate such a sudden offensive, and their formation was instantly disrupted. Now it's time, Jiang Chen shouted. Dawnlight Legion, full attack. Mengzheng Tian's voice came through the communication system. Understood. Dawnlight Legion, listen to my command. Execute the Morning Dew Storm tactic. On the battlefield, a large number of blue light points suddenly accelerated, forming two massive whirlpools that directly engulfed the enemy's flanks. The Source Energy Gata's vanguard forces suddenly found themselves in a predicament, attacked from both sides. Report, Aswa exclaimed in surprise. The enemy fleet is showing abnormal energy fluctuations. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as he saw many red light points on the holographic star map suddenly brightening. Immediately afterward, the entire enemy fleet seemed to vanish and reappear in another location. Spatial jump? Jiang Chen frowned. I didn't expect them to use this technology so quickly. The situation changed drastically. The Source Energy Gata fleet, which was originally surrounded, suddenly appeared behind our fleet, launching a fierce attack on our unprepared logistics fleet. Damn it! Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and quickly issued new orders. All fleets, immediately adjust formations. Prioritize protecting the logistics fleet. Conqueror Sword Legion, organize a counterattack immediately. The situation on the battlefield fell back into a stalemate. Although our fleet responded quickly, we still lost a portion of our logistics fleet. The Source Energy Gate Vanguard Army has demonstrated formidable combat power, with their ships seemingly able to continuously absorb energy from their surroundings, increasing their battle capabilities rather than diminishing them. Your Majesty, Meng Jingtian's voice came through. The enemy's technological level indeed exceeds our expectations. It will be difficult for us to achieve a decisive victory in a short time. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Our primary task now is to preserve our strength. Issue an order for all fleets to retreat in an orderly fashion back to the defenses established by the Imperial Fist Corps. At the same time, instruct the White Watch Legion to accelerate their research into the characteristics of this space. We need to find a way to defeat the enemy as soon as possible. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. As Jiang Chen's orders were given, the blue light points began to retreat in an orderly manner. The Source Energy Gate fleet also seemed to have chosen not to pursue further, possibly out of fear of our defensive positions. Once all fleets had safely retreated, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. This skirmish, although not victorious, had provided them with a deeper understanding of the enemy. Gather all the corps commanders and research personnel, Jiang Chen said to Isa. We need to formulate a new strategy as soon as possible. With the first skirmish concluded, Jiang Chen realized they were facing an enemy far more powerful than they had imagined. In the temporary command center, Jiang Chen convened all the corps commanders and key research personnel to begin drafting a new strategy. Everyone, Jiang Chen surveyed the room, his voice steady and powerful. Although we did not achieve victory in the battle just now, we have gained a deeper understanding of the enemy. Now, I need to hear your thoughts. Meng Jingtian spoke first. Your Majesty, the source energy gate's space-jumping technology is indeed troublesome. I suggest we prioritize researching how to predict and prevent their jumps. Zorn nodded in agreement. Exactly. If we can limit their mobility, we can gain a tactical advantage. At that moment, Zhao Xinghe, a research personnel from the White Watch Legion, stepped forward. Your Majesty, everyone, I have an idea. Based on our research, it seems that the source of this energy can change according to the user's will. If we can master this ability, we might be able to create a new type of defense system. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Tell me more. Zhao Xinghe brought up a holographic model. We could try to create a willpower field. This field could not only block physical attacks, but also potentially interfere with the enemy's space jumps. Theoretically, as long as our will is strong enough, we can create a defense that is nearly unbreakable. The room erupted in a chorus of admiration. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen made a decision. Good. Zhao Xinghe, you immediately organize a dedicated research team to focus on this technology. Everyone else should actively cooperate. Just as the discussion heated up, alarms sounded again. Report. Bai Qi Xuan from the Eye of Divine Punishment Legion rushed in. We've detected that a large-scale fleet from the Source Energy Gate is assembling, and it looks like they are preparing for a full-scale attack. Jiang Chen's expression instantly became serious. Time is running out. Zhao Xinghe, how long do you need to develop a preliminary willpower field? Zhao Xinghe quickly calculated. If all goes well, about 48 hours. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, I will buy you some time. Meng Jingtian and Zorn, you two corps are responsible for delaying the enemy. Remember, do not get entangled in battle. Focus on wearing down the enemy. Li Qing, your Imperial Fist Corps will strengthen the defensive positions. Other corps should take turns to rest and be ready to support at any time. The entire base has fallen into a tense state of preparation over the next 48 hours. On the front lines, the Dawn of Li and the Sword of Conquest battalions took turns launching attacks, engaging in a series of small-scale skirmishes with the vanguard of the Source Energy Gate. During one of these skirmishes, Meng Jingtian commanded the Dawn of Li battalion and cleverly employed the Dawn Mist tactic. Utilizing the surrounding nebulae, he created an artificial fog zone that greatly restricted the enemy's visibility and sensing capabilities. 1st Battalion, deploy the disruption bombs. Meng Jingtian ordered. 7th Battalion, prepare for a surprise attack. A series of blue points of light suddenly flashed on the star map, marking the specially designed disruption bombs released by the Dawn of Li battalion. These disruption bombs not only interfered with the enemy's sensors, but also released a large amount of energy particles upon detonation, further enhancing the fog zone effect. As the Source Energy Gate fleet fell into chaos, Meng Jingtian seized the opportunity. 7th Battalion, charge. Target the enemy command ship. Dozens of assault ships, adorned with dawn patterns, accelerated instantly like a pack of hungry sharks, heading straight for the enemy command ship. Before the enemy could react, these assault ships had already breached their defenses and began launching a fierce attack on the command ship. Good. Meng Jingtian nodded in satisfaction. Maintain fire output. Strive to severely damage their command system. Suddenly, the enemy command ship erupted with a blinding light, and the surrounding source energy seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly gathering around the command ship. What is this? Meng Jingtian's pupils contracted. Emergency evasive maneuvers. All ships, increase distance immediately. With a deafening explosion, a terrifying wave of energy spread outward from the command ship. The surrounding assault ships were unable to evade in time and were instantly consumed by this energy. Report losses. Meng Jingtian gritted his teeth and demanded. Commander, we lost 80% of the assault ships, and the remaining ones have also sustained significant damage, the lieutenant quickly reported. Meng Jingtian took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Withdraw immediately. Return to the defensive fortifications. Inform the other battalions that the enemy seems to have mastered some kind of energy fusion technology, which is extremely dangerous. After the dawn of Li Battalion returned to the defensive fortifications, Jiang Chen immediately convened an emergency meeting. This energy fusion technology is indeed tricky, Jiang Chen frowned and said, but every technique has its weaknesses. Intelligent Angel, what do you think? The Intelligent Angel pondered for a moment and said, based on the combat data provided by Meng Jingtian, I believe this technology has a fatal flaw. During the energy fusion process, the enemy ship becomes extremely vulnerable. If we can interrupt this process before they fuse, it might result in a devastating strike. Jiang Chen nodded. This is a breakthrough point. Zorn, your sort of conquest battalion excels at quick assaults, so try to target this next time we engage. Understood, Your Majesty, Zorn replied solemnly. At that moment, Zhao Xinghe rushed in, his face displaying excitement. Your Majesty, we have made a significant breakthrough. The preliminary prototype of the willpower field has been completed. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Great. Arrange for a test immediately. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw that the 6 divine enforcers were already geared up, each emanating a powerful aura. You all. Jiang Chen hesitated. With Jiang Chen's command, the 6 divine enforcers shot towards the battlefield like arrows released from a bow. Their appearance immediately caught the attention of the 10,000 Fangs Alliance forces. What is that? Atlas asked, surprised. Gu Qianxue suddenly accelerated, a faint golden halo appearing around her body. She swung her long sword, and a massive sword energy swept out, directly slicing through a 10,000 Fangs Alliance cruiser. Lena demonstrated incredible control. With a gentle wave of her hand, countless tiny energy threads wove through space, forming a gigantic energy net. This net directly enveloped a fleet of the 10,000 Fangs Alliance, immobilizing them in place. The intelligence expert, Ko Shasho, was responsible for information gathering and tactical analysis. It was as if her brain merged with the entire battlefield, constantly providing the most precise tactical suggestions to others. The Holy Knight, Laya, transformed into a dazzling light. Wherever she went, the defenses of our warships received significant boosts. She acted like a flowing shield, constantly moving across the battlefield to protect warships in need of assistance. Shun Liangzi and Gong Sun Li formed a perfectly synchronized duo. Liangzi was responsible for infiltrating enemy ships to sabotage key facilities, while Gong Sun Li provided cover from the outside, working seamlessly together. The entry of the 6 divine enforcers immediately turned the tide of battle. The 10,000 Fangs Alliance began to retreat steadily. Their proud numerical advantage seemed insignificant in the face of an absolute quality difference. However, just as victory seemed within reach, an unexpected event occurred. The 3 flagship vessels of the 10,000 Fangs Alliance suddenly began to transform, ultimately merging into a gigantic super battleship. The energy fluctuations emitted by this battleship exceeded even the previous energy fusion. Prepare for the final battle. Atlas's voice rang out again. Let's see who is the true master of this source energy origin. Facing the super battleship of the 10,000 Fangs Alliance, Jiang Chen knew that conventional tactics would no longer suffice. He quickly weighed various possibilities in his mind and ultimately made a bold decision. Zhao Xinghe. Jiang Chen turned to the commander of the White Watch Legion. What's the progress on the research of the source energy falling new armor? Zhao Xinghe was taken aback, but quickly understood Jiang Chen's intention. Your Majesty, although it hasn't been fully tested yet, theoretically it can be used. However, there are risks. Jiang Chen interrupted him. Right now, we can't afford to worry about risks. Activate the source energy falling new armor plan immediately. Zhao Xinghe immediately took action, pulling up a series of complex data and blueprints. The source energy falling new armor was the latest product developed by the research team, led by Jiang Chen. It could resonate deeply with the wearer, significantly enhancing combat strength. Everyone, Jiang Chen looked around at the commanders in the command center. The upcoming battle will be an unprecedented challenge. I need each of you to exert 120% of your strength. Remember, we are not fighting just for ourselves, but for the future of the entire universe. With Jiang Chen's command, batches of brand new source energy falling new armors were urgently delivered to the front lines. The 6 divine enforcers were the first warriors to don this armor. The moment Gu Qianxue put on the source energy falling new armor, she felt as if she had merged with the entire universe. The surface of the armor shimmered with a faint golden glow, pulsing in rhythm with her breath. This feeling, Gu Qianxue exclaimed, it's as if the entire universe's power is flowing through me. The other divine prohibitors had similar sensations. Lina felt her control over energy had become significantly more precise, while Ko Xiaoxiao's computational abilities seemed to have improved several times over. Lia's defensive capabilities had reached a new height, and both Liangzi and Gongsun Li had seen significant enhancements in their speed and attack power. Jiang Chen issued a command through the communication system. Divine Prohibitor Team, your mission is to restrain the enemy's super battleship. The 8 military corps spread out and surround, looking for weaknesses in the enemy's ship. Remember, our goal is to collapse their defenses and create an opportunity for the final strike. As Jiang Chen's order was given, the entire battlefield erupted once more. Gu Qianxue took the lead in the attack. Her source energy armor erupted with dazzling golden light, and she dashed toward the enemy's super battleship like a meteor. As she approached the battleship, she swung her sword fiercely, unleashing a massive sword aura that sliced through space and struck heavily against the battleship's shield. Boom! The entire battlefield shook. The battleship's shield showed significant fluctuations from the impact, but quickly recovered. No wonder they are the trump card of the 10,000 Alliance, Gu Qianxue murmured to herself. It seems I need to work even harder. Lina also initiated her movements. Her source energy armor turned a light blue, and countless tiny energy filaments extended from the armor, weaving into a massive energy net in space. This net rapidly enveloped the super battleship. Atlas sensed the danger and immediately ordered, activate shields at full power. Prepare to counterattack. The surface of the super battleship suddenly lit up with numerous energy cannon ports, and countless red, blue, and gold energy beams poured out like a torrential rain. Be careful, Jiang Chen warned through the communication system. The divine prohibitors reacted with astonishing speed. Leah darted to the forefront, her source energy armor emanating a brilliant light as she formed a massive energy shield. All incoming attacks were blocked by this shield. Good opportunity! Ko Xiaoxiao's voice rang out in the communication channel. Their energy output shows a 0.3-second fluctuation. Shun Liangzi, Gongsun Li, now is the time. Shun Liangzi and Gongsun Li have been waiting for this moment. Their source energy armors appeared in deep black and pure white respectively, like 2 shadows, dashing toward the super battleship at an uncatchable speed. Liangzi was responsible for infiltrating the enemy's ship. Her armor had strong stealth capabilities, easily breaching the enemy ship's external defenses. Once inside, she moved like a ghost, quickly destroying various critical facilities. Gongsun Li provided cover from the outside. Her speed was at its peak, leaving countless afterimages around the enemy's ship. Each time she appeared, she would leave a deep scar on the battleship's surface. Damn it, Atlas roared. Activate the internal defense system. Don't let them succeed. The divine prohibitors did not cease their offensive. Gu Qianxue launched another fierce attack, this time infusing her sword aura with even more terrifying energy. Lina's energy net tightened further, beginning to affect the maneuverability of the super battleship. The 8 ASA military corps were also not idle. Under Jiang Chen's command, they adopted a surrounding tactic, launching attacks on the super battleship from various angles. Under the command of Meng Zheng, the Dawnlight Brigade continued to employ the morning mist tactic, constantly deploying interference missiles to disrupt the enemy ship's sensor systems. The Zorn Crusade Sword Brigade took a more aggressive assault approach, relentlessly seeking out weaknesses in the enemy ships to launch fierce attacks. The Li Qing Empire Fist Brigade transformed into a moving fortress, providing cover for other brigades. The Zhao Long Amber Watch Brigade was responsible for rear support, continuously providing the front lines with the latest tactical analysis and energy resupply. The Xuanqi Xiantian Punishment I Brigade became a powerful sniper unit, with every attack striking the enemy ship's critical points with precision. The Zhongshan Immortal Shield Brigade and Qi Changkong Black Watch Brigade displayed agility on the battlefield, always ready to support comrades in need of assistance. The battle lasted for several hours, with both sides suffering heavy losses. As time passed, the Wandao Alliance's super battleships began to show signs of fatigue. Their shield strength continually declined, and the hulls displayed multiple damages. "This is the moment," Jiang Chen shouted. "All troops, prepare for the final strike." With his command, all brigades and divine enforcers began to gather energy, preparing for the final total assault. Just then, the super battleship emitted a strange glow. "Not good," the Archangel exclaimed in alarm. "It seems they have activated some kind of self-destruct mechanism. If it explodes, the entire source energy origin site will suffer a catastrophic blow." Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. He knew he had to stop this disaster immediately. Time was running out, and conventional methods were no longer sufficient. At this critical moment, an unexpected voice rang out. Jiang Chen turned to see Aiswa, who had somehow donned the source energy meteor armor. Her armor was a deep blue, seemingly containing the mysteries of the entire universe. "Aiswa," Jiang Chen hesitated to speak. Aiswa smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you taught us to fight for greater ideals. Now, let me defend this ideal with my life." Before Jiang Chen could respond, Aiswa shot like a meteor towards the soon-to-explode super battleship. "Aiswa!" Jiang Chen shouted, but it was too late. Aiswa's figure merged with the super battleship. In the next moment, a massive energy vortex appeared in space, engulfing the entire super battleship. The energy vortex grew larger, ultimately forming a small black hole. It swallowed everything around it, including the remnants of the Wandao Alliance fleet. When everything settled, only Jiang Chen's fleet remained on the battlefield. The Wandao Alliance and their super battleships, along with Aiswa, had vanished into that mysterious black hole. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Chen remained silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "Relay my order. All troops enter a state of alert. At the same time, initiate a search and rescue operation for any possible survivors." "Understood," everyone replied in unison, quickly getting busy. Jiang Chen gazed out at the vast starry sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that this war was far from over. Although the threat from the Wandao Alliance had been temporarily lifted, even greater challenges might be waiting for them. "Aiswa," Jiang Chen whispered, "I will find you and bring you home." 3 days after the battle, Jiang Chen convened all senior officers for a meeting. The atmosphere in the command center was tense and solemn. "Ladies and gentlemen," Jiang Chen surveyed the room, his voice steady and powerful. "While we have repelled the first wave of attacks from the Wanfan Alliance, this war is far from over. According to intelligence analysis, the Wanfan Alliance likely has even stronger forces hidden behind the scenes. We must prepare to face greater challenges." The Archangel stood to Jiang Chen's right and added, "Based on our analysis, the Wanfan Alliance seems to possess some technology capable of traversing dimensions. That black hole that swallowed the super battleship and Aiswa is likely a gateway to another dimension." Jiang Chen nodded. "Exactly. Therefore, our next course of action will be to explore this so-called Wanfan dimension. We not only need to find Aiswa, but we also need to thoroughly dismantle the threat posed by the Wanfan Alliance." "However, Your Majesty," Meng Jingtian stepped forward to speak, We know nothing about that dimension. The risks of entering are too great. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. That's why we need an elite exploration team. Meng Jingtian, your Dawnlight Legion is the most suitable for this mission. Meng Jingtian stood at attention and saluted. I will obey your orders. Jiang Chen continued to assign tasks. Zorn, your Conqueror's Sword Legion will provide fire support for the exploration team. Li Qing, the Imperial Fist Legion will continue to strengthen our defenses here. Other legions, remain vigilant and be ready to respond to any unexpected situations. The generals all took their orders. Jiang Chen finally looked at the 6 Divine Guardians. You 6 will serve as the core force, assisting Meng Jingtian in executing the exploration mission. Remember, your primary goal is to gather intelligence and find Ace Hua's whereabouts. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage the enemy directly. Gu Qianxue, representing the Divine Guardians, nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will not fail in our mission. After the meeting concluded, the exploration team immediately began intensive preparations. The research team worked day and night to improve the source energy crash armor, adapting it to the unknown dimensional environment. The intelligence department worked hard to analyze all the data collected during previous battles, trying to figure out how to enter the Wanfan dimension. 3 days later, everything was ready. Under Jiang Chen's watchful eye, an exploration team composed of the Dawnlight Legion, the Divine Guardian team, and an elite research team slowly set off towards the mysterious black hole. Be careful, Jiang Chen reminded them one last time. If the situation is not right, withdraw immediately. Meng Jingtian nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will return safely. With a command from Jiang Chen, the exploration team entered the black hole. In an instant, everyone felt a strong wave of dizziness. When they regained their senses, the scenery before them had completely changed. This is the Wanfan dimension? Gu Qianxue exclaimed as she looked around at the surroundings. They found themselves in a vibrant space filled with colors. Countless glowing energy filaments intertwined, forming complex geometric patterns. In the distance, a massive energy vortex slowly rotated, emitting a heart-pounding wave of energy. Everyone, stay alert. Meng Jingtian's voice echoed through the communication channel. Activate all detection equipment and collect as much data as possible. Divine Guardian team, maintain vigilance and be ready to respond to any potential dangers. The exploration team cautiously advanced through this unfamiliar space. With each step, they encountered astonishing sights. At times, they would see illusions appearing and disappearing suddenly. At other times, they would encounter phenomena that defied logic, such as waterfalls flowing upward or inverted gravitational fields. The alarm suddenly sounded, and the intelligence angel quickly flew to Jiang Chen's side. Report, Your Majesty. We have detected a large amount of high-energy reactions. The main fleet of the 10,000 Paths Alliance is rapidly approaching. Jiang Chen's expression tightened as he swiftly issued an order. All troops on alert. Activate the defensive array. With his command, the entire fleet instantly entered combat mode. Energy shields flickered with blue light, enveloping the entire fleet. Before long, the space ahead suddenly distorted, and a massive fleet emerged from the void. These warships were shaped like gigantic crystals, radiating rainbow-colored light, each containing an energy that could instill fear in people's hearts. The 10,000 Paths Alliance, Jiang Chen said coldly. It seems they want to annihilate us in one fell swoop. The intelligence angel quickly analyzed the data. Your Majesty, the enemy's numbers are 3 times ours, and they seem to have completely adapted to this dimension's environment. Their combat power might be stronger than ours in the cosmos. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly upward. Then let them see our strength. All troops, execute the Dawn of the Galaxy tactic. With Jiang Chen's command, the 8 major Asha legions swiftly sprang into action. The Dawn of Light Legion was the first to strike. Meng Jingtian stood at the flagship's command platform, his voice grave as he issued orders. First battle group, release Morning Mist. Second battle group, prepare for Spear of Light Assault. Third battle group, cover the rear. A large number of specially designed interference shells were released, creating an artificial fog zone on the battlefield that greatly limited the enemy's visibility and sensing capabilities. Next, the Sword of Conquest Legion launched their offensive. Zorn's voice rang through the communication channel. All troops, activate lightning assault mode. The warships of the Sword of Conquest Legion suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, darting between the enemy ships. Each time they passed an enemy vessel, they unleashed a powerful energy beam, accurately striking the enemy's critical points. First battle group, concentrate fire on the enemy's left flank. Min Yin shouted, leading his battle group into the enemy lines. Second battle group, cover the first battle group. Su Tianyu followed closely behind, his warships releasing a large number of energy shields to protect Min Yan's troops. Third battle group, prepare to encircle. Lu Tianfeng calmly issued orders, his battle group quietly maneuvering to the enemy's flank. Jiang Chen observed the changes on the battlefield with satisfaction and turned to the intelligence angel. Notify Su Qing to prepare the Imperial Fist Legion for support. Upon receiving the order, Su Qing immediately led the Imperial Fist Legion forward. This legion's warships were equipped with heavy armor and powerful shields, serving as an indestructible barrier, providing strong support for the other legions. The 10,000 Paths Alliance began to counterattack. Their flagship suddenly erupted with dazzling rainbow light, and a massive energy beam swept toward them. Be careful, Jiang Chen shouted. All troops evade. However, the speed of the beam was too fast, making it difficult for even experienced captains to completely avoid it. Just as it seemed they would incur significant casualties, a brilliant white light suddenly appeared in front of the beam. It's Livia, the intelligence angel exclaimed. The Holy Knight Livia hovered in space, her source energy new armor radiating a dazzling brilliance. She formed a massive energy shield that blocked the devastating beam. God's Forbidden Squad, advance. Jiang Chen commanded. Gu Qinxue was the first to charge out, her longsword slicing through the void, and a massive sword aura swiftly severed an enemy cruiser. Lina followed closely behind, weaving countless small energy threads under her control to create a large net, trapping a group of enemy ships within it. Ko Xiaoxiao was responsible for tactical analysis and coordination. Her voice echoed in the communication channel. Attention! A weakness has appeared on the enemy's right flank. I suggest the Eye of Divine Punishment Legion attack immediately. Bai Qishuan reacted swiftly. Received. Mo Changfeng, lead the first battle group to strike. Xiao Shanhao, second battle group, provide cover. He Xiaodiyan, prepare to encircle with the third battle group. The warships of the Eye of Divine Punishment Legion surged forth like arrows, piercing the enemy's weak point. Their precise strikes inflicted massive losses on the enemy. However, the power of the 10,000 Paths Alliance was indeed not to be underestimated. They quickly adjusted their tactics and began to concentrate fire on Jiang Chen's main fleet. Not good, the intelligent angel exclaimed. The enemy is gathering, preparing to launch a full-scale attack. Jiang Chen's expression hardened, and he made a swift decision. Zhao Long, lead the Azure Watch Brigade forward for support. Zhong Shan, prepare the Indestructible Shield Brigade for backup. Qi Chong Kong, the Black Watch Brigade is responsible for rear defense. Following Jiang Chen's orders, the three brigades sprang into action. Zhao Long's Azure Watch Brigade moved like a bolt of azure lightning, darting across the battlefield. With their agility and precision strikes, they effectively disrupted the enemy's rhythm. Yun Xinghui, Zhao Long commanded through the communication system. Lead your battle group to penetrate the enemy formation. Yun Xinghui responded immediately, and his battle group acted like a sharp knife, directly penetrating the enemy's rear. Zhongshan's indestructible shield brigade formed an unbreakable defensive line, providing a strong backbone for the other brigades. Their warships were equipped with the latest multi-layer energy shields, capable of withstanding the enemy's fierce attacks. Chichong Kong's Black Watch Brigade was tasked with cleaning up any remaining threats. They lurked like hunters in the darkness, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Ouyang Jia, Chichong Kong calmly issued the order, lead the first battle group to eliminate the enemy ships trying to ambush us from behind. Ouyang Jia accepted the order, and his battle group moved like ghosts, silently eliminating the enemy ships attempting to launch a surprise attack. The battle was exceptionally intense, with both sides exchanging blows and sustaining damage. Suddenly, the Wandao alliance changed their tactics. "Your Majesty," the intelligent angel exclaimed, "the enemy's 3 flagship vessels are gathering together. It seems they are about to initiate some kind of energy fusion." Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as he recalled the energy vortex from the last battle that had nearly destroyed everything. "We cannot let them succeed." Jiang Chen immediately ordered Shun Jinja's team, "Stop them at once. Other brigades, provide full cover." Gu Qinxue and the others sprang into action. The 6 of them split into 2 groups and rushed toward the enemy flagships with astonishing speed. However, it was clear that the enemy was well prepared. Suddenly, a powerful energy barrier appeared around the 3 flagships, blocking Shun Jinja's team from advancing. "Not good," Ko Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "The energy density of this barrier is too high. We cannot break through in a short time." Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. He knew that if the enemy completed their energy fusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the communication channel. "Your Majesty, let me handle this." Jiang Chen was taken aback, then revealed a delighted smile. "A.C. Hua." Suddenly, a blue figure appeared on the battlefield. It was A.C. Hua, who had been absent for quite some time. His newly developed energy armor radiated an unprecedented powerful aura, indicating he had made significant progress during his time away. Without saying much, A.C. Hua charged toward the 3 flagships that were in the process of fusing energy. His speed reached its peak, and before the enemy could react, he had already broken through the energy barrier. "Now's the time," Jiang Chen shouted. "All units, fire cover for A.C. Hua." As Jiang Chen's order was given, all the brigades concentrated their firepower on the 3 flagships. Under this fierce assault, the enemy's energy barrier began to show signs of cracking. A.C. Hua seized the opportunity. His energy armor suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light. With a wave of his hands, 3 blue energy beams accurately struck the core positions of the 3 flagships. Boom! With a loud explosion, the energy fusion of the 3 flagships was forcibly interrupted, leading to a violent energy storm. "Retreat!" Jiang Chen immediately commanded. "All units, fall back." Under Jiang Chen's command, the fleet quickly retreated, avoiding the catastrophic energy storm. When the dust settled, the 3 flagships of the Wandao alliance had turned to cosmic dust. With the main fleet lost, the morale of the Wandao alliance instantly collapsed. They began to scatter and flee, quickly being picked off by Jiang Chen's forces. After the battle, A.C. Hua returned to the command center. "Welcome back," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "It seems you've learned a lot during your time away." A.C. Hua nodded earnestly. "Yes, Your Majesty. Moreover, I have brought back some important intelligence. Regarding the secret of the origin of source energy and the true goal of the 10,000 Dao Alliance Army." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. "Go on. Your Majesty and everyone here, I have discovered something in the 10,000 Dao dimension. The origin of source energy is not merely a region rich in energy. It is actually a relic left behind by an ancient civilization." Isihua spoke gravely. This news was like a heavy bombshell, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. Isihua continued, "This civilization, which I will tentatively call the source energy civilization, possessed the ability to manipulate dimensional power. What we are standing on, this origin of source energy, is actually a vast energy conversion device they created. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Energy conversion device? Convert what? Dimensional energy, Isihua explained. This device can gather and convert energy from different dimensions. Ultimately, it forms what we know as source energy. The true goal of the 10,000 Dao Alliance Army is to control this device and fulfill their ambition to dominate the multiverse. The Archangel pondered. This explains why the 10,000 Dao Alliance Army is so obsessed with this area. But where's this device now? Isihua pointed to the enormous energy vortex in the distance, right there at the core of that vortex. That is the control center of the entire device. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment, then made a bold decision. We must take control of that core first. Isihua, can you lead the way? Isihua nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, but the energy fluctuations there are exceptionally strong. Ordinary warships cannot get close. Jiang Chen showed a confident smile. Then let our Forbidden Army take on this heavy responsibility. Montgomery was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, rest assured, the Dawn of Light Corps will guard it with our lives. The other corps commanders also expressed their determination, vowing to carve a path for Jiang Chen to the core. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then issued a series of commands. Montgomery, you lead the Dawn of Light Corps to pave the way. Zorn, the Sword of Conquest Corps will be responsible for clearing any potential ambushes. Qing, the Empire's Fist Corps will establish a mobile defensive line to protect our rear. Zhao Long, the Azure Watch Corps will handle intelligence gathering and early warning. Qi, the Eye of Judgment Corps, will prepare for long-range fire support. Zhongshan, the Indestructible Shield Corps, will set up defensive points in critical locations. Kong, the Black Watch Corps will be responsible for cleaning up any potential loose ends. After arranging the 8 major corps, Jiang Chen turned to the God-Forbidden Squad. Gu Qinxue, the 6 of you will follow the Forbidden Army closely, ready to respond to any strong enemies that may appear. Finally, Jiang Chen looked at Isihua. You and I will lead the Forbidden Army deep into the core. With the plans set, the entire fleet began to move. As they gradually approached the massive energy vortex, the surrounding space became increasingly unstable. Montgomery's Dawn of Light Corps led the way, releasing numerous detection devices to carefully search the surrounding space. Report. Suddenly, a detector exclaimed, Ahead, we have detected massive energy fluctuations. Something seems to be taking shape. Before the words finished, the space ahead suddenly twisted, and countless bizarre creatures emerged from the void. These creatures appear to be made of some form of energy, constantly changing shape and emitting a strange glow. Spatial guardians, Isihua exclaimed. These are creatures left behind by the source energy civilization to guard the core. They're extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen immediately commanded, All troops, stand ready. Montgomery, activate the Dawn Shield. Zorn, prepare for a lightning strike. As the commands were issued, the warships of the Dawn of Light Corps immediately deployed a special energy shield. This shield could not only defend against attacks, but also disrupt the perception of these energy creatures. Following this, the warships of the Sword of Conquest Corps moved like lightning. They quickly maneuvered through these energy creatures, launching precise strikes continuously. First Legion, eliminate the left flank with focused fire. Min Yin shouted, leading his legion into the enemy ranks. Second Legion, cover the First Legion. Li Qianyu followed closely behind, his warship continuously releasing energy shields to protect Min Yan's forces. Third Legion, encircle the enemy's rear. Lu Tianfeng calmly issued orders, as his legions stealthily maneuvered behind the energy creatures. However, the number of these energy creatures seemed endless, with new beings continually emerging from the void. This isn't good. At this rate, our energy consumption will be too high. Ji Tian, Shirt said anxiously. Gu Qinshua suddenly spoke up. Let us handle this. Suddenly, the 5 god protectors charged out of the warship, engaging the energy creatures in close combat. Their source energy armor erupted with astonishing energy, and with each strike, they eliminated large numbers of energy creatures. Gu Qinshua's longsword flashed like a bolt of golden lightning, annihilating energy creatures wherever it struck. Lena wove a large net with her energy threads, trapping a multitude of energy creatures, which were then wiped out in one fell swoop. Ko Xiaoxiao was responsible for tactical analysis, continually providing the best attack routes for others. Leah transformed into a dazzling light, significantly enhancing the defense of our warriors wherever she went. Shun Liangzi and Gongsun Li moved like 2 phantoms among the energy creatures, effortlessly appearing and disappearing, taking countless enemy lives with each strike. Under the powerful output of the God Protector Squad, the number of energy creatures finally began to decrease. Now's the time, Jiang Chen shouted. Imperial Guard, charge with me. Jiang Chen personally led the Imperial Guard, like a sharpened blade, piercing straight toward the massive energy vortex. The warriors of the Imperial Guard, clad in heavy armor and wielding source energy weapons, exuded a terrifying aura. The 4 leaders walked at the forefront, their momentum not weaker than that of the God Protectors. With each strike, they easily crushed large swathes of energy creatures. Just as they were about to approach the core of the energy vortex, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted. Be careful, Aswa shouted. It's the Source Energy Guardian. A massive energy entity emerged from the center of the vortex, its form constantly shifting. At times it resembled a giant dragon, at other times a mountain, emanating energy fluctuations stronger than all previous opponents combined. Is this the final defense left by the Source Energy Guardian? Jiang Chen murmured, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Faced with this unexpected and powerful foe, the entire fleet fell into a momentary shock. The existence of the Source Energy Guardian far exceeded their expectations. Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure, starting to analyze the situation. He knew that this Guardian was likely the last line of defense left by the Source Energy Guardian, and was also the key to controlling the entire energy conversion device. All troops listen up, Jiang Chen commanded in a deep voice. Maintain formation, do not act rashly. Iswa, how much do you know about this Guardian? Iswa's expression was grave. Your Majesty, this Guardian is the greatest creation of the Source Energy Guardian. It not only possesses immense power, but can also manipulate the surrounding dimensional energy. Worse yet, it seems to lack independent consciousness, only following its most basic defense instincts. Suddenly, the Source Energy Guardian moved. Its form instantaneously transformed into a massive squid, with countless energy tentacles extending in all directions. Be careful, Jiang Chen shouted. All troops evade. However, the Guardian's speed was astonishing. Several energy tentacles broke through the fleet's defenses in an instant, heavily damaging several warships. This isn't good. Ordinary tactics won't work against it. Ji Tian, said anxiously. It can change its form at will, and our attacks can't lock onto it. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He knew he had to find a way to deal with this Guardian quickly. Otherwise, not only would they fail to control the Source Energy core, but they might also face total annihilation. Ko Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, I've noticed some patterns. Every time the Guardian changes shape, there's a momentary energy fluctuation. If we can launch an attack during that instant, we might be able to inflict effective damage. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Good. Let's go with this plan. All troops, listen up. Prepare to execute the time pinch tactic. With Jiang Chen's command, the entire fleet began to redeploy. Montgomery, your Dawn Radiance Legion, is responsible for interfering with the Guardian's perception. Use your Morning Mist to make it difficult for it to accurately determine our position. Zorn, the Conquest Sword Legion, will prepare for the main attack. When the Guardian starts to transform, Launch a lightning strike immediately. Li Qing, the Imperial Fist Legion will construct a defensive circle to block the Guardians' attacks. Zhao Long, the White Watch Legion is responsible for data collection, providing more information for Kwa Xiao Xiao. Bai Qi Xuan, the Heavenly Punishment Eye Legion prepare for long-range fire support. Aim for the Guardians' weak points. Zhong Shan, the Immortal Shield Legion will set up energy barriers at key positions to slow down the Guardians' attacks. Qi Chong Kong, the Black Watch Legion will be responsible for clearing any small energy anomalies that may appear. After arranging the 8 legions, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the God Restriction Squad. Gu Qinxue, U6 will coordinate with Zorn's attack. Strike with all your might the moment the Guardian transforms. Finally, Jiang Chen looked at Isehua and the Forbidden Army. We will be responsible for drawing the Guardian's main attention. Once we have the opportunity, we will charge at the core with all our strength. With Jiang Chen's deployment, the entire battlefield began to operate in an orderly manner. Montgomery's Dawn Radiance Legion began to release a large amount of interference particles, quickly enveloping the battlefield in a layer of hazy mist. The Guardian's tentacles began to flail wildly in the mist, struggling to accurately lock onto any targets. Prepare. Kwa Xiao Xiao's voice rang out in the communication channel. The Guardian is about to transform again. Sure enough, the Guardian's body began to twist, gradually transforming into a moving mountain. Now, Jiang Chen shouted. Zorn's Conquest Sword Legion surged toward the Guardian like arrows released from a bow. At the same time, the 6 members of the God Restriction Squad launched a fierce attack. Gu Qinxue's long sword sliced through the void, unleashing a massive sword energy that struck directly at the Guardian. Lina's energy threads formed a web, temporarily trapping the Guardian. The Guardian let out a deafening roar in pain. It violently broke free from Lina's restraints, and its form began to change again, this time transforming into a gigantic fire dragon. Be careful, Isehua shouted. It's going to unleash dimensional energy. The fire dragon opened its massive mouth, and a terrifying torrent of energy surged forth. This energy not only possessed immense destructive power, but was also distorting the surrounding space. This is bad, the Archangel exclaimed in alarm. The Guardian is trying to merge with an unstable dimension. If it succeeds, the entire source energy origin will collapse. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. He knew the situation had reached a critical point. All troops, listen up. Jiang Chen's voice was as serious as ever. At all costs, stop the Guardian from merging dimensions. Li Qing's Imperial Fist Legion acted first. Their warships formed a massive shield formation, bracing to block the Guardian's energy torrent. Hold on, Li Qing shouted. We must not let it succeed. Zhong Shan's Immortal Shield Legion also reinforced their defenses, setting up multiple layers of energy barriers around the shield formation to further slow down the impact of the energy torrent. Bai Qi Xuan's Heavenly Punishment Eye Legion began precise strikes. Every one of their shells targeted the energy nodes on the Guardian's body, attempting to disrupt its dimensional merging. Mo Changfeng, concentrate fire on its head. Bai Qi Xuan ordered. Xiao Shanha, aim for its wings. He Xiao Tian, pay attention to the energy fluctuations in its abdomen. Under the relentless assault, the Guardian's dimensional merging finally showed signs of stalling. Now, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and immediately commanded, God Restriction Squad, unleash your ultimate attack. Isehua, lead the Forbidden Army and charge with me. The 6 members of the God Restriction Squad erupted with power, their source energy-infused armor radiating brilliant light, forming a rainbow-like beam that struck directly at the Guardian's core. Jiang Chen, leading Isehua and the Forbidden Army, charged like a sharp sword straight into the massive energy vortex core. At this critical moment, the Guardian suddenly let out a mournful cry. Its body began to swell violently, as if it were about to explode at any moment. No, Isvara exclaimed. It's going to self-destruct. This level of self-destruction could cause the entire dimension to collapse. With the imminent self-destruction of the Source Guardian, the entire origin of Source energy plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Jiang Chen knew that this might be their last chance, as well as the most dangerous moment. All units, listen up. Jiang Chen's voice rang out over the communication channel, firm and powerful. We have no choice. We must stop the Guardian from self-destructing. Prepare to execute the dimensional chain plan. This was an extremely risky plan that required the cooperation of everyone to succeed. Jiang Chen quickly issued a series of commands. Montang Tian, the radiance of Dawn Core, will create the dimensional anchor point. Use your Dawn energy to form a stable energy field around the Guardian. Zorn, the Sword of Conquest Core, prepare for energy cutting. Once there's an opportunity, immediately sever the Guardian's connection to the surrounding dimensions. Li Qing, the Imperial Fist Core, will construct the final defense line. No matter what happens, ensure we have space to retreat. Zhao Long, the White Watch Core, is responsible for monitoring energy fluctuations. Provide us with the most accurate time window. Bai Qi Xian, the Eye of Divine Punishment Core, prepare for dimensional stitching. Once the Guardian is subdued, immediately repair the damaged space. Zhong Shan, the Indestructible Shield Core, will set up energy barriers at critical points to slow down the impact of the self-destruction. Qi Chong Kong, the Black Watch Core, is responsible for eliminating any potential dimensional cracks. Ensure our rear is safe. After arranging the 8 major core, Jiang Chen turned to the Divine Forbidden Squad. Gu Qianxue, you and your team are critical. Use your source energy exosuits to form the dimensional chain and bind the Guardian securely. Finally, Jiang Chen looked at Isvara and the Forbidden Army. Our mission is to charge into the core the moment the Guardian is subdued and control the entire energy conversion device. As Jiang Chen's orders were given, the entire fleet began to operate like a precise machine. Montang Tian's Radiance of Dawn Core acted first. Their warships arranged themselves into a complex geometric formation, beginning to release a massive amount of Dawn energy. This energy formed a stable energy field around the Guardian, temporarily suppressing the self-destruction process. The dimensional anchor point is ready, Montang Tian reported. Next, Zorn's Sword of Conquest Core sprang into action. Their warships sliced through the air like sharp blades, beginning to sever the Guardian's connection to the surrounding dimensions. Energy cutting in progress, Zorn said in a deep voice. The Guardian's resistance is fierce. We need more time. Suddenly, the Guardian erupted with a strong wave of energy, causing the entire space to begin to distort. No! Zhao Long exclaimed. The Guardian is accelerating the self-destruction process. We have almost 10 minutes. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, knowing they had to act immediately. Divine Forbidden Squad. Now is the time. Gu Qianxue and the others sprang into action. Their source energy exosuits burst forth with dazzling light, forming beams of energy in various colors. These energy beams intertwined, forming a massive dimensional chain that began to bind the Guardian. The Guardian let out a deafening roar, struggling wildly. The entire space trembled under its power, as if it could collapse at any moment. Hold on, Jiang Chen shouted. We only have one shot. The members of the Divine Forbidden Squad gritted their teeth, using all their strength to maintain the dimensional chain. Their source energy exosuits began to show cracks, but not a single person retreated. At this critical moment, Isvara suddenly shouted, Your Majesty, I can feel it. The core of the Guardian is showing fluctuations. This is our chance. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he made a decisive call. All units, listen up, full power attack. Isvara, Forbidden Army, charge with me. With Jiang Chen's command, the entire fleet erupted with their final strength. Bai Qi Xian's Eye of Divine Punishment Core began a fierce bombardment from a distance, striking precisely at the Guardian's weak points. Zongshan's indestructible shield core worked to strengthen defenses, buying everyone the last moments they needed. Under this fierce offensive, the defense of the Guardian finally showed a flaw. "This is the moment," Jiang Chen shouted, leading Aiswa and the Forbidden Army like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the core of the Guardian. Having passed through the outer defenses of the Guardian, Jiang Chen and the others finally arrived at the source energy core. Here was a vast spherical space, with countless glowing energy strands intertwining in the air, forming a breathtaking scene. "So, this is the core of the source energy?" Jiang Chen murmured, a trace of amazement flashing in his eyes. However, they soon realized that things were not so simple. Floating at the center of the core was a crystal emanating a rainbow of light. Surrounding the crystal stood 3 figures. "Welcome to the Source Energy Core, Your Majesty Jiang Chen." One of the figures spoke, his voice laced with mockery. "I never expected you to make it here." Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as he recognized the speaker. Atlas. Indeed, standing there was none other than Atlas, the commander of the Alliance Army, along with his 2 deputies. "How did you get in here?" Aiswa asked in surprise. Atlas sneered, "Don't forget, we've been studying this place for a long time. While you were struggling outside, we had already found a way to access the core." Jiang Chen's expression hardened. "So the outside Guardian was just a ruse?" "Not entirely," Atlas explained. "The Guardian is indeed the last line of defense left by the source energy. Its existence provided us with cover. Who would have thought that while it was crazily self-destructing, we had quietly infiltrated the core?" Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen realized the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. "What is your goal?" Atlas pointed at the rainbow crystal. "This crystal is the core that controls the entire energy conversion device. Whoever controls it can govern the flow of energy across the entire multiverse. Our goal is to seize it to unify all the parallel universes and create a perfect order." Jiang Chen scoffed. "The so-called perfect order is nothing but your dictatorial rule." "And so what?" Atlas said arrogantly. "The weak are destined to be dominated. That's the law of the universe. Jiang Chen, I now offer you a choice. Join us and jointly rule the multiverse." Jiang Chen did not answer immediately, but looked around. The battle outside was still ongoing, and the Guardian's self-destruction could happen at any moment. They didn't have much time. Aiswa suddenly whispered into the communication channel, "Your Majesty, I have a discovery. That crystal seems to resonate with the source energy's new armor. If we can activate all the armors in time, it might produce some kind of change." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Aiswa's meaning. Turning to Atlas, he said, "You're right. The weak are indeed destined to be dominated. But the question is, who is the true weak?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen suddenly erupted into action. His source energy new armor burst forth with dazzling light as he charged towards the rainbow crystal. Atlas clearly did not expect Jiang Chen to strike suddenly and was momentarily caught off guard. By the time he reacted, Jiang Chen had already touched the crystal. "Damn it! Stop him!" Atlas roared, but it was too late. As Jiang Chen made contact with the crystal, the entire core space suddenly erupted with a powerful wave of energy. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire universe was spinning. When they regained their senses, the scene before them had completely changed. The original spherical space had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of starry sky. In this starry sky, countless universes float like bubbles, Aiswa said in astonishment. A majestic voice suddenly resonated in everyone's minds. "Explorers from various universes, you have finally arrived here." Everyone looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the voice. Soon, they realized that the sound seemed to come from all directions, as if it originated from within their hearts. "I am the guardian of this multiverse," the voice continued. "You may call me Source." Atlas was the first to regain his composure and eagerly asked, "Great Source, please tell us how we can control this system." "Control?" The voice of the source carried a hint of amusement. Young beings, do you not understand? This system was never meant to be controlled. It is a vessel of balance, maintaining the existence of countless universes. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, so, the source is not about ruling the multiverse, but about protecting it? Exactly, the source responded. The source understood this truth, which is why they created this system and left behind guardians. As time passed, they gradually faded into the annals of history. Now it is time to choose a new guardian. Atlas exclaimed eagerly, I am willing to take on this responsibility. I have the ability to maintain order in the multiverse. However, the source ignored him and turned its attention to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, are you willing to become the new guardian? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected things to take such a turn. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I am willing to accept this responsibility. But I want to know, what does it mean to be a guardian? The voice of the source softened. Being a guardian means you will gain the ability to wield the energy of the multiverse. You will become a god among gods, maintaining the balance of the universe. At the same time, you will bear a tremendous responsibility, needing to treat every universe and every life fairly. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before speaking again. I understand. I am willing to accept this responsibility. No. Atlas suddenly yelled angrily. This position should be mine. With that, he launched an attack, trying to seize the colorful crystal. However, before he could touch the crystal, an invisible force knocked him away. Foolish being, the source's voice suddenly turned stern. Your ambition has blinded your reason. The position of guardian cannot be taken by force. It must be earned through wisdom and compassion. As soon as the source's words fell, Atlas and his two subordinates suddenly transformed into points of light and vanished into the starry sky. Jiang Chen looked on in shock at the scene. Do not worry, the source said. They have merely been sent back to their own universe. Since they cannot understand the responsibilities of a guardian, let them return and reflect. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at Isoa and the commanders of the Forbidden Army. What about my companions? That depends on your choice, the source replied. As the guardian, you can choose a few trustworthy assistants. But remember, possessing such power also means bearing immense responsibility. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said, I understand. Isihua, are you willing to join me in bearing this responsibility? Isihua nodded without hesitation. I am honored, my lord. Jiang Chen then turned to the commanders of the Forbidden Army. As for you, I need you to return and continue guarding our universe. It still needs you. Although the commanders of the Forbidden Army were somewhat reluctant, they respectfully bowed. As you command, my lord. We will not let you down. Very well. The source's voice rang out again. Then let us begin the inheritance ceremony. As the source's words fell, the colorful crystal suddenly flew before Jiang Chen. He took a deep breath and reached out to touch the crystal. In an instant, an unimaginable power surged into Jiang Chen's body. He felt his consciousness begin to expand, quickly covering the entire multiverse. Countless universes flickered in his perception like stars, each containing endless possibilities. When his power finally settled, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. Wisdom sparkled in his eyes, as if he had gained insight into the mysteries of the universe. From now on, the source's voice echoed one last time. You are the new guardian, a god among gods. May you protect every universe justly and maintain the balance of the multiverse. Jiang Chen bowed deeply. I will not fail in this trust. With those words, the entire space began to change again. When Jiang Chen came to his senses, they had returned to the core of the source energy. The battle outside had ended, and the self-destruction of the Guardian had been successfully prevented. The entire origin of source energy had returned to calm. Jiang Chen looked at Isihua and smiled slightly. It seems we have a lot of work to do. Isihua slightly lowered his head. Indeed, my lord. No, now I should call you Supreme God. Jiang Chen looked down upon the world and said, There is no need for such formality. I will always be your original king.